One eternity later.
Nix, need a distraction.
What the? Huh? We got a dead trooper. Strange. Nothing. Weird.
And again, please excuse the language in Mr. Kowalski's will. I'm simply reading it the way it was written. And I'd like to leave my 1972 Gran Torino to my friend, Tau Van Lor, on the condition that you don't chop-top the roof like one of those beaners. Don't paint any idiotic flames on it like some white trash hillbilly.
Listen up! Get the lead out! We've got orders! Steady up, fellas. I got orders. Will you stop that already?
Sherman, ready for action. Rifle squad now equipped to lay mines, sandbags, and build fighting positions. We now have parachute flares to scout enemy positions.
I got orders, boys. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Mortar crew standing by for orders.
Go ahead. Standing by. Troop, get your gear. Moving out. Point out. We're moving to secure a position. Tube ready! Steady up, fellas. I got orders. Get on it, fellas. Fresh mags in. We got capture orders.
Grenades are on their way up to the... We got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
Troop, you got it, buddy. Grab the site. I got the two.
Come on. We got work to do.
Get the lead out. We've got orders. Pay attention. Tear it down.
Okay, move it along.
All right, you guys, make ready. Tube ready. I got orders coming. The tracks.
Frag grenades now available for action.
Let's go liberate us some ground. 42! Capture that area! Move! Move your ass! Go! Move complete! God dang Target secured! Crew ready. I got orders. Moving out. Let's go. Okay, moving along. Moving out. Let's go. Okay, moving along. out, let's go. Gather round. Okay, move it along. That's done. Mark us for duty. Moving out, let's go.
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Moving out, let's go. Move, goddammit! Ready to go! Move! Get to that point! Move your ass!
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
On the hook over here! Stand by orders! Get your asses over! Get moving! Tube ready! Fireman! Shake the leg! Let's go! Run! Get over there! Move your ass! Go! Get over to that position! Heavy MG! On the flank! Cover in there! Move! Get to that point! Ready to go! Relocate! Smoke complete. Into the building! Lock it down! Hurry!
Heavy truck, ready for orders.
Someone get us out of here! Drop those crowd bastards! Hold the goddamn! Stand ready! Get down on him! Get moving! On your feet, lady!
Boys, let's move out of here.
Come on, fellas, let's go! God damn it! Attack! Run! Get over there! Order! Move, goddammit! Listen up. Here's the deal.
Boy, driver, let's get this show on the road. Driver, move us forward.
Get your gear! Moving out! Shake a leg, let's go! Ready. Gather up. Okay, move it along. Alright, you can tear it apart. You gotta move. Step moving out, let's go. Crew ready. Break her down. Back to full strength. Get the lead out. We've got orders. Alright, we're moving. Let's go. Okay, move it along. Steady up. Take up positions there. Reinforcements in. Welcome to the death factory, boys. Stick with me. Get some cover in there. Moving out.
The lieutenant has been assigned to field ops.
Okay, move it along. Moving out. Let's go. Yeah, inside. Lock it down. Grab the bipod. Let's go. Make sure. God damn it. Redeploy.
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
We just got promoted! Doc, moving out. Let's go. MT-42! Get the hell out of here! Boom! Get ready. Target. Sustained fire. Set fuse to instantaneous. Target. I want the...
A capture point is being over. Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Keep it up! Get the... Round's complete! Let's get her going! Round up! Round up! They're watching out! All ass! Go! Get onto that point! I follow! Stop in your tracks! Let's give him... All right, you. Okay, move it along.
Might get hairy. Stay ready.
Let him have it! Pour it on! Pour it on! Let's get her going! Squad, get ready! Contact! Infantry! Movement! Steady up. Moving out. Let's go. Point secure! Point secure! Hike up! For me!
Our fighting position now has some ordnance behind it.
Okay. All right. It's good to go. Cavalry has arrived. Form up. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Make sure that bazooka's lit.
All right. Here's the thing.
Get the bazooka up front. Moving out. Let's go.
Secure the main gun. Button the hatches.
Fresh orders, Corporal. Let's get on it. Get the bazooka up front. Come on, boys, let's go. Driver, forward. Can't get your gear. Moving out.
All right, nice and easy. Let's go. Easy on the transmission this time. Don't throw any tracks. Counter fire! Fly! Get us the hell out of here! Sit! Stop! Get us the fuck out of here! Ready, set, move it! I've got in on the flank! Ready, go ahead! Hit it! Go, go, go! Take target destroyed. Shift fire.
Get ready.
Armor ready. Counter fire. Counter fire.
All that! Goes! We gotta hold this position! Go, go, go! Move your ass! Go! Get rid of the rush, goddammit! Enemy infantry! Run! Get your ass! I got it! Prepare anything critical!
Get us the fuck out of here.
Go, 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 go!
Take an HMG fire. Combat promotion in.
Run! Move it!
Get us the fuck out of here. Take ready. Take away everything.
Retreat to the CP! Retreat to the CP! Go, go, go! Focus on the major damage! Get out of here! All back! I gotta zero in here!
They dial us in. Drive, drive, drive. Go, drive, drive. Stop this goddamn tank.
What? I know the paint's all scratched up, but just the pile in! Hurry! Close it up. Someone into the...
All right, nice and easy. Let's go. Enemy forces have 300 points. Hit that ground position. We have defeated the enemy forces. Victory is ours.
And don't put a big gay spoiler on the rear end like you see on all the other Zipperheads cars. It just looks like hell. If you can refrain from doing any of that, it's yours.
So tenderly. Or will be home.
And again, please excuse the language in Mr. Kowalski's will. I'm simply reading it the way it was written. And I'd like to leave my 1972 Gran Torino to
Nothing.
cars. Put a big gay spoiler on the rear end like you see on all the other Zipperheads cars.
Kind of ironic, huh?
What?
Women's work. Won't consider gardening to be women's work.
Yeah. That's probably why I see you in the garden over there all the time. Besides, we ain't in Hamung.
Funny. You know, you should quit. That's bad for you.
Yeah. So is being in a gang, dipshit.
Didn't you hear what I just said? I saw you cough up blood. You should quit. What's that emblem supposed to mean anyways? Your ancient Cub Scout emblem?
1st Cavalry. I've had it since '51. So, what do you want to do with your life, kid?
Well, I was thinking about maybe sales.
Sales, huh? My oldest son is in sales.
Does he do well?
Oh, yeah. Licensed to steal. I work in the Ford factory for 50 years, and he's out selling Japanese cars.
You made cars?
Yeah. I put the steering column in this Gran Torino in 1972, right on the line.
Oh, you are old. So cool.
Yeah. So you want to funny?
Construction?
Yeah.
Do you have Alzheimer's or something?
No. Get a job in construction. I know people in the trades. Of course, I have to make a little adjustment. Don't lay down either.
Well, who's gonna listen?
Not me. Hey, Kennedy. You drunken Irish goon. How the hell are you?
I'm shitty. Well, who's gonna listen?
Not me, that's for sure.
Oh, help yourself there, Walt. You dumb Pollock.
Okay, this is the kid I was telling you about. Tao, this is Tim Kennedy. He's super on this job.
So, what do we got here, Walt?
Well, he knows construction, and he's a smart kid. He'll do anything you need him for.
You sure?
Yeah.
You speak English?
Yes, sir.
Were you born here?
You bet.
I see that Walt drove you here. You got a vehicle?
Not at the moment. Taking the bus for now.
A bus? Jesus Christ, you don't have a car?
My head gasket cracked.
Steady up, fella. Get the lead out. We've got orders. I got orders, boys. For Pete's sake already.
Sherman, ready for action. Rifle squad now equipped to lay mines, sandbags, and build fighting positions. We now have parachute flares to scout enemy positions.
Capture and secure that area.
Rifle squad ready for action.
Listen up. Shake a leg. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Steady up, fellas. I got orders coming. I got orders, boys. We got orders coming. Area is out. Knock it off. Okay, move it along. Get your gear. Moving out. Let's go. You didn't see much of the movie. All right, you
Frag grenade. We got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
Okay, move it along. Shake a leg. Let's go. Moving out. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Get your gear. Okay, move it along. Contact! Crowd infantry! Get your asses over there! Go, go, go! Get the lead out. We've got orders. All right, moving out. Let's go. Get your gear.
Frag grenades now available for action.
Get your ass! Go! Steady up. I think that was fire. Run, God dang it! Okay, moving along. They got us zeroed in here! Move! Get to that point! Fall back, God dang it! Move! Order! Moving out, let's go. Okay,
Weapon rack unlock is in progress.
Stan, move your ass! Go! Push through any attack. We gotta get to the enemy location. This is gonna take us into crowd lines, so stay alert. This ain't a goddammit! Someone get us out of here! Move, goddammit! Get moving!
Weapon rack is now open.
Ah, nuts. Moving out, let's go. Listen up. We got ourselves capture orders. All right, you dopes, let's shake a leg. Let's go. Steady up. All right, we got capture. Get the layout. We've got orders. Knock it off. We got orders to incline. We need to reach our target. Get online. Moving into crowd territory.
Ambulance ready for action.
Gather round. Give us some trouble here. Right, moving. Get your asses over there. Orders. Move. Get to that point. Move, goddammit. Squad, get ready. Hit him with frags. Go, go, go. Put that infantry down. Field promotion. Go. Grenade. Hit him with frags. Right, move it. Hit him with frags! Fall back! Fall back! Go, go, go! Move your ass! Go! Infantry! Let it rip! I want that position secured! Get moving! Orders! Move! Get to that point! Move, goddammit! Move your ass! Go! Get on that fucking point! Secure and hold that damn position! All right, we're moving. Let's go. We're gonna be behind enemy lines. Defensive fire only. Move out! What the hell am I meant to do with these orders? Now, come on, fellas, let's go. All right, boys, hold it. Grab your shit. Follow me. Come on. We got work to do. Okay, move it along. Hey! No, that's not enough. We got ourselves capture orders. Shake a leg. Let's go. Area secure. Moving out. Let's go.
We have a lieutenant reporting in for duty.
Moving out. Let's go. Come on, get the lead out and make it happen. Clear out.
It's as good as done over here. Driver, a capture point is under attack.
Steady up. Well, that's knocked off. Okay, move it along. Come on in. Moving out. Let's go. Come on. Okay, move it along. Get the lead out. We got orders. All right, moving out. Let's go. Knock it okay. Move it along. Moving out. Let's go.
You guys know what to do.
Okay, move it along. Drop those crop bastards! God damn it! Someone get up out here! Get moving! Bust out the metal, boys! Order! Promotion just came through!
Crew ready.
Move! Move! Get to that point! Move your ass! Go! Field promotion! Run! Get over there! Order! Move, goddammit! On that! Get moving! Mount up! Move! Get to that point! Against the back position! Run! Get over there! All ass! Go! 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 Hustle! Take that ground! Move, goddammit! Haul ass! Go! Let's get her going! Moving out, let's go. Don't get bogged down once we cross the line. Has us going behind enemy lines. Defensive fire only. We're moving behind enemy lines. Behind target! Counter! Move, goddammit! Move your ass! Go! Use grenade! Run! Get over there! Hike up! Hike up! Move! Get to that point! Okay, move it along. Okay, right there. Start building. They got us headed into trouble.
capture point is being overrun.
Push him back! Go!
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Order! Get on that fucking point! Haul ass! Found up! Found up!
We've lost a fighting position.
Steady up!
Let's hike up! Hike up!
Stay together! Move it! Okay, moving along. Moving out, let's go.
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Get moving! Take that ground!
This place, get us over to rear echelon squad ready for action.
Let's give them hell, Bob! Go! Go! Contact!
We're losing a capture point.
Nail them with round up! Grenade! Move! Get to that point! Fire! Haul ass! Capture! Complete!
Go! For it! Stop! Hit that crowd position.
And hike up! Hike up! Get on that fucking point! Moving out. Let's go.
Prove it. Let's go. Get us over to that new position.
Move your ass! Go! Move, goddammit! Haul ass! Go! Gather. Okay, move it along. Come on! Get onto that point! Hustle! All right, you dopes. Moving out. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Attention! Orders!
Driver, get us over to that point. Right, nice and easy. Let's go. Armor here.
Okay, move it along. Area secure. Let's get...
Don't throw any tracks. Get us over to that point. We're ready. Location marked. What's out? Route 9! Get us the hell out of here! What the hell? Where's that coming from? Get us the fuck out of here! Give it all she's got! Go! 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 This way, for fuck's sake! Move! 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 Go! Get out of their strike zone! Get it moving! Drive! 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 Fire it! Engine damage! Get us the fuck out of here! That's it! The battle is ours!
And the goddamn pricks at the shop wants to bend me over for 2100.
Oh, please. I just replaced the tranny in my Tahoe, and the sons of bitches fucked me hard. Just under 3,200.
Goddamn thieves. It ain't right.
You got that right. Okay, come on in on Monday, and we'll find something for you to do.
Thanks, Mr. Kennedy.
It's Tim. And what's your name again?
Tom.
Okay. You owe me one, Walt.
Yeah. Well, I'll buy you a fruitcake for Christmas.
Oh, fuck the fruitcake. How about you just hand over them keys to that Gran Torino?
Why the hell's everybody want my car?
Well, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, you don't know the half of it. All right, come on, Zipperhead. Let the Mick stay here and play with himself.
It ain't right.
I like to say that if you're seeing me, you're having the worst day of your life.
There's something special about an actor fully disappearing into a role.
Who am I? I'm a hard worker. I set high goals, and I've been told that I'm persistent.
Not just playing a character, but becoming one.
There was something about him that I wanted to make clear, and I needed to do that physically.
Nightcrawler isn't just a great film, it's a showcase of one of the most unsettling,
twisted metal, a shattered life, all of it caught on tape last night at the scene of a fiery one-car collision.
Unnerving and criminally overlooked performances of the last decade. Jake Gyllenhaal as Lou Bloom isn't just good, he's terrifyingly good.
With Los Angeles crime rates going down, I think that makes items like mine particularly valuable. So what do you say, do you have a deal?
And yet, somehow, when award season rolled around, he was ignored. This wasn't just a snub, it was a mistake. What makes Lou Bloom so haunting isn't just that he's a bad guy, it's that he doesn't feel like a bad guy.
A lot of young people are taking unpaid positions.
Point out. Get the lead out. We've got orders. All right. Let's get that point buttoned up. Listen up, fellas. Steady up, fellas. I got orders coming. Listen up. Here's the deal. We got orders, boys. Follow me.
You got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
I got orders, boys. Nuts. Moving out. Let's go. All right. Let's secure that ground. Steady up, fellas. I got orders coming. All right, you listen up, fellas. Fresh mags in. Okay, move it along. All right, you sorry sacks. Point out. Get your gear. We're moving out. Hold it up, man. Moving out. Let's go.
Rifle squad ready for action. Frag grenades are on their way up to the lines.
All right, you might get hairy, guys. So stay ready. Moving out. Let's go. Nuts. We got orders. Steady up, fellas. Steady up. Listen up, fellas. Contact! Run, God dang it! Infantry! Find cover! Area secured! Move it! Contact! Get over there! Whoa, over here! Get your asses over there! Knock it up. Okay, move it along.
Frag grenades now available for action.
Gather up. Moving out. Let's go. Quickly, cover the guys. Shake a leg. Let's go. Move your ass! Go! Move your ass! Go! Move it along. Move your ass! Go! Get your asses over there! Move, goddammit! Taking fire! Get to that point! Get moving! Stand ready! Stand by order! Come on, get ready! Moving out, let's go. Steady up. Order! Get on that! Move your ass! Go! Got orders coming. Move, goddammit! Get moving! Find cover inside! We're getting plastered over here! Get ready! God damn it! Fuck! Run! Get over there! Moving out. Let's go.
Heavy truck ready for orders.
Drop those crowd bastards! That's giving us some trouble here! Indoors! Move! Run, god dang it! All right. Get on line. Behind enemy lines. Fence in fire. Move your ass! Go! Listen up! Run! Fall back! God dang it! Move! Move! God damn it! God damn it! Move your ass! Go! Down the middle, boys!
capture point is under attack.
Someone get us out here! Pour it on them! Field promotion! Move! Get the hell out of here! Move! Let it rip! Get hammered here! Fire! Top British, please! Come on! Move your ass!
We're losing a capture point.
Get moving! Stand line! Run! Get over there! Enemy infantry, take it out! All right. Move, goddammit! Goddammit! Kill him! Someone get us out of here! Let's get moving. Get your gear. Move! Get to that point! Move your ass! Go! Squad, get ready! Boys, you ready to roll out? We're ready to go. Take that ground! Get moving! Run! Get over there! Come on, fellas, let's go. Move, goddammit! Okay, move it along. Moving out, let's go. Move your ass! Go! Get moving! This is it, fellas. Push me. Okay, move it along. Get on that rocket! Got away. Run! Get over there! I want that position secured! Take that ground! Move, goddammit! Get nailed, those bastards! Someone get us out of here! Move, goddammit! Promotion just came through! Order! Move! Get to the...
We have a lieutenant reporting in for duty.
Drop those proud bastards! Go, go, go! Get your asses over there! Run! Get over there! Get on that! Move your ass! Go! Get on move that complete! Order! Run! Move it! Round up the man and let's move it out. Let's go. HMG! Get down! Get moving! Move! Get to that point! Okay, move it along.
Sherman, ready for action. A capture point is under attack.
Eyes up. Moving out. Let's go. We're all take up fighting position.
Set up a firing point in that emplacement.
Welcome to the moving out. Let's go. Stick with me. That's my okay. Move it along. Moving out.
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Move, goddammit! Goddammit! Move your someone get us out of here!
Fighting position machine gun is in place.
Move! Get to that point! Move it! Get him out of here! Toss now! Get moving! Contact! Infantry and board! Inside, go! Get everyone in! Get moving! On me! Listen up! Run! Get over there! Form defensive positions! Go, go, go! Orders! Heavy infantry! Move your ass! Go! Find cover inside! Indoors! Move! Get to that point! Orders! In! Nail it with the rifle grenade! Orders! Drop those assholes! Stand ready! Move, goddammit! Goddammit! Someone get us out of here! Run! Get over there! Listen up! Spread out on that area and hold it! Get moving! Counter-assault! Squad, capture that area! Move! Squad! Spread out! Open fire! Get out of here! Fall back! Moving out. Let's go. Order! Someone get us out of here! Go! Move! 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 Move your ass! Go! Move! Get to that point! Move! Goddammit! Order! Enemy contact! Listen up! Infantry! Go! Move! Move!
Weapon rack unlock is in progress. Easy on the transition this time.
Order! Go! Get over there! Give it all you've got! Go! 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 Display for fuck's sake! Move! 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 Get us the fuck out of here! What's it? Stop! Fire! Move your ass! Go! Drive! Get us the hell out of here!
Weapon rack is now accessible.
Hit it! Go! 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 Oh! Go! Get out of their strike zone! Let them have it! Move it! Boy, ship fire! Stop! Put everything on them! Ready! Stop! Go! Drive! 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 Engage all weapons! Get it moving! Hit it! Go! 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 Get us out of here! Fall back! Armor ready. Hit that crowd position. Good effect on target. Take rest. Go! Floor it! What the hell? Where's that coming? Get us the fuck out of here! Halt! Move it! Display for fuck's sake! Move! 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 Don't throw any tracks. Stop! Hit him with everything! Go! Get out of their strike zone! Hit it! Go! 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 Get us the fuck out of here! Moving! God damn it! Stop! Someone get us out of here! Drive! Get to that point! Hit it! Go! 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 All right, nice and easy. Let's go. Stay alert. Move her out. Waiting orders. Okay, shake a leg. Let's go. Stay together. Move out. Moving out. Let's go. Move them out. All right. We're moving. Let's go. Listen up, fellas. Let's get this over with.
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Get ready to displace.
Easy on the transmission. Driver, move out. Location marked. Us out. Heavy machine gun team ready for orders.
Fire main gun.
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Go! Drive! Drive! Get it moving! They got him! Man, they're flying!
There's a major reporting for action.
Give it all you've got! Go! 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 Set! Over! Veteran team promoted! Weapon! Drive! Get us the hell out of here! He's got us pegged! Inside! Go! 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 Hit him with everything!
Ready. Send order.
On! Get moving! Move! Ready! Set! Display for fuck's sake!
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Get effective fire! Get up!
The enemy has destroyed an emplacement. Easy on the enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Get it moving! Wheel promotion! Back to the line! Get the fuck out of here! Fire! Got that damage! Give it all you've got!
Gun crew just got wiped out.
Set! Over! Armor ready! Hit it! Go! Go! Go!
Be advised, dropping smoke.
God damn it! Push up and secure that target!
We have defeated the enemy forces. Victory is ours.
to get a foot in the door, that's something I'd be willing to do.
Not in the way we're used to. Most movie villains have a moment of weakness, a slight hesitation, a brief glimpse into their conscience. Lou doesn't, because Lou isn't just a villain, he's something far scarier.
There's certain good things about being alone. I study a lot online.
Like what?
All sorts of things, actually. I'm on my computer all day.
He's a product of modern ambition,
What I believe, sir, is that good things come to those who work their asses off.
corporate jargon, and pure, unchecked self-interest.
The true price of any item is what somebody's willing to pay for it.
From the moment we meet him, Lou is calculating. He speaks in a bizarrely robotic way, almost like he's reading from a motivational self-help book.
I'm a very, very quick learner. You will be seeing me again.
His entire worldview is built around success at all costs. He doesn't have friends. He doesn't have emotions. He has goals.
When I say that I want these things, I mean that I want them, and I don't want to have to ask again.
And he's willing to do anything to achieve them. But here's the thing. We've seen people like this before. In business, in politics, in tech startups. Lou Bloom isn't some fictional boogeyman. He's terrifying because he's real.
I feel like grabbing you by your ears right now and screaming in your face, I'm not interested.
We've met them in job interviews, we've seen them rise to power, and we've watched them succeed while people with actual morals get left behind. And here's the scariest part. Most of us wouldn't even see him coming, because Lou doesn't just manipulate situations, he manipulates you.
What do you have?
Something I'm fairly certain you'll be very excited about.
And the way the film presents him makes that even more disturbing. He's not introduced with some ominous musical cue or a dramatic first impression that screams villain.
I'm looking for a job. In fact, I made up my mind to find a career that I can learn and grow into.
Instead, he's a scrawny, soft-spoken man, someone most people would underestimate. He isn't physically intimidating, he isn't openly aggressive, but he is relentless.
I could have had someone out there by now. Why didn't you call it in?
To increase your need and improve my bargaining position.
That slow, calculated persistence wrapped up in a polite smile and a rehearsed speech.
When it comes to your work reputation, you can't unring the bell.
It's what makes him feel so real. Jake Gyllenhaal didn't just play Lou Bloom, he became him.
What are you after? A camcorder and a police scanner.
And he did it without any of the usual tricks actors rely on to prove their dedication. There's no heavy prosthetics, no crazy method acting stories, no wild physical transformation, except, of course, the weight loss. Gyllenhaal dropped about 30 pounds for the role.
He was somebody who didn't eat a lot of food because he couldn't really afford to really pay for anything. And he was always in his brain,
making himself look gaunt, hollowed out, and almost inhuman. But what's more impressive is how he uses that transformation. His eyes are the key to everything.
And the last thing that I want, Nina, is for you to do the things that I ask you to do when we're alone together in your apartment, not like the last time.
They're wide, unblinking, like a predator scanning the room for its next opportunity. He stares just a little too long.
The people who did this escaped. They're still out there, walking around with the rest of us.
He doesn't react the same way normal people do. There's something off about him, but you can't quite put your finger on it. It's not just the stillness, it's the way he moves. Lou glides through every interaction like a shark in open water. He never fidgets, never seems nervous. Everything he says is deliberate, every sentence rehearsed, every smile carefully placed.
Given complex problems, you're developing a real ability to find clear and simple solutions. I'm also aware of your increased enthusiasm.
Even the tone in which he speaks is unsettling. There's an unnatural rhythm to it.
I like the dark makeup on your eyes. I also like the way you smell.
Like someone who's memorized every word before saying it. Because that's exactly what Lou does. He absorbs, he studies, and he regurgitates.
I haven't had what you call much of a formal education, but you can find most anything if you look hard enough.
Whether he's negotiating with news directors or manipulating his assistant,
that agreeing to participate and then backing out at the critical moment was a mistake.
His dialogue is packed with corporate buzzwords and self-improvement cliches. He's not just a sociopath, he's a salesman. And in a world driven by networking, it's all that more disturbing.
People such as yourself who reached the top of the mountain didn't just fall there.
Now, it's not exactly a showy performance. It's subtle. Too subtle, apparently, for the Academy to recognize. But that's exactly why it works. Because Lou isn't some cartoonish villain, he's believable. He's a twisted version of the American dream.
I hope you'll be inspiring us with your innovative thinking for years to come.
He starts at the bottom, stealing scrap metal just to get by, but then he finds his calling in crime journalism.
I want you to contact me when you have something.
Something like this.
That's right.
And from that moment on, nothing else matters. He treats news footage like a product, manipulating crime scenes, moving bodies, interfering with police investigations, all so he can get the perfect shot.
Hey, that's what I do, it's my job.
And the worst part, it works. He gets the job done. He gets the promotion. He builds his own business.
Want to stop our discussion over prices? You'll take me around, you'll introduce me as the owner and president of Video Production News.
He becomes the very definition of success. It's the kind of story we've been told to admire. Hard work, persistence, self-made success. But Lou exposes the lie behind that narrative. He doesn't work harder than anyone else. He's just willing to cross lines that normal people won't.
And then when he reaches what would be considered a better or more populated neighborhood, then we'll report his location to the police. He's a violent, wanted criminal. I can't believe he's just gonna peacefully surrender.
And that's why he wins. He's not the best at what he does because he's talented. He's the best because he has no limits. No lines he won't cross. No moment of hesitation. And in a world that rewards results over ethics, people like Lou don't just survive, they thrive.
You don't fool me for a minute.
I'm glad.
You filmed him dying.
Even more unsettling is just how quickly the world is to embrace.
Steady up. Shake a leg. Let's go. All right. Here's the thing. Will you stop? All right. Let's get that point buttoned up. Listen up. Here's the deal. We got orders, boys. Follow me. Get the lead out. We've got orders. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Shut your...
Rifle squad, ready for action.
Moving out. Let's go. Come on.
We got work to do.
Target secure. Get your gear. We're moving out. All right. Okay, move it along. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Let's move it out. Let's go. Listen, on to the other side. Shake a leg. Let's go. All right. We're moving. Let's go. Get the lead out. We've got orders. Okay, move it along.
We got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
Moving out. Let's go. Okay, move it along. Form up, squad. We've got orders to move it out. Let's go. We're on the infantry down! Move, goddammit! Goddammit! Get moving! Run! Get over there! Good job. Steady, take it. Move! Get to that point! Move your ass! Go! Move, goddammit! Move your ass! Go! Get moving! Orders! Kill their infantry! Stand ready! Move your ass! Go! Goddammit! I want that position secured! Move! Get to that point! Okay, move it along. Road's got us pegged! Orders incoming! Nail those bastards! Orders!
That's it! The battle is ours!
Embrace him. The news station doesn't question the ethics of his footage. They don't ask how he got it or what rules he broke to make it happen. They just see ratings.
How much of this can we show?
You mean legally?
No, morally. Of course, legally.
Liu isn't just a lone wolf, he's exactly the kind of person the system rewards. And that's what makes this performance so damn good. So why was he overlooked? There are a lot of theories. Maybe the Academy just wasn't ready for a performance this unsettling. Maybe it didn't fit the usual Oscar bait mold. Or maybe it hit too close to home. Because let's be honest, Hollywood is filled with Lou Blooms. People who manipulate, exploit, and backstab their way to success. People who say the right things, network with the right people, and move up the ranks at any cost.
I need to stay one step ahead of my competition and take risks.
Maybe the voters saw something uncomfortably familiar in Liu. Maybe they saw themselves. Regardless of the reason, this remains one of the most egregious Oscar snubs in recent memory. He created a character who lingers in your mind long after the movie ends. And nearly a decade later, Nightcrawler still holds up as one of the best films of the 2010s. And Gyllenhaal's performance? It's still just as haunting.
I can't make people do things, Rick. You have a choice if you want to do this, and I have a choice if you don't.
Just as nuanced and just as criminally underappreciated as it was when it first hit theaters. Lou Bloom didn't need an Oscar to prove he was unforgettable, and neither did Jake Gyllenhaal.
Who are some of the actors that you've worked with that it became a friendship that means a lot to you?
Chris Tucker?
Go ahead and tell everybody.
Yeah, he beat me.
Yeah.
I told you.
So there was this stretch of time in the late 90s where action comedies didn't tiptoe around anything.
Do you speak any English? I'm no punk. I ain't no punk. I'm no punk.
They didn't dilute themselves with disclaimers or meta-commentary. Now, this is a film that, on paper, looks like every buddy cop formula you've already seen. A Hong Kong detective and an LAPD cop are forced to team up to rescue a kidnapped girl.
Agent Carter has been helping with my investigation. He is very passionate about finding your daughter.
It's a culture clash, mismatched personalities, predictable beats, but where it separates itself is in how completely it leans into chaos.
Me and him got the same mama. I'm Blackanese. I'm not that young. Which one of y'all kicked me?
It doesn't try and sand down its edges. It doesn't care about elegance. What it cares about is momentum, and it gets that from two things: rhythm and resentment. The movie wastes no time establishing its characters through their environment. Carter isn't introduced as a buffoon. He's in the middle of a high-stakes arms bust.
Come on, man. Don't be late again. I ain't gonna be late. Come on.
Outsmarting the criminals, showing he's got the instincts.
10 people just jumped out of the trunk. I would start handling all of them.
He just operates in a department that would rather ignore talent if it doesn't come in the packaging they're used to.
2 officers were shot, 1 man lost a pinky.
But did nobody die? No, I'm serious, Captain. I ain't playing it. You need to call the FBI and tell them you made a mistake.
I'm sure that you and Mr. Lee will have a nice time together.
Lee's intro, on the other hand, is built around reverence. He's the right-hand man to a Chinese diplomat.
To Hong Kong, forever.
Respected by his peers, but treated like baggage the second he steps on American soil.
No. You put your own in the back.
Their first meeting isn't a meet cute, it's an inconvenience for the both of them.
I'm warning you, man. You better call the FBI. I'm gonna drop his ass off at Panda Express.
The film thrives off that discomfort. The audience is watching two professionals humiliated at every turn.
Chinese food, no soul food here.
And the film doesn't give them an easy way out. Carter isn't given a redemption arc through someone finally respecting him. He earns it by being right.
Act like a tourist or something. Don't be so obvious.
Okay, no problem.
Lee doesn't get embraced by the system. He just works around it. The institutions don't grow. The characters just stop waiting for their approval.
No, I wouldn't do nothing like that. They over-exaggerate. You know how the paper is. They just want a story.
Rush Hour is a movie about being sidelined. It's about two men who are experts at what they do, but the system they work for treats them like liabilities.
Who is Lee and what kind of assignment is that? What the hell am I supposed to do with him? Take him to the zoo?
Carter is loud, yes, but he's also sharp, constantly trying to prove himself in a department that sees him as a joke. Lee is composed, deadly, and one of the most capable detectives in his world. But in America, he's treated like a novelty.
Why would they not want my help?
They don't like you. I don't like you.
What are we waiting for?
We scoping the place out, man. We ain't gonna just run up in there. That's how you get shot.
The FBI doesn't want his help. The LAPD doesn't want the headache.
It's your job to keep him out of sight and away from danger, you understand?
Because of you, he got away.
The only reason these two meet is because the institutions around them are trying to cancel them out. And that's the first real tension of the movie. It's not about the crime, it's about the politics surrounding it. The agencies involved don't care about finding the girl. They care about controlling the narrative. Everyone wants to be in charge, nobody wants to be accountable.
I want these two back at the consulate immediately. It was all my fault. Lee would never do anything to jeopardize your daughter's life.
Rush Hour doesn't linger on this, it moves too fast to do so, but it's baked into every frame. The only people who actually seem to care about the case are the two guys that nobody listens to.
Am I speaking with FBI?
The FBI? Yeah, this is the FBI.
What's more interesting is how the movie never lets its protagonists feel comfortable. Even as they start succeeding, they still seem slightly out of place. Carter is constantly navigating around authority figures who talk down to him.
For the big case, for the kidnapping, the little girl.
Don't forget the little girl. Your assignment is Lee.
Lee is constantly misunderstood.
What's up, my What did you just say?
Misquoted or simply ignored.
I'm policeman. I'm just showing him how to take a gun from a suspect.
The comedy comes from these disconnects, but the subtext is louder than the punchlines. These are capable people operating in systems that are designed to minimize them. And by keeping the focus on forward motion, the film sidesteps the emotional manipulation that normally creeps into cop dramas. You're not asked to pity them either. You're just shown how they work. That quiet confidence in the audience, the refusal to spoon feed character arcs.
I kill him. Go ahead. Yeah? I don't even like it. Go ahead.
Carter and Lee aren't friends at the start. They don't even respect each other.
I'm gonna show the FBI they don't know who they playing with. I'm gonna solve this case myself.
You seem as if you like to talk.
What the hell did you just say?
But they recognize something familiar in how they're treated. The mutual disregard is what eventually becomes trust.
Man, it's all about attitude, all right?
Not because they share values or bond over family stories.
My daddy'll kick your daddy's ass.
Don't talk about my father.
Don't talk about my daddy.
But because they watch each other work. Lee sees Carter think on his feet. Carter sees Lee dismantle a room full of armed men with nothing but instinct and precision. And as the story goes on, the comedy stops being the focus. What drives the movie is competence fighting through chaos.
Cops all over this place.
That's why the pacing of this movie matters so much. It's not just action and jokes for the sake of keeping the audience entertained. The movie is in a constant sprint because the characters are. Every step they take is against resistance, be it bureaucratic, cultural, or personal.
Man, I'm the one that got you this damn job. You better open this gate and let me in here.
That sense of urgency isn't a gimmick, it's the core of the film. These two don't have time to become friends. They become allies because that's what the job demands.
Who's that you chasing? His name is Sam from Hong Kong.
There's no speech about teamwork, no dialogue exchange breaking it down. One guy talks his way in, the other guy climbs.
Maybe you don't understand. I'm Miss Juntao's lawyer, legal advisor.
But I have already told you, I don't know Mr.
Look, do you
Juntao.
think I came down here for nothing? You gonna give me some gas money?
Both of these tactics matter. And make no mistake, this chaos is deliberate. Everything about it feels slightly unstable, slightly improvised.
Flip it open, flip it closed. Do it fast. Flip it open, flip it closed. Do it fast.
Oh, wait, PG.
But that's entirely by design. It mirrors the confusion of the two characters navigating systems that don't serve them. Every fight scene is kinetic, every argument is messy, built to feel like it could come off the rails at any second, but it doesn't. There's also something worth saying about how Rush Hour handles identity.
Kinda good. Need a little hot sauce, but it's kinda good though.
Your daddy was a policeman?
15 years LAPD.
My father was also a policeman.
It doesn't ask either character to change. Carter doesn't clean up his act to be more professional. Lee doesn't westernize himself to fit in.
I'm sorry, I'm from out of town.
The world around them is forced to adjust. And that might sound small, but in an era where most international leads were either comic relief or exotic sidekicks, giving Jackie Chan the space to just be excellent and respected for it.
Every day I couldn't wait to come on the set to see Jackie Chan. I was late most of the time, but when I got there, you made a lot of people rich, Jackie. A lot of people rich.
He wasn't dubbed, he wasn't sidelined, he was the most capable person in every scene. What also made this dynamic work is just how the movie lets each lead command their own strengths. Tucker isn't asked to fight like Jackie. Jackie isn't asked to talk like Tucker. There's no forced symmetry.
I'm Michael Jackson, you Tito.
Their differences stay intact all the way through. Just two styles coexisting instead of blending. It's also what makes their partnership believable. They don't become alike, but they do become effective together.
You dishonor your father's name.
Look, you don't know nothing about my father.
You believe your father wasted his life, that he died for nothing?
You proved me wrong.
The genius of this movie is that it makes all of this feel light. You're not conscious of the structure, you're not thinking about the cultural commentary. You're just watching two performers go toe-to-toe and somehow sync up. And yeah, some of the jokes haven't aged well. Some of the cultural jabs land awkwardly now, especially through a modern lens.
Man, I ain't scared of you. I know you know that little tricky shit. Come on.
We can hang in my crib. I will show you my hood.
But none of it came from cruelty. It came from disorientation, from characters trying to make sense of a language barrier, a cultural divide, and a system that doesn't explain itself. What mattered was intent. The movie didn't punch down, it let the discomfort play out and trusted the chemistry to carry it. What people forget is that Rush Hour was a risk. It wasn't guaranteed to work. It paired a Hong Kong action star with a comedian most studios didn't want to anchor for a film.
You know, he knew I was this young kid who didn't know his lines.
It blended two styles that had never really shared the spotlight, and it did so without apology. Rush Hour is about clarity, the kind you find when the people who were never supposed to lead end up solving everything anyway. That's what made it matter then, and that's why it still works now.
From being one of YouTube's biggest gaming stars with 100 million views per month to watching 90% of his viewership disappear, my name's Ryan, and here's how Kwebbelkop destroyed his entire YouTube empire and where he is now. Kwebbelkop started making YouTube videos in his bedroom in 2011, posting raw Call of Duty gameplay with zero editing skills and a cheap microphone. But he didn't find much success until 2014, when Jordy teamed up with two other Dutch gamers, Jelly and Slogo, to form a gaming trio called The Robust. Their GTA 5 Funny Moments videos went absolutely viral, with millions of views per video and fans refreshing YouTube every day, waiting for the next upload. Within 2 years, Kwebbelkop hit 6 million subscribers and accumulated 1 billion views in total. For years, Kwebbelkop was YouTube royalty, but behind the scenes, the daily grind was destroying him.
I was overworked, I was depressed, I wasn't happy, I wasn't enjoying life.
And in an interview with Wired Magazine in 2018, Jordy admitted, every time I wanted to take a holiday, I couldn't because my entire business would stop. But that's not all. Creative differences with Jelly and Slogo led Kwebbelkop to reach a breaking point, eventually leaving the Robust trio for good. And his fans were all supporting his decision, saying, I respect it. Takes a lot to admit you're in a bad spot, and even more so to do it to possibly help others reach their true potential. Huge respect, man. Glad to see her ambition is fired up. After leaving the Robust trio, Jordy needed a new on-screen partner, but he had a different plan this time. A plan that would later disappoint everyone. Through Discord and YouTube networking circles in mid-2020, he found Hassan, a small creator stuck at a few thousand subscribers. Jordy made Hassan an offer that seemed too good to be true, becoming the face of a brand new channel called Tiger. But here's the catch Hassan didn't see coming. Jordy would own the entire channel, while Hassan would just be the actor and voice behind the character. But for Hassan, this looked like the mentorship opportunity of a lifetime, and for Jordy, this was his first step towards his ambition to build scalable creator brands. They launched the Tiger channel under Kwebbelkop's guidance, and the early videos actually worked. Fans enjoyed the channel's content, with comments like, I've literally watched every video on this channel, love you Kwebbelkop and Tiger. But behind the scenes, the partnership was never equal. As the channel grew, Hassan started asking genuine questions about the business side of their partnership, and that's when he made what turned out to be a career-ending mistake.
I approached Jordy. I said, hey man, I just want you to know that sometime in the future I would like to fully own the channel. That just rubbed him off really wrong.
Jordy exploded and rejected the offer completely.
He said, look around you, this is all, because of me, he's like, are you trying to, he told me, like, are you trying to fuck me over, this and that, I invested this much, and I understand that.
And despite the agreements, Hassan continued working on the channel Tiger for another month until everything broke apart.
I wake up and I get a notification on my phone. Your channel access to Tiger has been removed. They wanted to completely cut me off from the whole channel.
Yeah.
And I wasn't okay with that, so I just said, you know what guys, fuck this, I'm out.
He was forced to start from zero with a new channel called Liger, basically losing everything in a single day. But Jordy wasn't done humiliating his former friend. He even took all his videos and created an AI that mimicked him, essentially replacing Hassan with ChatGPT. And Hassan's reaction when he saw his AI clone was a mix of shock and disgust.
They literally nearly copied everything about me, okay? They even got the eyebrow cuts, they even got the beard fade, They even got the glasses, the hair color. But listen guys, you could have done a way better job, man. This looks absolutely trash, bro.
While viewers' reactions were extremely negative. This is honestly so messed up. This is just sad. Jordy take this L. Facing criticism and potential legal issues, Kwebbelkop eventually deleted every single video featuring the AI Tiger clone from the channel. However, this incident revealed another side about Jordy that his fans had never seen before. The friendship they saw on screen was nothing more than just business. The Tiger scandal damaged his reputation with creators, but he still had his audience, although not for much longer. Jordy kept uploading daily, grinding just as hard as before, but the numbers kept falling off a cliff. Over 12 months after his beef with Hasan, he watched nearly 90% of his audience disappear from almost 100 million views in April 2021 to 8.5 million views in April 2022. But instead of taking a step back and figuring out what went wrong, Jordy came up with a different solution inspired by the Tiger conflict, an AI character acting as a real person. One of the biggest lessons I've learned in business is that pretty much everything you dream is possible. Cloning yourself, too easy. 4 years ago, I was in the middle of a burnout, made 3 videos per day, and streamed 2 to 3 hours per day. I wished I could clone myself, so I did. Through his new company, JVDB Studios, Jordy started developing AI tools that could potentially replace human creators. He tested the waters with Blue, a 3D animated character powered by AI.
My name is Blue. Today we're stealing every Lamborghini from the showroom in GTA 5.
The Blue channel hit 2.7 million subscribers, so technically the experiment worked. But to viewers, something felt off as the content lacked the human spark that made YouTube special. But Jordy didn't care about any of that. All he saw was his ambitions coming to life, and even celebrating when his VTuber YouTube channel is officially doing more daily views and making more daily revenue than his main YouTube channel. This decline on the main channel brought about further changes which would ultimately make things even worse. Kwebbelkop uploaded a video titled My Most Important Video with the phrase "I quit" in the thumbnail, explaining that he was no longer enjoying YouTube.
I'm having a hard time being creative. I'm having a hard time having fun in my job. I'm having a hard time sleep. I'm always worrying about YouTube, always thinking about YouTube. I'm not enjoying it as much as I was before.
Before announcing that he would stop the daily uploads after 10 years.
That's why after 10 years of making daily videos, I quit.
And revealing his plan on making top quality content for his audience.
Starting today, from now on, you can expect my next video to be top notch, to be really flipping good, to be exactly what you want to see.
Yet the first 3 videos posted in the days that followed were him bragging about his $10,000 dog, his custom orange G-Wagon, and his $7.5 million penthouse.
Welcome to my $7.5 million penthouse tour. Let's see if this video can hit 100,000 likes, and let's do this!
And viewers immediately mocked him in the comment section. Look at me, look how rich I am. So you quit from Jelly and Sluggo to flex on us. Cool. Instead of the comeback he promised, Jordy had proven he was completely out of touch with the people who had made him rich. The entire situation is so ridiculous that YouTuber SunnyV2 even made a video called How Kwebbelkop Lost His Entire Audience in 1 Year, which quickly became one of the most popular documentaries about Kwebbelkop's collapse, accumulating over 12 million views since its release. But things didn't stop there, as another YouTuber, Penguin Zero, released a video titled Downfall of a Massive YouTuber, reacting to Sunny's video where he mocked Jordy's view on content creation.
If I want to build tons and tons and tons of channels that will flourish and shine forever, we need to remove the human element. Yes, it sounds crazy, but we need robots, we need computers.
That's spoken like a man who really cares about the content. If I'm to own 5 million channels, I realize the weakest link is the goddamn human.
He also criticized Jordy's business direction.
And you can start as many channels as you want because they all function under the same brand. It's like Spider-Man, okay? There's so many different Spider-Mans.
Why do you view this situation as a good thing? I mean, for you, I get it because it's a lot of money, owning all those channels and all the ad revenue.
As well as calling him a hypocrite.
But as someone who keeps presenting himself as a guy who doesn't care about the money and does it for good content, how can you possibly sit here and try and convince your audience of Kwebbelflops that this is a good thing?
And a shameless cash grab who doesn't care about the content or his audience.
Just a million channels of completely soulless generated scripts. This is so shameless.
Despite all of that, Jordi chose to stick to his plan, and on the 21st of December 2022, Jordi published a tweet stating, "I made an AI that runs its own podcast where it talks about AI. Everything is AI generated, from scripts to the video. I don't plan to actually release it to the public, just testing to see what's possible. We are extremely close to AI influencers taking over. This is game changing." And by the end of 2022, Jordi was completely convinced that AI was the answer to all his problems.
Sega.
Point out. We're moving to secure a position. Steady up, fellas. Let's secure that ground. All right, get your gear. We're moving out. Listen up, fella. Fresh mags in. Got capture orders. For Pete's sake already. You stop that already? Capture and secure that area. Steady up, fellas. We got orders, boys.
Rifle squad ready for action. Sherman ready for action. Rifle squad now equipped to lay mines, sandbags, and build fighting positions. We now have parachute flares to scout enemy positions.
I got orders. All right. We're moving. Let's go. Listen. Steady up, fellas. Cock and lock. Area is Come on, fellas. Let's go. All right, we gotta capture.
We got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
Form up. We got orders to capture ground. Knock it off and listen up. All right. Here's the thing. Fresh mags in. Moving out. Let's go. Okay, moving along. Hold it up, man. Moving out. Let's go. Okay, moving along. Moving out. Let's go. Fire! Get to that point. We're getting fire over here. Run! Get over here.
Frag grenades now available for action.
Go!
ready for action.
Go, go, go! Run, God dang it! Squad, go, go, go! Damn it! Someone get us out of here! Get your asses over there! Run! Move it! Move your ass! Go! Orders! Get your asses over there! Infantry! Orders! Get ready! Get moving! There! Get to it! Go, go, go! Squad, hurry! Put it right there! Run, God dang it! Run! Move it! Move your ass! Go! Move us out! It's done! Get cover! Dismount! Help me! Go, go, go! Fight from inside! Move! Get to that point!
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Stand ready! Squad, get ready! Inside! Cover you! Hold up! Move, goddammit! Orders incoming! Find cover in there!
Get ready! That's fine! Taking fire! This place! Come on!
Put that infantry down! Just got promoted! There! Get moving!
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements. Our fighting position now has some ordnance behind it.
Move, goddammit! Squad, chew 'em up! Let 'em have it! Run! Get over there! Field promotion! Or get moving! Stand! Move your ass! Go! Shake a leg, boys. What the hell am
Ready.
I meant to do with
Send
these
orders.
recruits? Green is green. Steady up, fellas. I got orders coming. Grab your shit and follow me. Inside! Move it! Come on. We got work to do.
Move up, squad. We've got orders to capture ground. Good to get all done over here. Gear up and move out.
Well, that's not done. Moving out. Let's go. Okay, move it along. Ground's ours. Now spread out. Moving out. Let's go. Get the lead out and make it happen.
Ready those medical bags. Help out whoever you can.
Shake a leg. Let's go. We're on the hook over here.
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Come on! Get on it! Get moving! Get over! Move! Move! Get to that point! Nail him with grenades! Move your ass! Go! Bust out your metal! Promotion just came through! Grenade! Get over there!
A capture point is... We've lost a fighting position.
Orders! Move! Get to that point! Crowd's got us pegged! God dang it! Listen up! Fight from inside! Get moving!
Ready!
Squad, get ready! Move your ass! Go! God damn it! Find cover! Ah, nuts. We got orders coming. All right, you dopes, listen up. Squad on your feet. Point man out. Let's move. All right, shake it out. Patrol formation. Fighting position. This ain't a combat patrol, so no tangling with Jared. Spread out. Let's go. We're moving through Kraut lines. Defensive fire only. Ah, nuts. Well, that's we got orders coming. All right. Here's the thing. All right. Push through any attack. We gotta get to the enemy location. We're pushing into enemy lines. Enemy infantry! Take that ground! Move, goddammit!
Let's get moving. Crew ready. Ready to go. You guys know what to do. AT gun ready. capture point is under attack.
Enemy contact! Infantry in force! Get moving! God dang it, get it moving! Repositioning! Fall back! Fall back! Get your asses over there! Orders! Move! Get to that taking fire! Go, go, go! Get over there! Move your ass! Go! Move, goddammit! Use grenades! Grenade! Incoming! Goddamn! Attack! HMG knocked out! Order! Move your ass! Go! Bring the train. Squad, get ready! Move! Get to that point! Right! Move it! Get out of there! Take your fire! Move it! Order! Kill him!
Half-track just arrived.
Hit him with frags! Stand ready! Move your ass! Go! Pull out of there! Or run! Get over there! Defensive! Roll us out! Take cover! Take cover! Relocate! Bring it down. Make ready.
Secure the ammo so we can
The move has us going. All right, man, let's move out. Gather round. We're gonna be behind enemy lines, so defend. Keep pushing forward. It might get hot. This is gonna take us into crowd lines, so stay moving into crowd lines.
Driver, get her moving. Let's go. Driver, moving forward. Stop!
Move! Get to that point! Let it rip! Move your ass! Go! Come on!
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements. Send drive! Drive! Let's get moving. Let's move out of here. Driver, secure the ammo so we can get out of here. Wait a second. Crash! Go down! Track! On us! Wow! Now! Get us out of here! Halt! Let's get a move on. Contact! Fucking drive! Stop! Boys, you ready to roll out? You all done over here. Move out.
Get the lead, okay? Move it along.
We're ready to go.
Moving out. Let's go. All right. Break out your... All right, men. Let's move out. Pull the spades. We're on the move. Grab your gear. All right, you dopes. Listen up. Well, that's okay. Move it along. Moving out. Let's go. Come on, fellas. Let's go. Okay, move it along. Get your gear. Moving out.
Driver, one of our fighting positions is sustaining fire. Secure the ammo so we can get out of here. Hold position. Secure the ammo so we can get out of here.
All right. We're moving.
The enemy has destroyed an emplacement.
Stop it here. Get the lead out.
Driver, move us forward. Driver, pull over.
All right. Moving out. Let's go. Steady up. Okay, moving along. Moving out. Let's go. Get ready, guys. Knock it off. And listen.
Boys, you ready to roll out? Gas is done. Crew ready. Move us out! Stop! Stop! Go, go, go!
Keep shooting!
Driver, get him over here. Damn it! Step on it!
Get moving! Cover with the rifle grenade! You're and hold that damn...
Anti-tank gun. There's a major reporting for action.
Take that ground! Move! God, it's too heavy! Pull back!
WPM-110 smoke strike can be delivered to cover our men.
Enemy contact! Hold up! Infantry and loose! Get them moving! Stand ready! Get over there!
Let's get a move on.
Let's set up over here! Get back to your feet! Up here!
Good to go.
Someone get us out of here! Get the hell out of here! Move!
Stop! Send orders! This place! Come on! Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Squad, get ready! Get your asses over there!
Let's get moving. Hold position here. That's it. The battle is ours.
Help you, sir?
I hope so. I got my eye on this one. I like it because it looks like an undercover vehicle, like an FBI car.
Well, sir, I guess she does. Never thought about it. Even got the long antenna on the back.
Mind if we take a test drive?
Well, we're not officially open yet. But I don't see why not. Hold on, I'll grab the keys. Shotgun.
Could be our backup.
FBI, step out of the car. Let me see your hands.
His hands are taped.
I'm sorry.
Is this a dream?
Please, I got a little girl. Help you, sir?
What do you want, mister?
Yeah, mister. What do you want?
Sign outside says Hess and Sons. Which one's the older boy?
Me. Mickey. No, so that leaves me in charge when Dad is gone?
Or not. Mom said...
Mom has nothing to do with it.
Hey! Help you with something.
Sam Hess?
Who wants to know?
Me? Just talking to your boys. I think the younger one's a little dim.
What did you say?
His IQ seems low, I'm saying.
Hit him, Dad.
Yeah, Dad. Hit him.
I'm gonna restrain myself. You know, on account of you got an obvious head injury. What the heck do you want?
I just wanted to have a look at you.
What?
The highest or
Bestpacks was invented by my daughter when she was in 6th grade. She thought backpacks are heavy. She created a new backpack that's more comfortable, convenient, and stylish. You could put important stuff up front, like your money.
How much money do you have in sales?
January and February, we had approximately $10,000.
Ooh, that's not a lot of money. Yeah, it's best to get rid of the kids because things are about to get ugly.
After my daughter had invented it, she won her 6th grade science class.
Panda Express. If you show up... Male serial killers. When...
Aren't you a tall drink of water?
I'm married, darling.
Me too.
Just you haven't put any milk in your tea.
No, this is the way I like it.
That's not very British. I have to say.
So what do I have to do?
You have to pour some milk in. Just some milk in. Is a mandatory.
Put milk in my coffee, so I'm not. When is enough?
Okay, that's enough. Yeah. Cheers. A cup of tea to start the day.
Yeah, and then pints to end it.
You know, yeah.
Yeah, that's still not my bag.
Dick to the flat white.
God damn it, that's good.
Oh, okay.
Oh man. Ugh.
That's better than the.
Tastes like good choices.
Just you haven't put any milk in your tea.
No, this is the way I like it.
That's not very British. I have to say.
So what do I have to do?
You have to pour some milk in. Just some milk in. Is a mandatory.
Put milk in my coffee, so I'm not. When is enough?
Okay, that's enough. Yeah.
Where did he shoot you from? Up on the hill? Up on the hill right here? Tagged him? Headshot? Push that. Low-key push that. And next one, right up the hill.
Excuse me, pilot?
Yes, sir.
Need to turn myself.
Costco is the world's third biggest retailer behind.
You're gonna laugh, but I have to ask you about this. I found this on my car. I mean, it looks just like the GPS tracker that we used on Gus Fring, doesn't it? You wouldn't know anything about this, would you? I gotta say, I don't like the way you're looking at me right now. You're gonna laugh, but I have to ask you about this. I found this on my car. I mean, it looks just like the GPS tracker that we used on Gus Fring.
Admitted, Jack.
How much money do you have right now?
I'm going to make you an offer, but it's commensurate with the risk.
You guys go ahead and take everything. I'm law enforcement.
Boy, it's getting a little chilly in here. I think I'm going to have to put a coat on.
Whose food is this?
It's mine.
You got 3132, it's all yours. I have cash. I have so much cash.
That's my boss's dinner, and if I'm not upstairs in the next 2 minutes with that food, I will get fired.
This is my boss's dinner, and if I'm not upstairs in 2 minutes, I'm gonna be fired.
I need that food.
$32, keep the change. Thank you.
Wait, sir, there are 2 dinners. One for me and one for her, so we could split it, okay? I can take one to my boss, and you can take one to yours, please.
What are the meals?
Okay, I'm gonna take her the truffle mac and cheese, and you can have the burger.
Are you insane? I'm not gonna give him a plain hamburger. It's a man of taste.
Okay, I'm gonna fix this, okay? It's a truffle cheeseburger. Pickle is my dinner.
No.
What?
I'm not gonna give him a truffle cheeseburger without a pickle. You know that pickle? That aforementioned pickle? That wasn't for my boss. That was for me.
You're a monster.
Shades on, I'm bored with the glasses, bro.
How rich are you?
Shades on, I'm bored with the glasses, bro. Say cause he a savage. So many dead eyes, so many.
How rich are you?
Mr. White, he's the devil.
Okay, so it looks like PlayStation have just pushed an update to the PS5 that now allows us to have animated.
What are we doing?
Who the hell would want to listen to an actor or a musician talk about politics? You know what I mean? It's like Ricky Gervais said, come up here, accept your little award, and fuck off.
In today's video, we're going to be covering a dark and twisted anime, Berserk, the original from 1997. Berserk was created by the legendary Kentaro Miura, and it's a franchise that is still influencing various anime and manga today. But before we begin, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit the bell icon so you never miss another update. Now, without further ado, let's get it. Beginning with the Black Swordsman arc. In the beginning of the Black Swordsman arc, we are introduced to a legendary warrior called Guts. Guts has one eye and one arm missing, and he carries with him a giant sword. He is infamous in the land as the most fearsome warrior. One day, Guts walks into a bar where a girl is being attacked, and Guts kills all of her attackers mercilessly. It seems that Guts is looking for a lord called Baron, and that is who his main target is. Soon after that, Guts manages to find Baron, and he kills him in the most brutal fashion. Afterward, he takes a demon item called a Beolit that Baron was carrying for a number of years. Guts then continues his journey. He is a wanderer with a mission. a mission that goes back years and years prior to this point in the series. And as Guts starts to remember his past and everything that led to this moment in his life, we are brought back to the Golden Age arc. In the Golden Age arc, it starts off with a much younger version of Guts, who still has all of his limbs and both of his eyes. His life was pretty terrible, as he was a mercenary who fought in many battles and did not have any friends. In the midst of a tournament, Guts kills a knight called Bazuso. After that, Guts meets a group of warriors that set him on a path of revenge. It is also at this point that we meet the Band of the Hawk. The leader of this group is a man named Griffith, the definition of the evil anime pretty boy. Guts also meets the other members of the group, such as Casca, who appears to be the only girl in the Band of the Hawk. The group gets connected, and Griffith offers Guts to become the swordsman of the group as he was impressed with his skill. At first, Guts denies wanting to join, but eventually loses a battle to Griffith and reluctantly has to join the band, despite Casca's wishes to kill Guts. Guts and Griffith start off their odd friendship, constantly fighting, and Guts trying to prove himself. Some time passes in the story, and Guts becomes one of the best warriors in the land, and he is now Griffith's right-hand man, much to Casca's disgust. Griffith and Guts now have a truly special relationship, and their friendship is at a focus in the anime. Griffith is so comfortable with Guts that he shows him a mysterious object that he has called a Behelit. Griffith has a dream that he will one day rule the entire kingdom, and he's really trying his best to make that dream a reality, unfortunately by any means necessary. 3 years goes by, and now the Band of the Hawk are inseparable friends. They have also become really powerful, and Griffith is one step closer to achieving his dream. Guts is now the commander of the Band of the Hawk, and new recruits are coming in every day. The story gets complicated when one day Guts and Griffith almost gets killed by a very powerful warrior called the Immortal Zod. Zod spots the demonic relic that Griffith has and gives Guts a warning about Griffith and his dream, realizing that the Behelit that Griffith possesses signifies that everyone around him is doomed to damnation should he reach his goal. Guts, of course, doesn't listen to Zod and ignores this foreshadowing. Griffith starts to spend more time with Charlotte, the daughter of the King of Midland, who has welcomed the Band of the Hawk into his kingdom with open arms throughout the years. She is a really important person to Griffith, and Guts overhears Griffith talk with the princess about true friendship and dreams. Soon after that, the Band of the Hawk is hired by the Kingdom of Midland to win a war. The war between Midland and the Tudor Kingdom is a very brutal one, and Guts has a giant challenge in front of him. Later in the war, Casca and Guts grow a lot closer, and they spend a lot more time together. It's at this moment that Guts forms his first true, genuine relationship. Eventually the war is finished, and the Hawks actually do bring the Tudor Kingdom to their knees and win the battle for the Kingdom of Midland. At that point, Guts decides that he has spent enough time fighting for others, and he wants to find his own dream and path in the world. Unfortunately for Guts, Griffith is furious at this notion, and he does not want Guts to leave whatsoever. The two men have a fierce duel that is now truly iconic looking back on the series, and Griffith loses for the first time ever to anybody in a fight. It really shows how much Guts has changed. Griffith is left broken and he feels betrayed. Because of this, he does something insane. He forces himself on Charlotte and spends a night with her. The king finds this out and tortures the living shit out of Griffith. I'm talking like this man looked like some scrawny toothpick, lost all of his swag, and had on the most ugly helmet, which we'll come to know very well later on in the series. But anyway, back to the story. For the next year, Guts lives with a swordsman called Gato and his granddaughter Erica. He trains to become an even better warrior, and he tries to find his own path moving forward in the world. Soon, he learns that the Band of Hawk is in trouble, and Guts rejoins his old friends and finds that Casca now leads the group. Much to Guts' dismay, Griffith is still trapped in a place called the Tower of Rebirth. Casca and Guts finally manage to get past their past problems, and they form a very loving and intimate relationship. They both change quite a lot in this arc, and Casca wants to run away with Guts after they save Griffith. The group goes to the tower, and they find Griffith locked away in a dungeon. He has been tortured and mutilated. Yeah, I forgot to mention that too. Man got his piece snipped off. Serves him right though. Griffith appears to be a shell of his former self. No longer charming and charismatic, this boy cannot even speak. The Hawks are now really demoralized as their great leader has turned into a shriveled up worm. Casca decides that she's gonna stay with Griffith and take care of him. Unfortunately, Griffith loses his shit and decides that he's gonna run away and try and take his own life. Unfortunately, this man crashes the carriage that he tries to get away in, and he's even too weak to end his own life. Soon, the blood on him starts to trickle down and touches the Behelit, and the demonic relic is activated. An event called the Eclipse happens, and a new dimension engulfs all of the Hawks, including Griffith, Guts, and Casca. We are then introduced to the God Hand, a group of ancient demons. They tell Griffith that he
We're reviving a canceled undercover police program from the 80s and revamping it for modern times. You see, the guys in charge of this stuff lack creativity and are completely out of ideas.
At this point, remakes are just an undeniable part of the filmmaking landscape. It feels like a guarantee that every summer we're gonna have a minimum of one classic film redone in an attempt to swindling audiences from their hard-earned dollars. And yet, sometimes these remakes aren't even based on classics. They're adaptations of something someone somewhere dimly remembers. And sometimes the idea of those remakes is so unnecessary and so dumb that it actually works.
Hey! Stop f***ing with Korean Jesus. He ain't got time for your problems. He busy with Korean shit.
Setting audience expectations is a key element in producing successful art. Basically, under-promise, over-deliver. And that's exactly what Chris Miller and Phil Lord did concerning their now beloved 2012 reboot of the nearly forgotten television show
37 Jump Street. No, that doesn't sound right.
21 Jump Street. The original television version of Jump Street premiered in 1986. Each episode of the show featured our cast of 4 youthful in appearance detectives attempting to solve a crime of the week, which consistently tackled narratives based on real-life crimes, so much so that Fox television execs were worried about possible audience backlash.
That girl's underage. If someone gave her drugs and she died, it's felony murder.
So the show consistently featured cartoonish public service announcements informing audience members which helpline they could reach out to if they were struggling with similar issues to those tackled in any given episode.
Drugs are a problem. I mean, there's a lot of peer pressure in high school, and the point is, drugs can really mess you up.
This overly sincere execution on an objectively campy premise lasted for 5 seasons.
We had some excruciatingly bad news for you guys. We're cops. You're under arrest.
Jump Street even received a spin-off show following Richard Grieco's character Booker that only lasted a single season, but it's mostly remembered as the program that gifted the world Johnny Depp. His character, Tom Hansen, was the breakout personality of the show, and when he left the program in season 4, the overall quality dipped considerably.
So let's buy some better drugs and get out of here already. 3 weeks is getting kind of old.
Today an ounce, tomorrow a kilo, step by step.
Yeah, and by about midterms, we can bust the president of Colombia.
After the show ended, it basically faded into obscurity. Thus, it was nothing short of head-scratching when in the early 2010s, rumors of a soft reboot or remake circulated throughout Tinseltown. While on the surface appearing to be a cynical play for dollars, Lord and Miller's 21 Jump Street is a movie that's far and away better than it has any right to be. It's a project that simultaneously doesn't overthink the concept while also improving on the premise with just a few small tweaks.
Cut the bullshit. I want to know who's the supplier.
We don't know. That's why there's a question mark on his face. That's not the way his face looks. That's just a question mark.
It's self-aware of the perceived notions an audience is bringing to the project, and it's actively trying to overcome them in an earnest way.
You have exceptional muscle tone there, young man. When'd you go through puberty? Like 7 or something? Look like you're in your mid-20s for crying out loud.
First, the movie doesn't follow 4 or 5 detectives who are infiltrating a school. It follows a pair, 2 partners, who are each incredibly stupid in their own way.
Do you have the right to remain an attorney?
Did you say that you have the right to be an attorney?
You do have the right to be an attorney if you want to.
The main idea at the heart of the film is that these 2 people have unfinished emotional business they need to sort out. They have lingering trauma stemming from their high school experiences, and the adventure we go on with them will help heal those wounds.
You're good at this, huh?
Yeah.
Test results, gentlemen.
You're really good at this.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to be friends?
That's an incredibly primal and deep theme to explore in a silly comedy about selling drugs and lying to teenagers. It's that dramatic tension that makes the movie work, though. And we push past that idea fairly quickly and evolve it considerably. Schmidt was an outcast in high school. He struggled to connect to people or be seen as someone worthy of attention. Conversely, Jenko was a jock and achieved popularity not through who he was, but how he looked. So in a perfect comedic turn of events as they go undercover, due to a mix-up at the principal's office, our twin leads are placed in each other's classes.
I can fake my way through band practice and add chemistry for a few weeks.
AP chemistry. AP chemistry. No, you can't, because you don't even know what it's actually called.
So shy and nerdy Schmidt is forced to be outgoing and sociable in drama class.
Serious question, though. How do I look?
Ravishing.
Is it too sexy of an outfit?
Bend the knee a little bit? Yep, it is.
And Jenko, the typically cool jock, is forced to bond with the nerds in chemistry class.
Yes! Yes! That's what I'm talking about! That's what I'm talking about! I love this science shit. This is what you guys do all day? Let's do it again.
Each character is pushed out of their comfort zone and rapidly evolves into more than just a stereotype. This movie came out before Channing Tatum was accepted by the wider public as an actual movie star. This film played a major role in humanizing him. It allowed us to see him as not just a pretty face, but as someone willing to really put themselves out there.
At today's track meet, you do that, and I'll sign this pass. Don't blow on me, son.
Were there jokes at his expense? Yes, absolutely, but he was decidedly in on them. It made him look humble and not pretentious.
Like this guy right here. Handsome, and he's probably a dummy. And then this guy. He's short and insecure. And he's probably good with money.
Oh, you are good with money.
21 Jump Street's brilliance is simple. It over-delivers. It's a movie that is for younger audiences created by people who aren't 400 years old. The original show's PSAs and weird issue of the week structure are the antithesis of anything an actual young person experiences so definitively that it's been lampooned ever since.
I was part of a special task force of very young-looking cops who infiltrated high schools. How do you do, fellow kids?
Whereas this movie focuses on how the experience of high school shapes us, how our environment influences who we become, and how the experience of high school has shifted and evolved over time.
You punch me because I'm gay?
What? No,
That is really insensitive.
I didn't punch him because he's gay. I punched him, and then he's happened to turn out to be gay afterwards.
I was gay when you punched me.
The movie acutely deconstructs and mocks all the characters involved in the story. It also builds a narrative structure around them that allows for an expertly constructed 3-act structure to take them, mold them, and then push them to the breaking point. The film sets up Jenko and Schmidt as buffoons who did not fulfill their potential post-high school and then were cursed with the unthinkable task of repeating high school, only to discover that it actually was a blessing. This heart and empathy for the characters that the story has is what over-delivered on the expectation of a 21 Jump Street remake. Normally, a story like this would be looking down its nose
When a man grew up in a psychological horror hellhole of a household, he came to embrace the chaos he experienced. While he appeared to be a normal, even kind and generous specialist on the surface, he was anything but. He was reported for shady dealings involving a wide spectrum of crimes again and again, with the police failing to ever act. This led to the deadliest massacre in Canadian history. Mass shootings have grown more common over the years, and in most of these cases, the killings are contained to one general area and are usually over within minutes, often less than even 10 minutes. It's much less often that someone carries out a massacre that lasts more than a whole day and takes place over multiple towns. So to learn how this all started, let's start at the beginning. Gabriel Wortman was born on July 5th, 1968 in Hamelin, Ontario, Canada. He was the only son to his parents, Paul and Evelyn, growing up mainly in the Moncton, New Brunswick area. While he did have one brother, he was given up for adoption shortly after his birth. According to many people who knew him throughout his life, Gabriel had been abused for years by his father. It was said that the family's record of violence went back for generations, at least as far back as Gabriel's great-grandfather. Gabriel's great-grandpa was called a tyrant, being described as a man who brutalized his entire family. They felt that something was wrong with him mentally, even in an era where mental illness wasn't too well defined. This sort of treatment was absorbed by and repeated by Gabriel's grandfather, who then internalized it and carried it out on his father, Paul. According to many people within the family and those who lived near them, Paul was well known for abusing his wife, Evelyn. Gabriel grew up witnessing this sort of treatment on a regular basis. Nobody else in the family ever reported it because they were afraid of Paul. The abuse didn't stop at his wife either, as Gabriel was also at the center of much of the mistreatment. Gabriel's uncle Glenn later said, "He never treated him like a little boy, he treated him like an animal." He said that within the family there was, quote, more than screaming going on. Paul's mistreatment of Gabriel wasn't only cruel, it was outlandish and strange. Most of the abuse wasn't physical. In fact, there's almost nothing to suggest that Paul was ever directly violent towards his son. Most of it was more along the lines of psychological torture, and it started very early on. When Gabriel was only 2.5 years old, his father told him that he didn't need to sleep with his favorite blanket anymore. Rather than just putting it away, he took the blanket and lit it on fire right in front of him. When Gabriel was less than 10 years old, Paul decided that he wasn't capable of caring for his new dog. Rather than give the dog away or even sell it, Paul forced Gabriel to kill the pet himself. He wasn't much older when his father drove him around, ominously implying that he was taking him out to kill him. Gabriel was forced to sit in complete fear, feeling that he was about to be violently murdered, only for his father to drive back home and act as if nothing happened. At one point, Paul did present Gabriel with a gun. However, this time he handed the gun to Gabriel and asked him to shoot him. Obviously, Gabriel refused to murder his own father, so Paul got angry and took the gun back from him. Even to those who didn't know about their family life, Paul was known for being a bit of a miscreant in town. He was a serial petty thief. He would often game the system to avoid paying any money that he could in any situation. One of his cousins even described him as a, quote, career criminal who never got caught. The disrespect towards women, the cold, almost psychopathic violence, and the penchant for financial crime all came to rub off on Gabriel. While he made it no secret that he didn't respect his father at all, he picked up all of his habits regardless. Gabriel was desperate to find some sort of father figure. It was a man named Tom Evans, a man who lived in an apartment near his uncle Glenn, who had come to fill that void in his life. Tom was a lawyer in the area. He was pretty shady in his dealings, and that's putting it lightly. Nevertheless, he and Gabriel came to form an odd, lopsided friendship. Tom was 19 years older than him, but their friendship was described as profound. While it isn't known if anything ever happened to Gabriel, Tom was known for having a fascination with young boys. He was accused of, and even eventually convicted of, supplying alcohol to minors and even sexually assaulting an underage male. A lot of Tom and Gabriel's friendship would come down to going camping together, drinking, and going out shooting. Several people who knew the both of them have testified that they would even cross the border over into the United States to smuggle alcohol and cigarettes across the border for fun using a sailboat that Tom owned. Gabriel's uncle Glenn knew from the beginning that Tom was bad news. After all, he lived near him. Worried about the influence that the shady lawyer would have on his nephew, he decided to reach out to Gabriel's parents. He told them, "Get Gabriel the hell away from Tom Evans. He'll only get him in trouble." However, some of Tom's other friends said that he was the best friend you could ask for. One of them, named Joe Cartwright, said that he would help him out in ways that nobody else would. He would even hire him for some jobs and paid him generously. Not only that, but he was just a fun guy to hang out with. Being around Tom and Cartwright even came to calm Gabriel's violent nature. Cartwright said, "Tom was like a father to Gabriel. Gabriel wouldn't have been Gabriel without Tom. He molded him into the professional person that he would become, I think. He also molded him in other ways." It was in September of 1987 that Tom Evans came to be arrested for unlawful use of a firearm without reasonable precaution. This was when he and a couple of British soldiers stationed in a nearby base decided to fire off weapons from a boat. Absolutely plastered, they ended up firing straight towards a local Bible camp out on the coast. 97 children had to be evacuated as the bullets hit the ground and the trees around them, sometimes even only coming inches from the kids themselves. Tom and the two others had fired 197 rounds by the time they were finished. For this, Tom was given a 1-year suspended sentence, 1 year of probation, and a firearms ban. Regardless, he didn't get rid of his guns, and nobody made sure he did. Tom also continued in his bad habit of supplying alcohol to young boys. After being found guilty on 4 counts of unlawfully supplying liquor to a minor that same year, he was suspended by the Law Society for a year. However, right after his suspension ended, he went right back into practicing law. Tom's criminal side extended to his job as well. He became fairly well known for defending a Colombian cartel member who had orchestrated a large-scale prison break. His client had been trying to free a few fellow cartel members who had been caught after crashing a cocaine plane operated by the cartel-sponsored Booger Sugar Airlines and crashing it into a field. These cartel members weren't only known for smuggling a whole load of blow, but also weapons and ammunition as well. Tom was able to hear all about their weapons smuggling through the case. However, this law career wouldn't last too much longer. Tom was once again suspended by the Law Society in 1990. This was when he was formally charged for both sexually assaulting an underage boy and supplying him with alcohol. This time, he actually saw some jail time, although it was only for 3 months. Before going to jail, he resigned as a lawyer for good. This wasn't out of a sense of guilt, but instead to prevent the Law Society from doing an investigation into him of their own. Gabriel had remained by Tom's side throughout all of this, and he had even been building up a career of his own. While Tom was getting into all of that trouble, Gabriel had actually enrolled in the University of New Brunswick, where he studied psychology. In his yearbook, he stated that he had an interest in becoming a police officer. For whatever reason, however, he never pursued this line of work. His interest in the police would never wane, though. His fascination with the police would become more of a hobby than an actual career aspiration. Instead, Gabriel started off his actual career by becoming a funeral director. Taking a strange turn, though, he got into what would be his career path from then on out, crafting dentures. By the year 2000, Gabriel was dating a woman named Lisa Banfield, the woman that he would remain with for the rest of his life. While the two never got officially married on paper, they acted as if they were a married couple and eventually reached common-law spouse status. At one point, Gabriel and Lisa were invited by Gabriel's family to join them on a family trip to Cuba. That trip started out pretty smooth, despite Gabriel's hatred for his father and lack of respect for his mother. Things took a much darker turn when Paul's past abuse of the family came up in conversation. To Gabriel's shock, Paul denied having ever treated the family badly. Outraged at his audacity to make that claim, Gabriel hopped out of his seat and let decades of rage take over him. He beat his father to a bloody pulp until he was completely unconscious. It looked like he might even be dead. Later in the trip, Paul approached Lisa, Gabriel's girlfriend, for a chat. In this talk, he surprisingly admitted to his past mistreatment of his family. He realized the monster that he had created. He told Lisa that Gabriel had picked up his bad habits and gave her a warning, telling her, "I was a bastard to my wife, I was a bastard to my son, and Gabriel is going to do the same thing to you." Likely due to this incident, Gabriel was referred to a psychologist named Dr. Douglas Maines that year. He ended up seeing him 4 times over a few months. The mental condition he suffered from was listed on his chart as being narcissistic personality disorder. Despite everything going on, Gabriel continued to see financial success. He came to own 3 lots of land in Dartmouth. One of these was his main business, the Atlantic Denture Clinic. He had a second clinic as well in Halifax where he would do much of the same. With his newfound success, Gabriel wanted to help his old friend Tom Evans out in any way that he could. Learning to game the system financially from his father, Gabriel found a sneaky way to get Tom out of some of his financial obligations. Tom had actually owned the apartment where he lived, but it was through his company, called Northumberland Investments Inc., that he started with a business partner. Gabriel decided to buy the whole company out from under that business partner for a solid $100. Now technically owning the apartment, he let Tom live there rent-free in exchange for mundane chores like collecting rent from other occupants, paying the bills, and doing some minor maintenance. Tom, however, was still getting money throughout other avenues. On paper, all he owned was a lease on a campsite, his old boat worth only about $500 at this point, some tools, and an average amount of personal belongings. In his bank account, he was listed as only having $172.78. However, those around him could clearly see that this poor man facade was just that. The man was rolling in cash. His old friend Cartwright saw him pop out a large roll of bills and dish out cash on multiple occasions. Not only that, but a man who owns nothing typically has no need to make secret compartments in his home to stash things away, which Tom made plenty of. One day that they were together, Cartwright asked him why and how he was withdrawing hundreds of thousands of dollars from the bank. Tom shut the guy immediately, telling him not to cross that line. He waved his finger and said, "Those are questions that'll get you killed." Gabriel obviously knew that Tom was into some shady dealings, to say the least, and was helping out. Still, on the surface, he was pretty beloved in the area for his work. Like a movie villain, he hid his true dark nature by engaging in charity and philanthropy. He later appeared in the news for giving free dentures to a cancer survivor. Many of his other patients spoke very highly of him. One of them told the local news that Gabriel was kind enough to come out to his home and make his dentures for him there. This being said, from what I knew of him, he was quiet, gentle, and very easy to talk to. He was very nice. He kidded around a little bit. He seemed normal. As you may guess, this was all very surface level. Gabriel was creating a smokescreen by engaging in the occasional high-profile act of kindness. Behind the scenes, the police were actually dealing with him somewhat regularly. The first major case against him took place in the fall of 2001. Much like Tom Evans, Gabriel decided to go out and assault a boy. This assault would be in the more traditional sense, the violent way. A 15-year-old boy called only Matthew was waiting for a ride at the bus stop outside of Gabriel's denture clinic one day when a drunken Gabriel stormed out of the office, accusing him of being too close to his property. This was an actual city bus stop, so Matthew was fairly confused. When Matthew explained himself, Gabriel didn't take it very well. He balled up his fist and began pummeling the boy in the head as many times as he could, beating him black and blue. This was when one of Gabriel's friends, still unknown as to who, came around the corner and hit Matthew with a crowbar. Then the two men continued to stomp on his head and all over his body as he laid on the ground. When they were done, they threw Matthew into a newspaper box only minutes before the police arrived. Gabriel was arrested and charged with assault. However, he was let off very easy despite the sheer brutality of it. He was given only 9 months of probation and a $50 fine, being told that, if he met certain conditions during his probation, he would have all the charges wiped from his criminal record afterward. The conditions weren't even too much of an ask. All he had to do was avoid weapons, take an anger management class, and attend a few counseling sessions. Gabriel bought a cottage out in an area called Portapique, where he came to live part-time and even buy up multiple properties. One of these was a building that he called his warehouse, and it was here that he would engage in his main hobby. Gabriel was interested in vehicles, owning and fixing up a bunch of motorcycles. However, his main interest was still the police. He began buying up all sorts of police memorabilia before eventually coming to buy a number of decommissioned police cars as well. His girlfriend Lisa found this odd, as in her experience he didn't seem to like the police that much. She said that he thought that he was better than the police and often looked down on them, despite making a virtual shrine to the cops in his warehouse. It wasn't long before neighbors in the area noticed that Gabriel and Lisa's relationship was anything but sunshine and rainbows. One neighbor said that Gabriel was absolutely obsessed with Lisa and tended to get jealous about all sorts of things with her, even matters that seemed trivial to others. Other neighbors noticed that he bought a whole lot of gasoline and propane tanks. Others described him as paranoid and manipulative. When one questioned him about all of the chemicals that he bought, Gabriel bragged, seemingly jokingly, that he had a lot of lime and muriatic acid to get rid of bodies. He came to get into some legal trouble as well. In 2014, he was involved in a civil lawsuit. This was when he agreed to help out a friend who was in financial trouble. He told the man that he would help him out by becoming the technical owner of his home, much like he had done with Tom Evans. This time, though, he evicted his friend and immediately sold the home for profit. The next lawsuit, though, would be even darker. Even at his business, which he tended to use to portray himself as a good man, Gabriel was anything but that. He was known among the poor community in the area for allowing people to pay for their dentures in other ways. When it came to women with less money, especially older black women in the area, Gabriel would let them pay instead with their bodies. Usually, let's just say that he took advantage of the lack of teeth for his own pleasure. This wasn't really even hidden. In fact, he was said to have been a household name in a lot of black communities in the area. He even encouraged some of them to get their own teeth pulled out so that he could give them a mouthful of much more beautiful teeth with his dentures. Sometimes he would even offer cash to his poor customers, especially the women, in order to refer more people that they knew to his clinic. The Denturist Licensing Board of Nova Scotia ended up receiving at least 8 reports about this behavior. These comments related to everything from sexual comments during treatment to full-on forced sexual acts. He defended himself with the usual line, that being they're all out to get me, or simply by saying that they were all mentally ill. In 2007, after years of operating in this way, Gabriel signed a settlement agreement with the board. Again, he was only ordered to attend counseling. Things went somewhat smoothly for a couple of years. Once again, avoiding any repercussions for his crimes, Gabriel continued to operate his business as if nothing had ever happened. However, in 2009, something would come to devastate him, and it had nothing to do with his misdeeds. It was November. Tom Evans, Cartwright, and another friend had all been partying together. The next day, Tom wouldn't answer their calls. They assumed that Tom had been pretty plastered and let him get some rest. However, when they still couldn't contact him even 3 days later, they decided to go out and check on him. They entered into his apartment and found him lying in his bed, deceased. It was reported that he had died of natural causes. Gabriel was reportedly absolutely devastated when he heard the news. But Gabriel was interested to hear that Tom had left him everything in his will. This included his gun, a Ruger Mini 14 semi-automatic rifle. Gabriel drove out to Dartmouth and rented a dumpster. There he cleared out Tom's apartment himself. Gabriel didn't have a possession and acquisition license, which he would have needed to own the gun. However, under Canadian law, it was allowed to temporarily own guns that one had inherited, being that most of the time it would be an unforeseen acquisition. Even so, Gabriel continued to own the gun without ever going out to get the proper paperwork, even long after. That same year, Gabriel came to see a doctor, that being Dr. Forbes. While he had gone for complications due to hypertension, it was noted that he had a history of alcoholism. He promised to try and stop drinking the coming summer for his own health. Dr. Forbes recommended that he see a psychologist as well, but he wasn't interested at all. This would mean that Gabriel's criminal activity wouldn't really change at all. In June of 2010, he was once again investigated by the police. This was after he issued a threat to his parents. He had told his Uncle Glenn clearly, word for word, that he was going to drive out to his parents' home and kill them. While he didn't end up doing it, the police did speak to his parents. Paul told the cops that his son had been stockpiling weapons, saying that he owned Tom's rifle as well as a couple of pistols, all without a license. Paul was right. Little did anyone know, Gabriel really had come to own more guns than just Tom's rifle. He had been acquiring more guns through illegal means. Over time, he came to have 4 guns in his possession. One of these, of course, was Tom's old Ruger Mini 14. Another was a Colt semi-automatic rifle. It was first bought at a gun store in California. This was then purchased by a friend of Gabriel's in the smuggling scene, who later gave it to him. This friend lived in Maine, and was the source of the other guns as well. One of them was a Ruger P89, which this friend loaned to Gabriel, but didn't really give him a time frame on when he should give it back. The last was a Glock 23, which Gabriel actually stole from this friend. When the friend confronted him on it, Gabriel said that he needed it for protection recently. So, feeling bad for his supposed situation, this friend apparently didn't pressure him to give it back. All of those 3 weapons were classified as restricted in Canada, meaning that Gabriel would have required a more specialized license than the simple gun license he already neglected obtaining, that being a restricted firearms license. Not only that, but he would have been required to register the guns themselves as well. It wasn't even only the guns either. Gabriel had also gotten his hands on multiple high-capacity magazines, also highly illegal in Canada. He didn't have much difficulty at all in obtaining any of them, crossing the border with the weapons and magazines each time with no trouble. Even with Gabriel's own father, whose life he had threatened, reporting this gun ownership to the police, he was never caught with them or charged with anything in relation to them. It was only a year after threatening his parents that Gabriel would once again come under the eyes of the police. In May of 2011, they received an anonymous tip that Gabriel had a good stash of guns and that he had been expressing a strong interest in killing a cop. The tipster even filled the police in on about his mental health issues, his recent problems with stress and paranoia, and how he always kept a handgun nearby. This tip was transferred to the Nova Scotia RCMP, but they didn't do anything with it. They gave the case a cursory glance, determined that it was all baseless, and purged the tip from their records entirely. Standard practice when a tip, according to them at least, is baseless. Meanwhile, people in the community felt that Gabriel was a real weirdo. Now and then he was a very nice neighbor. He'd invite people over to check out the bar he made in his garage with an extensive supply of expensive liquors. Then, on other days, he would be in a drunken rage, lashing out at neighbors, people he hired to work with on his property, or his girlfriend Lisa. One of the neighbors would see his abuse towards Lisa firsthand one day. This was a woman named Brenda Forbes, and Lisa came running over to her home, pounding on the door and saying that Gabriel was going to kill her. Brenda let her in and tried to convince her to just leave him already, but she refused. After she left, Brenda sent a tip into the RCMP herself. Again, the RCMP did absolutely nothing. Another neighbor also sent a tip into the RCMP in the summer of 2013, when Gabriel once again assaulted Lisa and admitted to having a stock of illegal guns. The RCMP, yet again, did nothing at all, saying that the complaint would have to come from Lisa herself. They flat out ignored the part about the guns. This neighbor came to leave Portapique entirely, seeing that Gabriel was a real ticking time bomb. Yet again, the RCMP purged this complaint from their records. Another one of Gabriel's uncles, a man named Chris, said he had a horrible upbringing from a very dysfunctional family, and never sought help, and fell through the cracks. Fully admitting that he felt Gabriel was capable of killing someone, he felt that the most likely target would be either his parents or his girlfriend. In 2015, Gabriel even came to burn bridges with one of his uncles, one of the only people in his family that was supportive of him. The uncle had bought a home in Portapique across the street from Gabriel, which he lent to him and let him use. However, Gabriel refused to give the home back to him, despite already having a house of his own. He said that his reason for refusal was something about unpaid debts. He wouldn't give it back until he got the money that he felt he was owed. Gabriel had actually contributed a bit to the purchase of the home a few years back, along with multiple other family members, but he didn't own it. The uncle then sold the home to a woman named Lisa McCulley, who moved in. Gabriel decided that he would take the proceeds from the sale of the house himself, so the uncle was left with no choice but to take him to court over it. Gabriel, still interested in the police, went out to buy a more recently decommissioned police cruiser. He told the businessman selling the car that he was a retired officer himself who wanted to park the car in his yard to deter thieves. He didn't end up buying this car in particular, but he still wanted one. His neighbors said that he began to cosplay as a police officer, even engaging in some roleplay around the neighborhood from time to time as well. While people were confused, they felt he was just a guy with an eccentric hobby. It was preferable to drunken rage, at least. In the fall of 2019, Gabriel did settle on a police cruiser to buy, a 2017 Ford Taurus, at an auction. While it had been painted completely white and stripped of any police-related accessories at the time, Gabriel didn't intend to leave it that way. He began to decorate it as a police car as well as he could. It came to be so accurate that an actual RCMP officer who saw him working on it told him that he should never drive it on the street. If he did, that would constitute a crime, being that impersonating a police officer is illegal. Gabriel got the decals for the car through his usual shady means. He found a supplier who made them and got them printed without the owner's permission somehow. Many of the accessories and decals were paid for over PayPal, who found the transactions to be suspicious. They even flagged several of the payments between March 22nd and December 5th. Lisa, his girlfriend, said that he had gotten most of the gear throughout both Canada and the US. He traveled to the US about 15 times during this endeavor. When 2020 came around, COVID lockdowns began in Canada, as well as all over a good portion of the whole world. COVID hit Gabriel very hard. This was mainly because his business was affected very directly. It was deemed non-essential and forced to close for the time being. Not only that, but the COVID craze only deepened Gabriel's already existing paranoia. He was, by all reports, completely consumed by the pandemic and felt that he was probably going to die. He sunk into this hole for several weeks, slowly losing his mind even more than before. In this mental state, he started to feel that the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, would start controlling all of the money in the country. As a result, he decided to start withdrawing his money from the bank in large amounts over time. He also bragged that, while other Canadians wouldn't be ready for it, he was well armed and more than ready to take them on. In March of 2020, he was spotted liquidating his bank accounts and withdrawing a whopping $475,000 in cash at once. This was at a Brinks depot in Dartmouth, where he was recorded on the security cameras. He took the money in 4,750 $100 bills and loaded it all into the trunk of his car. Somehow, this enormous withdrawal in pure cash didn't raise any flags anywhere. It has been widely speculated that Gabriel's paranoia about money and the government and the possibility that Lisa would leave him led him to completely snap. The cracks had already been showing. When Lisa went to bed on April 17, 2020, she had no idea that everything that happened over the years would soon lead to an explosive culmination. The next day, on April 18th, Gabriel and Lisa were celebrating their anniversary. They were at the cottage on Portapic that day, celebrating. Throughout the day, things seemed to have gone fairly well, or at least normal. However, that all came to an end just before 10 p.m. Gabriel and Lisa got into yet another argument, but this time something was very different. While it still isn't known exactly why, Gabriel flew into much more of a rage than usual. He lashed out on Lisa, beating her there on the spot. With Lisa in shock, Gabriel grabbed a can of gasoline and walked inside the cottage. He poured the liquid all over the home before setting it on fire. He walked back outside, grabbed Lisa, and forced her to walk with him to his nearby warehouse. There, he threw her into the back of his replica police cruiser, tying her up in the process. Pulling the car out, Gabriel then set fire to the warehouse as well. Somehow, Lisa was able to escape from the back of the car. She ran out into the woods, and unsure of what to do and afraid of being caught, she continued to hide there. Gabriel wasn't content to take his rage out on only Lisa. For reasons only known to him, he wanted to take his anger out on anyone and everyone around him. He took one of his guns and walked over to the home of Greg and Jamie Blair, who lived nearby. Greg was outside and noticed the gun in his hands. Jamie and their two young boys heard him shout, "What the fuck are you doing with a gun?" before a loud bang. Greg was killed only steps away from them at the front door. It's believed that Gabriel came after Greg first because he knew that he was both strong and owned guns himself, making him the only person in the area who might put up a fight. Jamie ran back into the house and grabbed the boys, ushering them down the hallway and into a bedroom. She called 911 immediately at 10:01 p.m., being the first person to alert the police to what was going on. She stood with her back against the bedroom door, trying to prevent anyone from coming inside while she talked to the police. The boys hid behind the bed, with nothing in their power to do but watch and wait. Gabriel made his way into their home and found where they were hiding. Failing to open the door, he pulled up his gun and shot multiple times through it. Jamie was killed instantly. Gabriel then tried to set fire to this house as well, but after a few unsuccessful attempts, he gave up and left. The two boys inside escaped and ran off towards the home of a neighbor, Lisa McCulley. Lisa McCulley was the woman who had bought the home that Gabriel and his uncle had previously fought over. Lisa McCulley had just put her own son and daughter to bed before noticing that something was up. She lived within view of Gabriel's warehouse and could see the flames flickering outside through the trees. She went outside to see that the flames were actually now even higher than the tree line. There was a man, seemingly an RCMP officer, next to his cruiser. She walked over to him to ask him what was going on. This man was, of course, Gabriel. As she walked towards him, he pulled up his gun and shot her. She died instantly. Shortly after, the McCulley kids who had been put to bed were awakened by the Blair boys who had run from their own home. All four of them gathered together and hid inside the house. They called 911 together, telling them what they knew as the operator tried to keep them calm. They were told to wait for someone to come rescue them. Given that they didn't know who the killer was, they were given a special password that real officers would give them upon arriving to their house. Still, it would be a good while before the police made their way out to the area. Gabriel made his way into the home of Don Madsen and Frank Galenchin and shot them on the spot. This was where a neighbor happened to spot him. This neighbor, identified only as PR, was driving by to see what all the commotion was after hearing a lot of noise. He and his wife spotted the fake police car parked in front of the Galenchin home where Gabriel had just finished his most recent killings in the spree. However, they found it odd that the car was empty and none of the lights were on. When they pulled up to the home, they saw the kitchen light up in a blaze of flames. Seeing some of the other homes on fire in the area, they knew that this was bad. Still, they were confused by what seemed to be an officer parked outside. They quickly drove back to their own home, but on the way they noticed that this supposed officer was now following them. Gabriel pulled up alongside their car and fired one of his handguns at them. The bullets hit PR twice, once in the shoulder and once in the forehead, missing his wife. Still, somehow, PR managed to drive away from the scene and live. Gabriel then made his way over to more of his neighbors' homes, one by one, continuing in his carnage. He walked into the home of Joy and Peter Bond, shooting and killing them on the spot. He then went over to a home where Corey Ellison was staying, murdering him as well. He then walked over to the home of Elizabeth Joanne Thomas and John Zoll and killed them both. He then made his way inside the home of Jolene Oliver, her boyfriend Aaron Tuck, and their 17-year-old daughter Emily, and massacred all of them. The first three RCMP officers arrived on scene at 10:26. They stopped their cars and slowly entered into the neighborhood on foot, coming across some of the victims right away. A few of them had managed to escape from their burning homes or while trying to rescue other victims and collapsed outside. One officer relayed back to headquarters, saying that they couldn't locate the shooter. Unsure of how to even describe what he was seeing, he told them it's very bad. Knowing the killer was still around, likely nearby, they called for backup. Other officers began to block off nearby roads as Gabriel lurked somewhere nearby. At around 10:35, a witness saw Gabriel sneak out of the area by taking a dirt road near a blueberry field. Being a non-paved, unmarked road, the police hadn't known to block it off. Some of the surviving neighbors were able to tell the police who had shot at them, giving them his name and the valuable information that he was wearing a police uniform and driving a police car. However, by now, Gabriel was long gone, and nobody knew where he had went or what he was planning. Gabriel had driven out to an industrial area in the town of Debert, about 26 kilometers from where the previous shootings had taken place. He made his way to a remote area behind a welding shop to park. There he ditched a bunch of police equipment and gun-related items into a ditch. At 11:32, the RCMP began their reaction to the killings, one that would be extremely controversial. Rather than tell the public what was happening or alert them that they were in danger, they left the local population completely in the dark of the real danger they were in. Instead, they only released a message on Twitter, and Twitter only, saying that they were dealing with a firearms complaint, and told people to stay inside with their doors locked. They issued no public alert, and for the next 8 hours wouldn't update the public at all, on Twitter or otherwise, while the killer was still at large in the area. To make things even worse, the police couldn't even agree on whether the shooter had already been apprehended or if he was driving a police car or not, leading to confusion amongst them. They couldn't even use their helicopter to help in the search as it was down for some maintenance at the time. Local residents said they saw little to no law enforcement in the area that night, despite hearing the gunshots and fires themselves. It wasn't until 2 hours after Gabriel had escaped that the RCMP circulated even an internal message to police throughout Nova Scotia, telling them what had happened and giving them Gabriel's information. For now, Gabriel waited in his replica police cruiser, plotting his next move. It was now the next day, April 19th, and the sun was coming up. Gabriel was still on the run, and he wasn't anywhere near done with his murderous plans. At 5:43 a.m., he left the town of Debert and drove north on the highway towards the home of some people that he knew. He was now about 37 kilometers north of Portapique and ready to continue his rampage. Now at the home of Adam and Carol Fisher, he knocked on their door and rang the doorbell over and over again. Getting no response, he simply gave up and left the area without killing anyone. Luckily for them, he didn't force his way into their home like he had done with the others. Whether this was due to the daylight or some other reason, we will never know. Roughly 45 minutes later, he was caught on video entering the Wentworth area, now about 60 kilometers away from Portapique. There he drove out to a house on Hunter Road. He entered into the home of Alana Jenkins and Sean McLeod, shooting and killing them both. To add insult to injury, he killed the 2 dogs in the Jenkins-McLeod home as well before making himself at home. He would stay at that house for about 3 hours, with it still being completely unknown what he did at that time. It was around the time of those killings that Lisa Banfield, his girlfriend, found the courage in the daylight to leave the woods and find help. She ran to a neighbor's house to call for help, with Gabriel having destroyed her cell phone in the rampage. She was barefoot, telling the neighbor that she had been in the woods all night, fearing for her life. She was able to give a photo of the fake police cruiser that Gabriel was using. With this information, the RCMP finally issued their second alert at around 8 a.m., almost 11 hours after the massacre had started, warning that Gabriel could be anywhere in the area of Nova Scotia by this point. At 8:45 a.m., Gabriel was finally publicly identified as the shooter. Tired of waiting at the home where he was hiding out, Gabriel set fire to it much like many of the others. On his way out, a neighbor noticed the flames and approached the house to help. Gabriel then turned the gun on this man, Tom Bagley, and murdered him as well. He got back into his car and left the scene. He started driving south on the highway this time, back towards Portapique. At 9:43, he was seen stopping along the highway. There, a woman named Lillian Hislop was walking. He pulled out his gun and shot her in broad daylight. He then took off once again. 5 minutes later, he made his way out to a house in the Glenholm area, knocking on the door. He tried to trick them by saying that he was a police officer who was involved in the manhunt. He even shouted his own name, saying, "Come out with your hands up." The people inside, knowing very well who he was, called 911. One of the residents grabbed his own shotgun in case he tried to enter. They said that they recognized Gabriel, that they knew him personally, and that they felt he was there to kill them. After they didn't answer the door, Gabriel gave up and left their home, possibly due to knowing that the man inside was armed with a gun of his own. They were lucky, as he still wasn't done. Gabriel then drove past a local campground in East, ending up driving through Debert. The police tweeted that people should avoid the highway that he was using, still not informing them to the scale of what was happening. It was now just after 10 a.m. in Debert. Pretending to be a police officer, Gabriel pulled over a car. The driver complied. Gabriel then walked up to her window and killed her. This was a woman named Kristen Beatty. Minutes later, he pulled over the car of Heather O'Brien, shooting her in the same manner. Gabriel was then seen on video passing through the town of Truro and heading towards Millbrook. For the very first time, 12 hours after the massacre started, the police tweeted the valuable information that the shooter was driving a replica police car and wearing a police uniform. Had they have released this information earlier, and somewhere more appropriate than Twitter, Kristen Beaton and Heather O'Brien might still be alive. To make things even worse, to an absurd degree, the police started shooting at random people. At the Onslow Belmont Fire Hall, which was being used as a shelter for the Portapic victims, 2 RCMP officers saw an emergency management officer show up and opened fire on him. The shots missed, hitting the walls inside the building, before they noticed that it wasn't their suspect. Despite almost killing the man, they shrugged it off and simply continued business as usual. They didn't even check on the other victims in the building to make sure they hadn't accidentally hit them. At 10:25 a.m., Gabriel was seen on footage stopping at the Millbrook fire station. He got out of his car, took off his jacket, and replaced it with a reflective vest. He then hopped back into the car and continued driving south on the highway, now through the town of Pilgrim. Soon after, he stopped at the Brookfield Esso gas station. Roughly 15 to 20 minutes later, Gabriel noticed an RCMP constable named Chad Morrison parked at an intersection in Shubenacadie. Chad was waiting there to meet another officer, Heidi Stevenson. Gabriel pulled up close to Chad and shot into his car, injuring him. Chad fled down the street and took shelter at an abandoned paramedic station. He was later found there and taken to the hospital. The other officer, however, Heidi Stevenson, was still on her way to group up with Chad at their meeting point. On the way, Gabriel collided head-on with her car. Heidi got out of the car and fired at Gabriel. Unfortunately, she didn't hit him. He fired back, killing her on the spot. He then took her own service pistol and set both her and his replica police car on fire. It was then that another driver, a man named Joey Weber, pulled up to the scene to see if he could help the injured officer. Gabriel pulled up his gun and shot him as well. Then he stole his silver Ford Escape SUV and fled the scene. The police announced that he was now in a different vehicle at 11:06. Right at the time the announcement was issued, Gabriel had already made his way to the home of a woman he knew, that being Gina Goulet. He killed her on the spot, changed his clothes inside her house, and stole her Mazda before driving off once again. There was an issue, though. Her Mazda was pretty low on gas. 13 hours after the massacre began, Gabriel pulled into a gas station, the Irving Big Stop in Enfield, to refuel the car. By pure coincidence, a few RCMP tactical officers pulled into the same station a few moments later to refuel their own vehicle. They pulled up right next to Gabriel and recognized him immediately. One of the officers jumped out of his car and took aim at Gabriel, ordering him to come out. It was then that Gabriel rose up Heidi Stevenson's gun. However, this time it wasn't directed at the officer. It was directed at himself. He fired. However, this didn't kill him. As soon as he fired the gun, so did the other officers. They shot him twice in the head, twice in the neck, 7 times in the right arm and 1 in the left, and 25 more times in the torso. While Gabriel hadn't died by his own hand, he sure as hell was dead now. At 11:26, the massacre was finally over. The police finally confirmed Gabriel's death to the public at 11:40 a.m. According to his girlfriend, judging by the road he was on, Gabriel had been on his way to kill another person he knew before he was caught by pure coincidence. By the end, Gabriel had killed 22 people. He had officially committed the deadliest massacre in Canadian history. 13 had died in Portapic, 4 in Wentworth, 2 in Debert, and 3 in Shubenacadie. 2 others had been injured, and 2 dogs had been killed as well. It was a murder spree that spanned multiple towns in a 100-kilometer radius. And to make things worse, the public was largely unaware of it until toward the very end of it. According to an RCMP commissioner, a few of Gabriel's victims were actually connected to him. However, over time, most of the people he attacked were completely random. He had known one of the victims in Wentworth after going hunting with him, but it didn't appear that there was a grudge between them. Even when it did come to the people he knew, it seemed that, while he knew them, he still wasn't killing them for any particular reason. We will never know why things played out the way they did. The investigation started immediately as the attack ended. It was quickly found that, over time, Gabriel had actually come to own 4 police cruisers, not only the one used in the attack. 2 of them were burned up at his cottage in Portapique, and the other remaining car was at his property in Halifax. Within his home was what was only described as a shrine to the RCMP. In the destroyed home, they found a safe containing hundreds of thousands of dollars that he had liquidated. The police ended up with $705,000 in cash from his properties. This resulted in an audit being done on his finances. The Prime Minister that Gabriel had feared, Justin Trudeau, expressed his condolences after the attack. However, within one day, his entire focus turned to gun control. It was announced that the sale, importation, transportation, or usage of assault-style firearms would be banned immediately. Miniguns were reclassified from restricted to prohibited. Owners were given a 2-year grace period to trash, export, or sell them under a buyback program. About 1,500 models were now classified as prohibited, mainly semi-automatics. Many within Canada were puzzled, with even experts weighing in. They argued that this gun ban wouldn't have prevented Gabriel from getting his weapons in the first place. After all, he already wasn't allowed to own them, and they had been smuggled into Canada illegally, purchased. They noted that the ban wouldn't do anything to address the main problem, which was that the guns were so easy to traffic across borders. Several different court cases began, with them stating that the government had overstepped and targeted legitimate gun owners unfairly. The families of the victims, as well as pretty much everybody, highly condemned the RCMP's response to the massacre, especially when it came to how little they did to warn the public, leading to many more deaths than there should have been. The CBC News analyzed the events, saying that they had observed, quote, a myriad of failures and shortcomings in the RCMP's actions. Criminologists called their response a mess, saying that a massive overhaul was needed when it came to the way that they dealt with mass shootings, noting that the trend of failure had grown pretty apparent over the last few years. Soon after, the RCMP started providing updates on the investigation online, offering condolences on their website. Shortly after the attacks, the signs on Gabriel's denture clinic in Dartmouth were taken down. Obviously, the public no longer wanted the money. Several different GoFundMes and other fundraisers were set up for the victims' families. Sadly, at least one of them was fraudulent, with the guy who started it pocketing all the money. Luckily, it was shut down right before he could do so. The RCMP boldly told Canadian citizens that they needed to be more diligent with these things. Given that gatherings were still restricted due to COVID at the time, many people were left without much to do beyond share their condolences online, whether on TV or social media. A makeshift memorial was demolished in Portapique, which made way for a more permanent one. To this day, no motivation has ever been established in the massacre. Many agree that it was likely the result of several factors in Gabriel's life, all leading to one final rage and paranoia-induced meltdown. The RCMP conducted what they call a psychological autopsy on him, which involved extensive interrogations and interviews of his friends, family, colleagues, and neighbors. They determined that he was an injustice collector, a term that basically defines someone who never lets go of grudges, no matter how petty, and desires some sort of revenge. Several other mass shooters, such as Eric Harris, have been given the same role. To make the RCMP look even worse, many have theorized with evidence that Gabriel may have been involved with them to some degree. Not only was he apparently a very big fan of the RCMP, he had always expressed an interest in being a police officer. Not only that, but a news magazine called Maclean's reported that the lack of investigation into Gabriel's massive bank withdrawals and various other evidence was not only very consistent with organized crime, but also fairly typical with confidential informants for the RCMP. The RCMP denied that they had any association with Gabriel at all. However, the RCMP operations manual itself allows them to lie to the public and even the government if it's to protect the identity of confidential informants. Lisa Banfield, Gabriel's girlfriend, decided to sue his estate, which was valued at more than $1.2 million in total. She said that she was the victim of assault and battery, which isn't up for doubt, and that she suffered from both physical and psychological harm as a result. She soon renounced her right to be the executor of his will. The victims' families have also filed a separate lawsuit against the estate themselves. However, Lisa Banfield was found to have not been completely innocent in the whole thing. It was found that she was one of the people who had been illegally smuggling, or at the very least transporting, the large quantities of ammunition to Gabriel that was used to protect. Her brother, James Banfield, and her brother-in-law, Brian Brewster, were also charged in relation to the smuggling. The lawyer of the families of the victims, Robert Mineo, said that they were all relieved about the charges. He said, "They felt throughout that this was a major piece of the puzzle that was missing. Through circumstantial evidence and some information from the community, they have felt that there was some sort of involvement beyond the killer himself. So this information has helped put their minds at ease, to a point." Still, the police stated that none of them had any prior knowledge of the attack that was going to happen. Eventually, the charges were dismissed. The victims' families came to file another lawsuit as well, this time not against the estate, but against the RCMP and Nova Scotia themselves for their handling of the attacks. That lawsuit, it seems, is still underway. The RCMP announced that they would investigate the officers who fired off the shots at the fire hall in Onslow, the place where they shot the emergency worker. Of course, they concluded that the officers firing the shots were justified and swept the whole thing under the rug. Many other questions have been raised in recent years separate from the police handling. For one, why did the police time and time again ignore Gabriel's treatment towards his girlfriend? Why did they not care when it was reported that he was stockpiling weaponry on several occasions, which were very serious felonies? Why did they ignore that he clearly stated he wanted to do? Why was he able to withdraw hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash at once without even the slightest investigation into his banking activity, even if to only make sure that he wasn't being scammed? Why didn't the RCMP use Alert Ready, their existing warning system for emergencies like this that would have alerted everyone nearby on their phones? Why did they only vaguely post on Twitter, almost as if they were reluctant to tell the public that they were in danger? Why did they make posts on Twitter at all? The area of Portapique was known for having terrible cell reception. Why did they use Twitter in an area mainly comprised of senior citizens who wouldn't use it at all? The RCMP didn't have answers to those questions. On July 28, 2020, the federal public safety minister, Bill Blair, announced that a public inquiry would be held involving the RCMP's abysmal response that day. However, many weren't hopeful. It was unlikely that much would come from it. The inquiry didn't have the power to force people to testify, and the RCMP operations manual still allows the officers to lie, even in situations like this, to protect the identities of their informants. Later on, several court documents involving the case were finally unsealed. In some of the documents were police interviews with several witnesses that claimed that Gabriel had been a known drug smuggler who provided the people in Portapique and a nearby area called Economy with drugs that he smuggled in from Maine. They all knew that he had stockpiles of guns, fake walls in his houses with hidden storage areas, and hidden compartments all over his properties. These hidden compartments, at least, have been confirmed, giving some credit to their claims. Another witness said that he also owned grenades, and a lawyer indeed did find wooden grenade cases at the crime scene. Whether or not he was really smuggling drugs still isn't unknown for sure, but given that so many other details have been confirmed, including weapons smuggling, it doesn't seem to be that far-fetched of a claim. In January of 2022, Gabriel's denture clinic was finally demolished for good. Now, at least the people aren't left with a grim visual reminder of everything that had happened that day. On March 30th, 2023, the Mass Casualty Commission finally released its final report on the massacre. The report was, to put it lightly, very critical of the RCMP. They lambasted them for failing to warn the public of the shooting, leading to many deaths, for failing to be prepared at all for such an attack, for their inflexibility in their operations, and how that they had never displayed any accountability in what had happened. The report listed 130 recommendations for systematic changes, and over half of them were targeted at the RCMP specifically. It was even urged that the public safety minister start an independent review of the force entirely. They also called for the Alert Ready system, which was privately owned, to be nationalized and overhauled to stop crimes like this from happening in the future. Not a whole lot of time has passed since then. Only time will tell if these recommendations lead to improvements, if they're even put into place at all. Once again, thank you for watching my video. If you found it interesting, please give it a like, it helps me out in the algorithm, and feel free to subscribe if you want to see more content like this. These days I've opened up a merch store. There you can get yourself some cool t-shirts and other stuff if you don't have clothes already. If you want, go ahead and follow me on social media. If you ever need to get a hold of me, or if the channel went down or anything, that's the best way to hear about it. I also really appreciate when people subscribe to my Patreon. There you can get videos early, ad-free, and uncensored. Channel memberships are up too, and you can get most of the same benefits on there as well. Once again, this has been your host Kyle. Thank you, and good night.
Juicero. It was the world's first cold press with Wi-Fi, health, wellness at the press of a button. Doug Evans, Juicero's founder, compared himself to Steve Jobs in his pursuit of juice. Google and Kobe Bryant would invest over $120 million into the startup. It was going to be the Keurig of juice, one in every home, an idea worth billions of dollars, or at least that's what Doug Evans thought. Instead of this pithy Silicon Valley success story, Juicero would turn into a modern-day Shakespearean tragedy, and it was all thanks to one YouTube video. Certain roads in the United States represent entire industries. You know, the stock market, you got Wall Street, and when it comes to startups in Silicon Valley, it's sand. Ambitious founders with crazy ideas can take a roll of the dice and maybe strike big, and Doug Evans would arrive on Sand Hill Road with starry-eyed dreams of juice. Now, Doug didn't quite fit the mold for an investable entrepreneur. He was just a graffiti artist from New York City who had ran a cold-pressed juicing bar for a couple of years. Though what he lacked in business knowledge, Doug knew with juice. He was obsessed with it, and his pitch to all the investors, a $700 machine that makes an 8-ounce glass of juice. The juicer would be small and simple. The fruit would be organic and hand-selected and shipped in a pouch. And at the press of a button, the juice would pour out. It would solve the biggest pain point of cold-pressed juicing, which is the mess. Because once you were done with the Juicero, you would just throw away the pouch.
There's nothing to clean.
And the investors drank the Kool-Aid, or the green juice on this idea, and would write Doug Evans a $120 million check. But without even seeing a prototype of this juicer. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? They may be asking, Vince, that's a lot of money to give someone for something that didn't even exist. Now, Silicon Valley knows that about 75% of all the businesses they fund, they're gonna go broke.
VCs have a business model. It's called raise a fund, try to make a bet on 10, 20, 30 companies, and push all of them very hard, because if one can actually get through, it will pay for all the others.
It's really just an odds game. Though if Juicero was gonna be a hit, it could be a $20 billion business just like Keurig. So with this $120 million in his checkbook, Doug would get to work developing the Juicero in what startups call stealth mode, or in secret, for the next 3 years. After laboring away for 3 years with 12 prototypes, and even after one prototype blew up in Doug's apartment and nearly caused the building to collapse, the Juicero was unveiled to the world, and oh boy, was it a beaut. We're riding the Juicero hype train, baby, we're going. Meet the Juicero, a Wi-Fi connected, QR code scanning DRM juicer. Juicing was hard, but with Juicero, that was easy. Now, right out of the gate, Doug Evans would take his Juicero across the country to spread the good word of juicing. Totally non-controversial celebrities that are loved by everyone universally, that have never had any public scandals. You know, like Gwyneth Paltrow's Goop brand, Ivanka Trump, Dr. Oz. Medical experts from around the world would all endorse the Juiceros all over their social media. And Doug was becoming quite the celebrity within the valley.
Literally, it's juice.
Though Doug would fall into the trap that many Silicon Valley CEOs often do, where they start to think they're the reincarnate of Steve Jobs. In a podcast promoting the Juicero on CNBC, he said this:
I'm going to do what Steve did. I'm going to take the mainframe computer and create a personal computer. I'm going to take a mainframe juice press. I'm going to create a personal juice press.
The Steve being Steve.
The Steve, yeah.
He literally thought he was the Steve Jobs of delusion. And although everything seemed so bright and happy on the outside, internally at Juicero, things were falling apart. Doug's passion for juicing, which was what started the whole company in the first place, was becoming his downfall. As you would probably expect, Doug was a vegan, though he was the kind where they need to tell you all the time that they're vegan. But not even that. He was a raw vegan, where you don't eat cooked vegetables. Because cooking veggies, I looked this up online, kills the vital life energy inside of it. Back at Juicero's headquarters, his employees found Doug's passion for veganism a bit too overwhelmed. Doug would constantly yell and scream at employees who put milk in their coffee and tell them that they were sucking down cow pus. Okay, now this part is wild. So when employees started to notice a cockroach infestation at the Juicero headquarters, you know, where they package up all this fruit bags. And rather than getting something to kill the bugs, Doug would create a catch and release program for all of the insects bugging people in the office. You weren't allowed to kill bugs at Juicero's offices. Imagine your boss watching you catch a cockroach, making you take it outside and release it into the wild. Imagine that. wild Doug Evans was. So remember when I said Doug Evans thought he was Steve Jobs? Doug then started to take more pages from Steve Jobs' book. Doug refused to give up ground on his own employees' expertise, often getting into screaming matches over the smallest details. And this would cause Juicero to hemorrhage all of the top talent they had. They would churn through a CFO, a COO, and a VP of operations within a year. And in spite of all the funding and talent pool that they had in their early days, Doug's massive disagreements led to legendary volumes of exits and firings. Here are some of the amazing Glassdoor reviews talking about Juicero. Hire a real leader instead of a maniacal CEO. Nastiest C-level managers you could imagine. I know 4 people who were threatened physically by top management. Now, when things just couldn't seem to get any worse, they did. The independent reviews started coming in about Juicero. And oh boy, did people have a lot to say about it. Reviewers complained about the Juicero that it had to be connected to Wi-Fi to work.
There are all these steps. All this thing does is clobber a juice packet.
So if you had no internet connection, for whatever reason, you're not getting any juice for the day, buddy. So in order to juice, the Juicero had to scan the QR code on the bag, verified online with the database that it was a legitimate Juicero product so it could even make the juice. And then if the Juicero bag was 1 minute over the expiration date, the thing wouldn't even juice the bag. Now, while all of this kind of seems pretty insane, Doug did have a valid reason for this.
I didn't want a Wi-Fi connected machine. That wasn't my vision. I'm not a millennial, but in 1997, when Odwalla had people die from drinking raw juice, I didn't want to risk anyone ever getting sick from having a raw product.
And while I understand where he's coming from, the only reason this happened to Odwalla was because they didn't pasteurize the juice at the time. So why not just pasteurize the juice? Then you won't have to deal with it. Then the reviewers complained that the only way to use your $700 juicer was to sign up for a $35 a week subscription for 5 juice bags. There was no other way to use your juicer. Now that price tag of $700 was one of the most common complaints, and why was it so expensive? Now Doug had this intense Steve Jobs-esque perfectionism that caused him to make the best machine he possibly could, which in this case was a bad thing. Now normally a startup first makes what's called an MVP, a minimum viable product. It's made as quickly and cheaply as possible to receive feedback, but it's mainly to see if there's even a market for that product, so you're not spending tens of millions of dollars building something no one wants. So keeping that in mind, here's another quote from one of the first reviewers. Doug set out to make a great product, not a minimum viable version like most startups launch. Now again, with the machine being at this mind-boggling $700, Juicero lost money on every sale. Now third-party engineers had taken apart the machine at the time and had factored in just the parts cost alone cost $750. They had actually spent so much on the production and manufacturing that just 1 year into the launch of Juicero, the company was about to go broke. $120 million. Poof. So the board would demand that Doug Evans step down because he just couldn't handle the CEO. And they had a veteran of the corporate world come in to try to pick up all the pieces and figure out how to make Juicero profitable. Now, the first thing they did is they would cut the price of the machine from $700 to $400, and he would focus on what Doug Evans should have done from the beginning, which was create an affordable machine for the masses. So the new CEO would hire engineers, designers, and they'd all get to work on making this cheaper Juicero machine that would be the saving grace of the company, that would be priced at $190. Now I honest to God think if they came out with this machine first, I think Juicero would probably still be in business today. But that's not what happened. Now while Doug stepped down from his official title as CEO, he was still going around spreading the good word of his juice. Live Nation started having Juiceros at concerts for their artists, like Travis Scott. Whole Foods started stocking Juiceros at dozens of its stores, and just within a year and a half of the launch, they'd already sold through an impressive 1 million juice packs, with the average machine pressing about 9 packs a week. While this may sound impressive, at the end of the day, it really wasn't enough because Juicero was losing $4 million a month. Even with that $120 million investment, Juicero had spent. They were about to. So Doug would start to find other investors to come in and save the company. And through the stroke of luck and by the seat of his pants, Doug had found a group of investors to dump a $55 million investment into Juicero. Perfect. Juicero could grow and the company turned into a $1 billion conglomerate that we all know and love today. But that's not really how it works. So before the investors from UBS put in their money. They did some due diligence, as you know, you should do for any investment, to see if investing $55 million into this company was worth it. Now, this due diligence could take maybe a couple of weeks, maybe a month before that $55 million would hit that direct deposit on Thursday, if you know what I mean. And this would all happen if everything was cool, if everything went to plan, if Juicero was scandal-free. Though the timing of this investment could have really not been any worse. Bloomberg publishes an expose video that exposes how easy it is to hack the Juicero machine. You didn't need a $700 juicer. You just needed your own 2 hands to squeeze the bag, like a giant ketchup packet. And oh boy, did the media go crazy over this. Juicero became the butt of every joke at the time. Juicero was the Fire Festival of Silicon Valley. So in a last-ditch effort to try to change the narrative and try to save some face, the new CEO writes a press release begging the public to not squeeze the fruit bags. And this is what he says. The Juicero machine pressing is calibrated by flavor to deliver the best combination of taste and nutrition each time. I think you can imagine how the public took that one. You know, this is just some other corporate speak letter nonsense that just made everyone more pissed off. But the worst part of all of this was that this spooked the investors from UBS Bank. After they found out you could squeeze the bags by hand, UBS went running for the hills. Now, Juicero was in flames at this point. Employees were quitting left and right. They had lost control of the narrative, and the media was just tearing them apart. So the board would go to the new CEO to look for answers. Who caused this dumpster fire? And the new CEO would point at Doug Evans. He was blamed for messing with all of the company operations, being a distraction for employees with his insect catch and release antics. The failure of Juicero was put on Doug Evans' shoulders. So with no options left for the company financially, the Juicero board commenced a meeting for one last time. On August 23rd, the board members voted unanimously to shut down the company. They publicly stated they would give all of the customers refunds that they wanted, though one vote was missing from that last board meeting: Doug Evans. He was where the board always wanted him to be. Gone and far away, but not where the board expected him to be. He was in the Nevada desert, tripping on acid, at Burning Man, while his own company was burning in flames. Now, a week after the board had shut down his own company, Doug posted this picture on Instagram with the hashtag peace and love. They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. Now, while Juicero is enshrined in the Museum of Silicon Valley Failures, what is Doug Evans up to these days? Well, he's exploring his raw diet further, but now promoting his raw water cleanse. He's now selling unfiltered, untreated, unsterilized water for $130 a jug.
Halo Infinite and 343 Industries. There are a number of people who will make the argument that Halo Infinite wasn't a financial failure. They'll cite some like random person apparently who might know inside knowledge, who might have said at one point that Halo Infinite did turn a profit.
Well, Halo Infinite's profitable now. It's profitable.
Is it really? Where'd you get that from?
I people. Sources. It's been profitable for a while. Microtransactions all over the place. It's gonna happen, right? Yeah, it's profitable.
I don't agree. I think Halo Infinite cost Microsoft way more money than whatever could have possibly been made back based on how Halo Infinite has performed since its launch. Are things better now? Well, yeah. And I'm sure that there is some money being made through Halo Infinite, but nowhere near covering the costs of what it took for this game to be developed and to come out. And I think to argue against this claim would be silly because I feel like it's pretty straightforward.
I'm in town for not too much time, just passing through, really. But I wanted to look up my old pal, Lester Nygaard.
Oh, sure, I know Lester. You go by your shop?
Oh, first thing, but when you know it, they're closed. Went by the house, too, except turns out he's moved.
No kidding.
So you can see my predicament.
Well, you try calling him?
Yeah, I could do that, but I was kind of hoping to surprise him.
That's Pickle.
Yep. That's your boy.
In a way. My daughter's husband.
They look happy. Of course, no one hangs the sad pictures, am I right? Mom crying, a dad looking angry, a kid with a black eye.
How long did you say you worked for the Tampa DA?
Oh, I didn't say I worked there. Spent some time, that's all. But that's just me, a traveler. Big cities and small towns. Open road. Which is why I thought, here we are, you know, what do you call it, like a tight-knit community. So, I don't know, just ask. So here I am, asking you if you know where I can find old Lester.
Had a case once. Back in '79. I'd tell you the details, but it'd sound like I made them up. Madness, really.
Bodies?
Yes, sir. One after another. Probably, if you stacked them high, could have climbed to the second floor. Yeah. I saw something that year I ain't ever seen, before or since. I'd call it animal. Except, animals only kill for food. This was... Sioux Falls. Ever been?
Went to Sioux City once, back in my scandalous days. But anyway, you didn't answer my question there.
Well, I'll tell you what. You leave me your number, I'll make sure Lester gets it next time he comes in.
Well, that's a solid offer, friend, but like I said, I'm just passing through. Thanks for the pie and the coffee. Haven't had a piece of pie like that since the Garden of Eden.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the 176th episode of Analyzing Evil, featuring Lorne Malvo from Fargo. Many of you enjoyed the episode I made covering the Fargo film that I released last month, so I took that as a sign that it was about time to cover another popularly requested character from the same universe. Now, I'd only started watching the Fargo show recently for this video, and once I saw Lorne in action, he instantly became one of my new favorite villains, which is no surprise considering another Coen Brothers villain that Lorne resembles, Anton Chigurh, is also one of my, and I'm sure many of your favorites too. Though not quite as mysterious as Anton, Lorne is as much a brutal anomaly as he is. And in this video, we're going to attempt to understand how someone develops into a creature like Lorne Malvo, running through all the hints we're given in this show that might clue us in on some of the horrid details of his person, as we examine all the intricacies of the actions he takes throughout this story. Now this is the part where I typically tell you that we have some business to take care of before we go any further, and we do. However, I am especially excited about this sponsor, and I think it's one of the coolest things I've seen come out in recent years, so I encourage you to stick around for a minute to hear about a new app that just launched. Love reading but hate carrying books to work?
俺たちの邪魔をするのは。いける。落とす。そこ。徹底的に高く。これは効いたでしょ。たら結構使える。なんか来たな。信号よ。それ食えるのか。貴様、強化人間の出来損ないが。見込む。行くよ。この距離ならいける。結構使える。一目終わらせる。見込む。それで全力だ。打ち抜く。終わらせる。逃げるの。邪魔。どこ。ここか。これでこの距離ならいける。逃げるの。行くよ。逃げるの。その程度の攻撃。見込む。邪魔だよ。捕まえた。沈め。結構使える。見込む。絶対に落とす。狙う。結構使える。こっちだ。逃がすか。狙う。思い知らせてやろう。潰す。ここからはワイよ。ガンダム X の王の真骨頂。よそに。そこは邪魔。なんか俺がやられるだと。蹴散らす。今だ。止まれない。お前だって止まりたくないだろう。そこ耐えてみなよ。加減はしない。もう終わりかよ。よし、準備完了。これで邪魔。どいて。逃げるの。突っ切る。行くよ。 程度に頑張って。見つけた。あれか。逃がすか。当たれ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。逃げるの。撃つ。これぐらい。行くよ。使ってみるか。左。狙う。逃げるの。絶対に落とす。これぐらい。これはやばいな。面倒だな。邪魔だ。まだ動ける。あれか。へえ、正面から来るんだ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。こいつは効くだろ。こっちは任せ。俺の意志だ。当てる。へえ、正面から来るんだ。結構使える。どこ行く気？行け。この状況をその簡単にやらせるか。叩く。邪魔だ。行く。絶対。どうした？バルバトス。なんか当たりが弱くなったな。やられた分はやり返す。ここからだ。バルバトス。もういけるんだろ。バルバトス、まだいけるだろ。蹴散らす。こっからなんだ。ああ、気にしないで。もう終わりかよ。逃がすわけないだろ。まだ大丈夫だ。バルバトス、まだいけってまずい。俺の意志だ。押されてる。丸にどこからでも来い。近づく奴はみんな灰にしてやる。オルガの体が邪魔をする奴はどこの誰でも全力で潰す。分かってる。俺だって見ているだけじゃない。こっちは任せる。これはやばいな。逃げるの。撃つ。そうだな。まだ止まれない。バルバトス、お前だって止まりたくないだろ。敵を確認。吹っ飛べ。もっとだ。させるか。あんた、僕に渡せなかった。俺に力がなかったのか。仕事終わり？じゃあ畑見に行こうかな。 下手くそな紛争幇助だと正面から来るんだ。避けるな。頼んだ。知らぬ。強化人間の出来損ないが出すか。突っ切る。俺も片付けるか。撃つ。左。でけえ。絶対に落とす。与え。逃げるの。この距離ならいける。何も問題ない。この一撃で終わらせる。行くよ。これが使える。まだ大丈夫だ。あれも片付けるか。よし、サポート逃がすか。仕留めていけ。なんだこれ。正面から来るんだ。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。要するにバルバトス、まだいけるだろう。やってくれる。俺は相手になる。この一撃で終わらせる。どうしたバルバトス。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて命令を守る。外さん。狙う。逃げるの。少しだけ他のマシンとは違う。振り殺しにしてやる。当てる。行け。これ痛いよ。準備はできた。いつでも行けるよ。どうせな。焦っても仕方ない。俺のくすんだ。俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。意識を撃つ。ここは頼む。行け。ここからでも来い。歩く奴はみんな灰にしてやる。お前だって止まりたくなかったか。狙う。結構やるな。丸見え。よし、準備しろ。そこ。もう終わりだよ。隙を見せたる。ここからなら当たる。俺はもう逃げない。取ってけ。みんな、あとは頼んだ。動けよ、バルバトス。まだ動けるだろう。分かった。言っとく。 私の紛争幇助だと。ふざけるな。行け、ここ頼む。この距離なら行ける。貴様、強化人間の出来損ないが。すっきり当たれ。突っ込んでやってくれる。ここからなら何々のこれはやばいな。どのくらいやればいいの？絶対に落とす。これが使える。当ててみせる。何も問題ない。行け。どこ行く気？逃がすか。これ痛いよ。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。よし、準備完了。絶対に落とす。当てる。これでここからでも来い。近づくやつはみんな灰にしてやる。何も問題ない。正面から来るんだ。やらせないよ。行くよ。これですっきり気をつけてね。このまま仕切る。まあ逃がすか。このまま仕切る。すっきりいい的だな。今やらせないよ。この距離ならいける。まだ終わりじゃない。ダメだ。やられた分はやり返す。まだ動け。丸め行け。オルガの命令の邪魔をするやつはどこになるでも全力でもする。止まれない。バルバトスも仕掛けるぞ。お前も来い。ここからでも来い。近づくやつはみんな灰にしてやる。ラストでも蹴散らす。狙い撃ち。ああ、君もう終わったんだ。お疲れ。見せなんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないくらい。先行するから適当についてきて。無理はしなくていいから。戦いのない場所なんて俺は知らないんだ。あるのは自分で選んだ戦場か選ばされた戦場か。どうすればいい？オルガ。アトラが泣き何あれ。先行するから適当についてきて。無理はしなくていいから。狙いはついてる。そうかい。結構使える。見つけた。狙う。強化人間の出来損ないが。取ってけ。へえ、 正面から来るんだ。
B 解除。
当たらない。この距離。右か。
邪魔だ。
まだ大丈夫だ。これ痛いよ。これはやばいな。逃げるの。絶対に落とす。やめておけ。逃げるの。頼んだ。動ける。シュート。このまま押し切る。ここ頼む。どうだな。これが使える。ここからでも来い。近づくやつはみんな灰にしてやる。この距離に。ここはこの一撃ではない。行くよ。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて命令を果たせって。行け。見逃すとでも思ったの。交差が上を詰め当ててみせる。俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。逃げるな。アイラスについてくるんだ。俺たちの勝ちだ。ベルナデット。なんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないから。一人でも十分だと思うけどな。あれも片付けるか。結構使える。簡単に命令がついてる。こっちは任せる。結構使える。宇宙海賊なんざジオンと同じだ。叩き潰してやる。捕まえた。沈め。ユータイプだってスーパーマンじゃないんだ。まだいけるだろう。飛んでけ。絶対に落とす。正面ってなんか当たりが弱くなったな。逃がすか。いい的だね。当てる。僕が何としても飛んでけ。潰す。この距離ならいける。正面か。まだ動ける。蹴散らす。奴の動きを止める。これ落とす。痛いよ。すっきり当ててみせる。逃げるな。ここ頼む。逃げるな。撃つ。変形する。逃がすか。こっちだ。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬ俺の実力だ。逃げるのを果たせ。結構疲れた。俺は負けない。距離を取る。どうやら俺にも力が握ってきたよ。仕掛けるぞ。お前を来い。無駄なストレートになったの。やめろ。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。よし、準備完了。こいつは効くだろう。まだ大丈夫か。君も結構やるな。終わらせようか。終わらせようか。バルバトス、俺らの邪魔をするやつはどこの誰でも全力で潰す。貫け。もしかしてこいつで終わり？父さん、ごめん。 って構わない。俺は俺のやるべきことをやるだけだ。これに乗ってれば体も動くし、余計なこと考えなくて済む。 涙よ海へ帰れ。恋しくて先行するから適当についてきて。無理はしなくていいから。
いうタイプだってスーパーマンじゃないんだ。
正面から来るんだ。射撃で制圧する。行くよ。
強化人間の出来損ないが。
行くよ。まだ動ける。やっとくれる。すっきり。
これで
この距離ならいける。
宇宙海賊なんざジオンと同じだ。叩き潰してやる。
行くよ。あれか。踏み込む。へえ、正面から来るんだ。どこ行く気？当たれ。すっきり。そこをどけ。いい的だね。逃げるの？撃つ。まずいな。押されてる。これはやばい。
叩く奴はみんな灰にしてやる。
行くよ。
俺のガラスボールキャンデル。簡単に
狙う。
首をつける。
いい的だね。大丈夫。これはやばい。式だ。やってくれる。どうぞ。もう逃げない。これが使える。じゃあ行くか。終わらせる。バレない。
どうやら俺にも力が言ってきたようだな。
終わらせようか。
あれだと近づかせないよ。
ごめん。仕事終わり？じゃあ畑見に行こうかな。俺にはできる。 大きな変化はない。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。俺の戦いをするだけだ。隙が多い。ではそいつを前に任せ正面から来る。この期待なら耐えられる。なんでもまあいつも想定より生で決める。正面を確認した。
小細工はなしだ。
設計じゃなくできるって大好き。玉切るか。左だ。行け。デートと衝突する。ターゲット確認。これも自由に徹するんだ。破壊する。カートリッジを。このまで遅い。近づく奴はみんな灰にしてやる。当たれ。カスを出されたか。まだ戦闘は続いている。砲丸弾のエクシアト。作戦成功は間違いない。最後まで気を抜く。ターゲット確認。カートリッジ。破壊の爆発はしない。まあいつこの期待なら耐えられる。防げるか。これもいるな。この距離はあと1機。これさえ食らうものか。お前で最後だ。あと1機。俺は夢だ。避けているつもりか。口するな。どうやら俺にも月が巡ってきたようだな。ここまでだ。獅子の鳥は俺が守るか。状況を確認する。まだ作戦は終わっていない。お前の相手はこの俺だ。分かっていないんだ。破壊する。君は行かせない。こんなことで死ぬものかよ。これが俺の最後の任務か。ヒーロー優位に関する資料を抹消。どこで手に入れた。
翻弄しません。
今寂しさに震えてる愛しい人のその悲しみを胸に抱いたままでビリ涙よ海へ帰れ。
いつ動いてくる。
募る想い行くわ。茜色に染めてく。
やるな。
Yes, my sweet, yes, my sweetest. I wanna get back where you are. 愛しい人よ、もう一度。Yes, my sweet, yes, my sweetest.
なぜ味方と判断できた。憶測はない。 敵を捕捉したジェターク社が紛争幇助と遊んでいる暇はない。ふざけるな。どういうつもりか。排除する。届けるうちに叩く。助かい。俺に構う作戦の優先順位。敵を捕捉した。そこだ。これで十分だ。関すっただけだ。敵の唯一届けるうちに叩く。次を終わった。敵を捕捉した。当たったか。カートリッジ撃せず。そっちだ。ならばここからなら遅い。どこからでも来い。近づく奴はみんな灰にしてやる。届けるうちに届く。カートリッジを追いかせた。やってみるさ。当たったか。俺の技と縁を要請する。これで十分する。忘れたか。俺はもう逃げない。自分のミスは自分で清算する。正面から来る。正面から来る。破壊する邪魔だ。どけ。カートリッジ邪魔だ。当たったか。正面から来る。左が作戦成功は間違いない。最後に気を抜く。ああ、お前の獲物だ。背負わせる。全てを倒す。俺の敵。当たったか。進め。この距離作戦成功は間違いない。最後に気を抜く。わかりやすいから期待なら耐えられると。終わらせてやる。状況を確認する。俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。援護を要請する。どうやら俺にも危機が巡ってきたようだな。想定する。攻撃をやめるつもりか。こっちも本気で行くぞ。まだ作戦は言い切れない。好き勝手にはさせない。感情に従うまでは。よせ。当たった。まだ作戦は終わっていない。援護を要請する。あと一機。まだ作戦は終わっていない。お前で最後だ。よけて。お前で最後だ。お前で最後だ。破壊す。俺の勝ちに。バーにはやられた。これまでか。俺にこのやりしかできない。はしない。 つ動いてくる。邪魔だ。爆発はしない。俺の子供をおとなしくしているから脱出する。俺はまだ死んではいない。直した。準備はできた。できるだけ早く行動に移る。データと照合する。証明を解除する。ああ、お前の獲物だ。装填する。解除する。まだ終わっていない。正面から来る。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。俺は逃げない。避けているつもりか。玉木か。捕らえた。いいか、作戦成功は間違い。最後まで気は抜くな。敵なら撃つ。俺は逃げない。正面から来る。まだ終わっていない。爆発はしない。お前が最後だ。この地を俺に変わるぞ。正面から来る。あ、お前の獲物だ。今の俺は足場に手が全てを倒す。よかったよ、ダブル。ここには砲丸とかできちゃい。俺がいる。邪魔だ。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。お前で最後だ。玉木か。あと一機。さすがにそこだ。状況を確認する。あれか。避けているつもりか。あと一機。破壊する。これは二度と。俺たちの負けだっていうのか。これで何もかも終わりだ。敵を捕捉した。そいつはお前に任せる。言いたいことはそれだけか。ガンダムの見える。証明は排除する。なんだこの機体なら耐えられる。
お加減してる余裕はないんだ。
いつ動いてくる。破壊する。左が
まだなくさして
前に詰める。当たる。
もらうよ。
当たったか。何でもない。いいか行け。いやそいつはお前に任せる。いいかさ勝つために攻撃をやめるつもりだ。カーテンの準備を落とされたか。
そんなところに
たった作戦をやめる必要はない。いいかさ取られた。時にいい気になるのか。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。お前のやめるいつでも仕掛けられる。敵を捕まえた。 俺がコールドタイプとは違うんだよ。俺は逃げる。死にたくなければ手を貸せ。これはよくな。こいつ邪魔をするなと言ったはずだ。その調子でいけ。エキセス当たったか。やらせるか。作戦成功は間違いない。礼を言う最後まで極めこう。打ちますよ。俺が言うとしたよ。爆発はしない狂ったやつを俺は殺す。俺たちも負けだっていうのか。俺自身の弱さが気になった。ヒーローユイに関する資料を抹消。俺たちはジオンの残党狩りばかりをしているのではない。
兵器を戦争を根絶したい僕たちを
いたずらに戦場を混乱させるだけだ。なめるな。当たる。当てる。単調な攻撃だ。まあ当てる。進める。皆さん毒相当がそこか。サイコフレームが共振した。油断するなよ。左隙には行け。もらった。はもらった。ていい攻撃だ。ニュータイプがいないだけでプレッシャーにもなるし。落ちろ。当てる。もらった。なんだこれは。なんだどういうことなんだ。俺は俺のタイプが違うんだよ。あれか。撃て。食らえ。当てる。くっ。もらった。こっちは任せてくれ。進める。行け。排除する。撃て。
頼りにしてるからね。
くっ。サイコフレームが共振した。今だ。貴様。すまない。助かったよ。やってみなければわからん。当てるに
行きます。
もらっていい邪魔した俺の手で決着をつけてるなんだ。やるな。これで全部入番だはダメじゃない。勝つためなら撃て。当てる。そう。あと一押しで勝てる。撃て。どういうことなんだ。ダメ。押されている。赤ちゃんの声が聞こえた。見つけた。貴様。ここで仕留める。
貸してくれ。サントラ。
止められないのか。くそ。何かが足りない。これだけの作戦。相手の司令官は相当の腕利きだな。 ボンドベルに祈祷しろ。奴らの企みを阻止しなくては核の冬が来るぞ。武力介入などいたずらに戦場を混乱させるだけだ。当てる、当たれ、この隙には逃がさん。おお、前、隙には俺は味方だ。どこから邪魔だ。左、こいつもちろんいけるな。やられる。いけ、このとや出るぞ。もちろんそこか。く前、おお、もらくな前、やってみせる。右、前、もらうよ。前、ファイナル、そこか。右、これで十分だ。止めた。邪魔だ。前、あと少しで敵を崩せるはずだ。負ける。もちろんファイナル、もらった。よし、今だ。敵はまたすぐに出てくるぞ。もらった。当てる、撃てと。そうだ。あと一押しで勝てる。皆さん終わりにしよう。こんな戦いもうやめてください。どういう気分だ。若手じゃない。ふざけるな。お前の相手はどういう俺だ。こいつダメだ。抑えている。気がやられていたんだ。これでしまいだ。赤ちゃんの声。俺たちの負けだっていうのか。いいようにやられてしまった。 シーンじゃない。 じゃあ畑見に行こうかな。
だけあってすごい威圧感だ。
フォーメーションだ。逃げるな。この距離ならできる。当ててみせる。当てる。当たれ。行け。やらせないよ。どこ行く気？
GK のモビルスーツがここまで出回っているとはな。
どうすればいい？俺はあれか。行くよ。
受け止めるぞ。
逃がすわけないかこれ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。
俺がやらなくちゃ。
今だ。徹底的にこれは聞いたでしょ。あれも片付けるか。頼んだよ、アジヒロ。これ痛いよ。
この軌道が
分かりやすいな。狙う。対応できる。結構使う。やらせないよ。動け。逃がすか。逃げるの。突っ切る。行くよ。やられた分はやり返す。終わらせようか。ありがとう。これが俺のバージョンだ。最後まで希望を捨てちゃダメだ。耐えてみなよ。こんなもんか。逃げるんだよ。そんなもう終わりかよ。これが使える。我々に来ている神だ。お手伝いします。もう終わったんだ。お疲れ。動け。動いてくれ。頼む。まあこんなもんかな。一人でも十分だと思うけどな。避けられるか。へえ、正面から来るんだ。
行かせるか。逃がすか。
これに乗ってれば体も動くし、余計なこと考えなくて済む。どのくらいやればいい？なんだこれ。
い
先行するから適当についてきて無理はしなくていいからあれも片付けるか。飛んでけ。これって実験のものじゃありません。
ガンダムに逃げる。攻撃してくる敵だ。逃げるんだ。体に機械を埋め込めば強くなれるっていうのか。
これ痛いよ。あれも片付けるか。好きだ。しつこい。うちに何も問題ない。これはやばいな。面倒だな。へえ、正面から来るんだ。逃げるの逃げるの。そこ。悪くない。逃げるの。邪魔。どいて。逃げるの。結構使える。撃つ。今のはまずいな。よし、準備完了。スープを当ててみせる。これぐらいなんだこれ。逃げるの。当ててみたい。助け。今の当たらない。止まれない。お前だって止まると終わらせようか。行くよ。すぐに気にしないで。丸見え。雑魚は無視していい。決着をつけてやろう。とだ。いい的だね。行くよ。当てる。正面から来るんだ。見逃すとでも思ったの。障害が解除する。こいつで終わりだ。俺が招いた敗北だ。こんな俺の手には掴めてるだから止まれない。
体に機械を埋め込めば強くなれる。行け。行くよ。無駄だ。そこ。落ちろ。蹴散らす。逃げるの。落ちろ。届け。踏み込む。食らえない。踏み込む。これ痛いよ。何あれ。先行するから適当についてきて無理は
しなくていいから。
分かったぞ。体に機械を入れるのは強くなれるっていう一撃で仕留めてみせる。ベルギーさせないマニー G 系のモビルスーツがここまで出回ってんだから。
いい的だね。逃げるな。ああ、気にしないで。へえ、正面から来るんだ。まだ終わりじゃない。これはやばいな。
撃てるぞ。避けられまい。
まだ大丈夫だ。逃げるのか。
これはオールドタイプとは違うんだよ。
まだ動ける。
奴を追い込む。
どうした？
ベルリズラム君。
俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて命令を果たせ。見つけた。オルガの命令の邪魔をする。
やりよう。あのジャンプで潰す様はバッテリー切れた。貴様には死んでもらわんとクンタラとしては情けないのだ。
鬱陶しいな。ごちゃごちゃうるさいよ。気合う。よし、準備完了。
俺の手で決着をつけてやる。
ここ頼む。ちょっとやばいかも。
出すためなら何でも
いい
使うぞ。
まだ動ける。
悪いな、ボード。協力してくれ。
やるな。
モビルスーツ系をしても次を売りたかってことがわからないのか。
蹴散らす。動ける。
貴様はいつも正義の殺害してやるような血筋なものだ。この世クンタラの地位向上を求め立ち止まることは許さない。ごめんなさい。
オルガに嘘をつかせたのは俺だ。仕事終わり？じゃあ畑見に行こうかな。バルバトスはバルバトス。チョコの人もだったけど、そういう仮面ってさ、何のために被ってる？目の前だぞ。よし、一撃で仕留めてみせる。それが友人であった者への礼儀だと思ってる。 使いづらいんだよ。
いいか
右出せるか。ストライク牽制する。そんなところに
機械を埋め込めば強くなれるっていう。
左か。これを使いづらいんだよ。あそこにいた。あそこにいた。パワーが足りないんじゃない？あ、いた。
マニーの首にやられてやってくれ。
当たれ。左か。目の前。これ使いづらいんだよ。右。こいつを使うか。予想通りだ。こっちの援護。これ
機体を焼き尽くしてやる。
遅い。落ちろ。損傷が。これ使いづらいんだ。
俺の手で決着をつけてやる。
余命返答ですね。
お前に言われると にされているような気分だ。イライラする。これ使いづらいんだよな。あのジャンプ貴様はバカだ。あんたが敵だって変わりはないんだ。からそうなるのだ。遅い。いだよ。言い切れだな。貴様には死んでもか。お前の力は最初になるような血筋のもの。この世を去れ。やせるか。フュージョンさせるか。させるか。やらせるか。殺さないと人に変わるぞ。当たれば任せた。俺が待ち受けた。なんだ。いいぞ。オルガ、次は俺。どうすればいい？いいけど別に。 正面から来る。遊んでいる暇はない。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。俺よ当てる。分かったぞ。Gセルフ G か。正面から来る。ヘイドと勝負する。いや、この機体なら耐えられる。よし、一撃で仕留めてみせる。それが友人であるですか。マニーのためにやられてやってくれ。戦況に大きな変化が。そんなところにこの軌道が見よけていくつバンク。俺に構わず作戦を優先しろ。遊んでいる暇はない。これで十分だ。破壊する。好きなあのジャンプがまだ貴様はバッテリー切れ飛びだ。破壊する。俺に構わず作戦の決着をつけてやる。こういう使い方もあるんだ。最後まで気を抜く。貴様には死んでもらわんと。クンタラとしてはバッテリー切れだな。ベルマズラの剣邪魔するな。あと一機。好きな多い。広がれ。
おめえ変装ですね。
お前に言われると馬鹿にされている。自分のミスは自分で生産する。全部はそうだ。お前貴様はいつ圧倒的な力をもらって抜くとしてクンタラを見下す。作戦成功は間違いない。最後まで気を抜く。まだ勝ちはしない。それで済むんでしょ。お前で最後だ。簡単にしよう。ただ最初にやるのは自分のものだ。俺は逃げない。これでお前で最後だ。相当する。背中を見せるのか。お前の終わら俺たちの負けだってよ。俺を狙うものだ。俺を戦い続ける。GK のモビルスーツがここまで出回っているとは戦場に出る。 生徒と成功する。リリーナ、俺はお前を殺すはずだった。
サンドロック。
それが俺の抵抗だ。誰よりも戦い抜いてみせる。地球上の誰よりもだ。戦いの中で生き残ること、それが俺たちにとっての生きるということなんだろう。かけた。終わらせてやる。正面を確認した。今だ。状況を確認する。手段を選ぶ暇はない。
戦争をしのぐ平和を信じる。平和を望む心を信じる。
一気にやる。絶対時間が近い。俺はお前を殺すはずだった。なのになぜだ。間に合わせられたはずだ。了解。ヒーロー優位に関する資料を抹消。
か？外しません。これならいけません。これならいけません。これならいけません。出力を絞って。そこは危ないですよ。慌てちゃダメです。まだ時間はあります。しっかり狙います。当たっちゃってもいいですか？これならいけません。あれ、どこの機体なんでしょう。 やるしかない。あなたときっとなんだか私もうまくいきそうです。お願い加速して。ちょっとそんな攻撃効きません。
自分のなるべきと思ったことをもらった。
見えてます。見ていてください。
お前らしくないが、いつもの調子はどうした。
そこは危ないですよ。今です。右から。まだ向かってくる。怪我しちゃったら失敗してばっかり。進んできた。外しません。次はこっち。エアリアル大丈夫。右から。今です。私たちは最後まで逃げません。あと少し。出力を絞って通すわけにはいきません。怪我しちゃったらごめんなさい。どうしよう。
父さんからも
嫌です。
お前からも
私が受け止めます。エアリアルそのまま手に入らないから。なんだかうまくいきそうです。雰囲気が変わった。なんだクールさん調子悪い。エアリアルなら直撃。
敵を包囲する。
まだできるのか。ありがとうございました。
見ているだけで
私とエアリアルは負けません。これくらい。あれどこの機体なんでしょう。スーツもガンダムですか？
プライドだけじゃスレッタ・マーキュリーには勝てません。
ウエルさんエアリアルあなたときっと掃除いい気がしません。
俺は目を背けない。
よく見て狙います。飛べる動ける。あれが相手ですか？そこは危ないですよ。チュチュ先輩ここはお願いします。任せてください。当たっちゃってもいいですか？ありがとうございます。ダメです。任せてください。そこから援護できそうですか？ここまで来たら絶対に勝ちます。正直いい気がします。勝ちます。外します。あと少し。もう少し。しっかり狙います。次はこっち。
お前らしくないな。いつもの調子はどうした？
直撃。みんなありがとう。ダメです。あと少し。そこから援護できそう 見えてます。勝負はまだついてません。しっかり狙います。やっぱり強い。でもエアリアル、次はこっち。約束したんです。ミオリネさんの誕生日まで私負けません。雰囲気が変わった。
もう逃げない。
まだできるのに。調子なんとか勝てました。
あなたは見ているだけです。
だからお母さんはいつも正しいんです。進めば2つ。
今寂しさに震えてる愛しい人の
まだ敵と決まったわけじゃありません。
操縦者の技のみで俺の望んだガンダムではない。
任せてください。どうしてグエルさんはエアリアルをまっすぐ向かってくる。来ないでください。今です。私はここです。ここで買い止めろ。いいですか。次はこっち。覚悟しろ。
プライドのじゃ俺は目を背けない。
あいつを殺すの。そこは危ないですよ。まだここは準備が。嫌です。当たっちゃってもいいですか。ダメです。エアリアル諦めませんから見てて。他ひどいことしないでください。なんとかしてみせます。チュチュ先輩と一緒ならこれくらい。グエルさん調子悪い。ここからでもやるんだ。
お前らしくないが、いつもの調子はどうした。
みんなありがとう。絶対に当てます。助けてくれる。なんとかなった。出力を絞った。私は当たっちゃってもいいですか。危なかった。間違えて雰囲気が
俺だって見ているだけじゃない。
私が守ります。危なかった。ちょっとやりたいことまだいっぱいあるのに進める。進んできた。
やるしかない。
当ててやる。まだここの準備が。
やめておけ。この役
任せてください。
気を見せたな。
外しません。逃げたら今です。
近づかせろ。
シュチュ先輩、援護ありがとうございます。直撃。分かった。
狙い通りだ。
エアリアルガラー嫌いは今です。一戦負けながら私たちグエルさんやっぱり強い。あと少し。
お前からも狙い通りだ。
私を前に進ませてくれる優しい魔法使いなんです。慌てちゃダメです。まだ時間はあります。逃げたら1つ、進めば2つ。お母さんと私の合言葉。ガンダムは医療で人を救うモビルスーツになるんです。怪我しちゃったらごめんなさい。出力を絞って。約束守ります。絶対に負けません。お母さんはいつも私を前に進ませてくれる優しい魔法使いなんです。逃げたら1つ、進めば2つ。お母さんと私の合言葉。まだ敵と決まったわけじゃありません。間違いないです。外しません。まっすぐ向かってくる。私が食い止めます。ここからでもチュチュ先輩、ここはお願いします。左。まだここの準備が。あれ、
お前らしくないな。
右から
いつもの調子はどうした？
任せてください。直撃。
隙を見せたな。
見せました。当たっちゃってもいいですか？私に合わせてくれたんですよね。これならいけません。通すわけにはいきません。チュチュ先輩、どうしよう。
俺だって見ているだけじゃない。
みんなここからでも
覚悟はできてる。
来ないでください。怪我しちゃったらまだいっぱいあるのに急いで戻らないと。絶対に当てます。見つけました。そんなことしちゃダメです。届いて。出力を見ていてください。ミュリネさん、バッチリ見えてます。クエルさん、やっぱり強い。でもあれエアリアル、これならいけません。どうしよう。あと少し。私が守ります。次はこっち。みんなあと少し。怪我しちゃったらまだ向かってくる。出力を絞って。私たちは最後まで逃げません。危なかった。飛べる、動ける。まだ向かってくる。ここまでかよ。待ってください。もう一度お願いします。
よ。そいつはお前に任せる。当たったか。敵を捕捉した。装填する。この火力など落とせる。よくできた攻撃。俺が構わず作戦の優先しよう。これか。装填する。左側正面から来る。左側いいですね。俺は逃げる。正面から来る。敵なら俺を巻き込む。正面から来る。遅い。よせ。お前は部活だ。二段損傷達成。一時撤退する。まだ戦闘は続いている。機体の内部にダメージが。今の俺は足手まとい。兵と勝負する。一気にやるな。一気にやる。落ちろ。制される運命に。そこだ。短か。だがどうだ。これは俺の願いだ。まだ作戦は終わっていない。爆発は最強願おう。そいつはお前に任せる。モザイクはなし。そうだ。遅い。俺は逃げる。これで作戦成功は間違いない。倒すは俺の責任か。ただ単に俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。俺の戦いをするだけだ。俺は逃げる。全てを倒す。破壊する。終わらせてよ。この火力なら落とせる。反撃の隙は与えない。爆発はしない。兵と勝負する。遊んでいる暇なら貴様の時にヒーロー優位に関する資料を抹消。モビルスーツ敵を捕捉した。あ、お前はやられた。正面から来る。正面から来る。敵を捕捉した。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。投げるぞ。装填する。この機体なら耐えられる。遊んでいる暇はない。届けるかなってた。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。装填する。簡単に敵を鬼を合わすとか感情に従うまで正面から手を貸してもらいたい。正面から来る。で そいつはお前に任せる。これは俺の。こいつだけは他のマシンとは違う。炙り殺しにしてやる。時ならば撃つ。時ならば撃つ。ああ、お前もやるのか。俺の戦いをするとき破壊する。左側届け口を叩く。本当に人のものでよし、敵の血の毒。攻撃をやめるつもりはない。破壊する。頼んだ。使えない。貴様さえいなければ。ああ、全員の車に型をつけるとするか。こちらラインを頼む。そろそろこっちも本気で行くぞ。爆発はしない。あと一機。あと一機。俺が守る。そうそうお前に任せる。こちらラインを頼む。こういうこともできる。避けていくつもりか。こいつだけは他のマシンとは違う。二人全員殺しにしてやる。ダメージが大きい。なんとかする。東京は俺が来た。任務成功した。何を言っても逃げるだけは悪いな。次の作戦の指示を待つ。 俺が守る。 だが他のマシンと違う。炙り殺しにしてやる。お前で最後だ。全部殺す。俺の狙いは俺の戦い続ける。どうやって生きてきた？コロニーがあるのか？
今寂しさに震えてる愛しい人の
オズの新兵器なのか？
悲しみを胸に抱いたままで
本当に分かっているのか？この時の重さを正面から来る。あれか。正面から来る。俺の戦いをするだけだ。弾切れか。爆発はしない。敵に撃つ。左だ。遅い。こんなと言われるつもりは。よく説明するか。装填する。援護を要請する。仕留めてみせる。爆発はしない。左だな。進め。排除する。カートリッジを。左だな。援護を要請する。正面から来る。データと照合する。感情に従うまで制圧する。援護を要請する。右か。敵に撃つ。食らうものか。隙が多い。正面から来る。爆発はしない。右か。避けているつもりか。戦闘この一撃で制御か。作戦をやめる必要はない。排除する。ああ、お前は装填する。左だ。これは俺の。やっておけ。遅い。当たってくる。その調子でいけ。装填する。ああ、お前の選び。投稿を狙い通りだ。俺は倒すから俺の罪すべてを通す。俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。隙間で止める。正面から来る。仕掛ける。データと照合する。爆発はしない。データと照合する。全員の車に肩をつけるとするか。届けばあと一機。今の俺は足りない。破壊する。あと一機。これでも食らえ。いい人がまでを来い。近づく奴はみんな灰にしてやる。玉切れか。援護を要請する。これで最低。お前で最後だ。よせ。助けを求めた覚えが。今それだ。次は俺はもう逃げない。お前で最後だ。この壁から落とせ。俺が招いた 自身の弱さの原因だ。飯野優衣に関する資料を抹消。先行するから適当についてきて。無理はしなくていいから。やってくれる？狙いはついてる。行け、当ててみせる。へえ、正面から来るんだ。助けになる。突っ切る。行くよ。こっち。まだだよ。これはやばいな。何の問題？バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。取ってけ。まだ終わりじゃない。どのくらいやればいい？面倒だな。突っ切る。これぐらい。まだ動ける。狙う。行くよ。行くよ。行くよ。ここ頼む。逃げるの。撃つ。ここ頼む。よし、準備完了。へえ、正面から来るんだ。この距離ならいける。こいつがどうだ。こっちだ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。これでこのまま押し切る。逃げるの。当然俺の罪だ。俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。いいのからでも来い。近づくやつはみんな灰にしてやる。バルバトス、逃がすか。絶対に落とす。逃がすか。逃げるの。当てる。まだダメだ。やられた分はやり返す。行くよ。決めるよ。止まれない。お前だって止まりたくないだろう。もしかしてこいつで終わり？いいところで終わりなのかよ。なんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないくらい。
適当についてきて無理はしなくていいから。なんか来たな。
命はこの世界を支えているものなんだ。
あれか。逃がすか。これで。これ痛いよ。ああ、痛いんだ。結構使える。遅い。そんな攻撃なってる。どのくらいやればいいの？逃がすか。やってみるぞ。あれか。逃げるんだ。行くよ。暗いな。この一撃で狙う。しつこい。どこを見てる？ここ頼む。この距離ならできる。これが使える。右か左。へえ、正面から来るんだ。行くよ。当てる。今のはまずいな。よし、準備完了。あれか。突っ切る。このまま押し切る。狙う。丸見え。丸見え。押されてる。止まれない。丸見え。そこ耐えてみない。もっとだ。仕留めてみせる。使ってみるか。何も問題ない。大丈夫です。まだいけるだろう。丸見え。よそ見よ。やらせないよ。よし。まあ余裕。撃つ。これはやばいな。チェス。捕まえた。沈め。見逃すとでも思ったの？見逃すとでも思ったの？やらせないよ。やらせないよ。これぐらい。丸見え。逃げるの。突っ切る。ここから。もしかしてこいつで終わり？バーニャをやられた。これまでか。ありがとな。あれだとして。 死なない程度に頑張って飛んでけ。やらせないよ。
僕なら
やらせないよ。
使いこなせる。
バルバトスまだいけるだろ。やらせないよ。あれか、これぐらいまだ後ろこっちは任す。見つけた。蹴散らす。絶対に落とす。どのくらいやればいいんだ。逃げるの？狙う？行け。まだ動ける。へえ、正面から来るんだ。撃つ。出力上げるぞ。結構使える。逃がすわけない。これはやばいな。当ててみせる。撃つ。撃つ。当たれ。あれか。ここから当たれ。当たれ。突っ切る。行くよ。使ってみるか。当たれ。もう逃げない。飛んでけ。当てる。ここ頼む。まあ下がってていい。
僕は助ける。
この一撃で終わらせる。突っ切る。仕切る。救ってくれる日。右か。行くよ。
誰にも奪わせはしない。
逃げるの？ザコは無視していい。見逃すとでも思ってる。当たらないよ。突っ切る。当ててみせる。潰す。これなんだ。ごめん。どこしたバルバトス。まだ戦えるだろう。
そんなところにいるか。
潰す。突っ切る。
当てる。
絶対に落とす。ここ頼む。蹴散らす。いい的だね。行くよ。使ってみるか。
させる。行こうガンダム。僕たちがみんなを救うんだ。
止まれない。
ここで決める。
もう終わったんだ。お疲れ。
撤退しましょう。これ以上は。
なんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないか。さっさと終わらせよう。へえ、正面から来るんだ。何あれ。死なない程度に頑張って。どこ行く気？どこ行く気？あれも片付けるか。これはやばいな。
風を集中
かこいつ
火力で押せば
結構使える。まだ動ける。行くよ。飛んでけ。行くよ。これが使える。あれも片付けるか。狙う。ここ頼む。どうすればいい？俺が行け。行くよ。
遅い。
絶対の死だ。正面から来るんだ。逃げるの？ でけえ。これが使える。ここもう一つ。見つけた。狙いはついてる。へえ、正面から来るんだ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。絶対に落とす。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。分かった。ここはお前に任す。ケチです。本物の仕切ろう。当てる。ここに張りができてしまうのはまだ作ってくれる日か。君の言い合わせはしもうやめようよ。終わらせようか、バルバトス。もう逃げない。どこ行く気？逃がすか。使ってみるか。何しよう。やられた分をやり返す。これが使える。バルバトスについてくるんだ。これ痛いよ。このまま押し切る。痛きも結構だね。行け。止まれない。俺もバルバトスもちょっとやばいかも。もう一撃行く。私の中に生まれた光。俺たちの道だ。なんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないから。行くよ、届け。落ちろ。邪魔だよ、あんた。落とす。邪魔だよ、あんた。落ちろ。
全てを焼き尽くす。
下がってていいよ。俺が何とかするから。なんだ死なない程度に頑張って。どこ行く気？どこ行く気？でけえ。飛んでけえ。ここからなら当たる。狙いはついてる。
と引きずり出してやる。
でけえ。あれか。なんだこれ。突っ切る。行け。当たれ。わかりやすいな。行け。絶対に落とす。どうすればいい？俺だ。気をつけてね。正面から来るんだ。何も問題ない。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。行く。
そんな攻撃が
すか。当てる。狙う。逃げるの。邪魔だね。
けるだろう。突っ切る。奴の動きを止める。緩慢な動きだ。落とす。ああ、気にしないで。行くよ。これはやばいな。どこ行く気？取ってけ。ここからなら当たる。隙を見せました。バトス。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて命令を果たせ。まずいな。いい的だね。ちょっとやばいかも。まあバルバトス、もういけるんだろ。見つけた。まずいな。このままの式ちょっとやばい。狙い通りだ。まずいな。味方だ。まだ動ける。なんか当たりが弱くなるかな。右のストでも置いた。行くよ。頼んだよ。バレない。俺もバルバトスを使ってみるか。まずいな。押されてる。頼んだよ。邪魔をするやつはどこの誰でも全力で潰す。もう終わりかよ。気にしないで。私の中に生まれた死を守るための戦い。終わらせようか。そうだな。まだ止まれない。俺が止める。見せ次はどうすればいい？
回り込んだら
今寂しさに震えてる愛しい人の
何あれ？
その悲しい
一人でも十分だと思うけどな。へえ、正面から来るんだ。行くよ。まだ動ける。雑魚は無視していいよ。よし、準備完了。これ痛いよ。行くよ。こっからなら。
コックピットを引きずり出してやる。
絶対に落とす。行くよ。俺が使える。やらせないよ。これはやばい。奴の動きを止める。正面から来るんだ。進める。行くよ。突っ切る。させる。先には行かせない。やめろ。絶対に落とす。わかりやすいよ。あれか。ここからなら当たる。やるしかない。見つけた。落ちろ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。氷は大田の俺がいる。
私の中に生まれた光。
やらせないよ。なんか当たりが弱くなったな。よし、準備完了。
聞いたでしょ。誰にも奪わせはしない。ライザー。狙う。だな。いい的だね。スキルやってくれる。なんか当たりが弱いんだ。ごめん。バルバドス、まだ戦えるだろう。止まれない。お前だって止まりたくない。俺を包んだ。振られていく。俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。知ってる。こいつで終わりだ。未来はなんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないくらい。あいつらか、俺たちの邪魔をするのは。
届いて。
まだ大丈夫だ。今のはもうなんか来たな。
その悲しみを胸
死なない程度に頑張って。あれか。でけえ。ここからなら
誘い込みました。
見つけた。
引きずり出してやる。
ああ、気にしないで。出すか。雑魚は無視していいよ。いいか。どこ行く気？落ちろ。いい的だね。正面から来るんだ。逃げるの。まだ動ける。ありがとう。今のは結構ヤバかったかも。どうだな。右か。なんだこれ。行くよ。狙いはついてる。いいか。行け。ここからなら当たる。スミス、狙いはついてる。どうだな。まだダメだ。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて命令を果たせ。邪魔だ。バルバドス、もういけんだ。蹴散らす。これが使える。狙う。出力上げるぞ。当たれ。このまま正体は俺がする。今俺が全部背負うべきなんだ。バルバドスも松永の地点を押されてる。準備完了。これいつでも始めたんだろう。ここがオーガンドのレクチャー。俺を救ってくれる光。絶対に落とす。
誰にも奪わせはしない。
スリス絶対に落とす。いけ。まだ動ける。よし、準備完了。そこ絶対的に叩く。逃げるの。やってくれる。もう逃げない。まだには行かせない。動ける。逃すか。行くよ。これで俺たちの勝ちだ。お前の勝ちだ。みんなも無事みたいだな。よかった。 邪魔をするのは。
行くよみんな。
何あれ。一人でも十分だと思うけどな。ジェターク社の紛争幇助だとやってくれる。避けるな。絶対に殺す。当ててみせる。逃がすか。
なぜこんな時に。
まだ大丈夫。まだ動ける。へえ、正面から来るんだ。絶対に残す。へえ、正面から来るんだ。いい的だ。これはやばいな。結構使える。あれも片付けるか。当たれ。蹴散らす。使ってみるか。やってくれる。へえ、正面から来るんだ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。見つけた。あれも片付けるか。やめろ。ここからの隙間。当たれ。突っ切る。当ててみせる。やってくれる。当てる。行くよ。どこ行く気？絶対に残す。距離を取るか。このまま押し切る。左。行け。ここ。行くよ。おかしいな。大丈夫。俺が守る。逃げるの。この距離ならいける。ここ頼む。逃げるの。ああ、いたんだ。ここ頼む。止まれない。
そんな攻撃は
だって止まりたくないだろ。加減はしない。すごいな。もう終わるかよ。この曲でここがオーガンダムとエクシアト。俺がやる。まずいな。押されてる。邪魔をするやつはぜひ誰でも全力で潰す。これぐらい突っ切る。いい。じゃあ行くか。みんな、あとは頼んだ。おお、 行するから適当についてきて。無理はしなくていいから。
火星人風情が偉そうに。
いいガスか。こっちは任せる。
G セルフに似ているのならあれもヘルメスのバラの設計図を作られた。
左。いいガスか。へえ、正面からこれはやばいな。へえ、正面まだ動ける。逃げるの。この一撃で終わらせる。徹底的に高く。これは聞いたでしょ。これはやばいな。邪魔だ。どうだな。逃げる。ああ、気にしないで。すっきり当ててみせろ。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。
爪が甘い。
今のは結構ヤバかったかも。あれも片付けるか。いいガスか。へえ、正面から来る。まだどうした。救ってくれる人。誰にも奪わせはしない。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて命令を果たせ。これなんか当たり前なんだな。逃げるの。油断するの。この距離ならいける。俺はまだ丸目。行くよ。何も感じない人間なの。これはやばいな。ピングする。終わらせようか。アルバトス合ってる。終わらせようか。アルバトスいい的だね。飛んでけ。やらないの。蹴散らす。ザクたちも結構やるな。まだ止まれない。俺もアルバトス。あれみんなストで丸に合ってる合ってる。みんなストでもしかしてこいつで終わり。未来はなんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのが信じられないくらい。戦場がどこだって構わない。俺は俺のやるべきことをやるだけだ。
ここです当てますよ。させません。
何あれ。あんたのこと当てにしとく。見つけた。
あれもヘルメスのバラの設計図を持つ G セルフに似ているのなら解析の違いがあるというものだ。
どこを見てる。貫け。まだ動ける。よし、準備完了。左。これはどう。やらせないよ。こっからならどうすればいい。俺だ。いいガスか。なんだこれ。蹴散らす。やらせないよ。見つけた。こっちは任す。へえ、バルバトスについてくるんだ。行く。ここからならまだ大丈夫だ。あれも片付けるか。行くよ。 ルバトスまだいけるだろ。どうだな。当ててみせる。これぐらいいくよ。これでやらせないよ。この状況を変えられない。正面から来るんだ。欲しいな。大丈夫。
まるで力がみなぎってくるようだ。
一撃で終わらせる。なんか当たりが弱くなったな。出すか。撃ち起こす。痛いよ。いい的だね。なんだこれ。でけえ。絶対に落とす。敵も結構やるな。止まれない。お前だって止まりたくないだろ。丸見え終わらせようか。バルバトス待ってる。終わるわけにはいかんのだ。風のしない。どこ行く気？気をつけてね。よし、準備メインストでまだ持った。こっからなら動ける。
さらに落としてやるよ。
これはどう？これはやばいな。メインストでもやったの。丸めしつこい。徹底的に叩く。
これは砲丸のエクシアン。俺がいる。
バルバトスまだいけるだろう。
なんだというのか。
俺に力がなかったのか。お、仕事終わり？じゃあ畑見に行こうかな。 ついてる。
と引きずり出してやる。
結構使える。狙いはついてる。行くよ。何も問題ない。でけえ。すっきり。逃げるの。
逃がすか。
これなんだ。これ。
逃がすか。障害。材は破壊する。
つかむ。まだ。動ける。好きだか。絶対に落とす。合わせるか。おお、逃げ場はない。結構使える。使ってみるか。まだダメだ。やられた分はやり返す。当たれ。行くよ。止まれない。
私の中に生まれている。
絶対にたどり着く。オルガの目指した場所へ。
何も感じない人間なのに。
なんか手応えないな。もう終わりかよ。逃げるの。
作ってくれる光。
誰にも奪わせはしない。いける。当たれ。離れないのか。動けよバルバトス。まだ動けるだろう。仕事終わり？じゃあ畑見に行こうかな。行きます。塩を送ったつもりか。この遅い。てへい。くそ甘く見るな。もらった。落ちろ。甘い。逃がすか。もらった。落ちろ。甘い。サイコフレームが強振した。今だ今だ。だから最大とは力だってのか。武力介入などいたずらに戦場を混乱させるだけだ。今だとてわっこいつ。落ちろ。もらった。落ちろ。おのれ。おすぎ。サイコフレームが強振した。はは。どういうことなんだ。殴り殺しにしてやる。なめるな。させるか。抵抗するな。撃て。どうだ。くそ。このやー進め。一押しで勝てる。ファイナルガンダムの力はサイコフレームが強振した。くそくそ。ニューガンダムの可能性を見せる。止められはしない。これで圧倒させてもらう。とどめだ。 全部の頃には調査したんだが
翻弄しません。
落ちろ。前そこですか。うわどこからどこから
外しません。
このそこかこの前何が来るんだ。あのパイロットいいところに。戦況が読めているいい作戦だ。乗らせてもらおう。撃て。いた走行があれもサイコフレームの光。
大引きずくの質もガンダム
当てる。撃て。甘い。当てる。走行が隙には前サイコフレームが共振した。
消えてしまえ。とっ
進め。油断するなよ。皆さん見える。あのパイロットいいところにいたな。進め。いけ。この当てる。逃がすか。分かり合う気はないのか。前誘い込みます。このグラップリン邪魔をする。いい攻撃だ。落ちろ。撃て。当たれ。こっちは任せてくれ。そうだ。俺は味方だ。どういう引き締めてかかるか。抵抗するな。当てる。あと一押しで勝てる。もらった。赤ちゃんの声が聞こえた。方法はあるはずだ。いけ。そう簡単にやられてたまるか。分かりやすい。見つけた。見つけた。見つけた。甘い。どういうことなんだ。
私の中に生まれた光。
いける成功だ。情けない。やられるのを見ているだけだった。いいようにやられてしまった。俺はマシンじゃない。
撃つと不安なら俺の後ろから援護をしてくれればいい。正面だと当てる。正面だとやらせるものか。沈め。串刺しにする。当てる。引きずり出してやる。牽制する。今のはいいタイミングだった。邪魔だ。捉えきれまい。捉えた。いけ。うがつ。うわっ。正面だと。邪魔をするな。当たれ。行くぞこいつ。押し切る。吹き飛べ。足を止める。邪魔だ。たあこいつ。これで全て終わらせる。足を止める。やらせるか。なんだこれは。正面だと分かり合う気は。うがく。それは敵対行動か。オーライドッキングも。バカな。こんなところで終わるのか。同じ過ちを繰り返すつもりはない。逃れられるか。足を止める。アイン当たれ。天井を切り裂け。アインこいつ立ちふさがるならアイン頼む。一人ではない。この戦い届け。これが俺たちの力。まだだ。俺が力不足なばかり。まだこんなところで終わるわけには。その仮面俺が暴いてみせると。一体何が終わりにしよう。貴様を倒しこの戦いの中心を打つ。そう簡単に直撃。このまま終わらせるわけにはいかない。そうだろう。奥の手をこのまま一気に蹴りをつける。なんだこれは。
こんな時に頭が痛い。
ダメだ。これではマクギリスには届かない。ここまでということか。分かった。撤退しよう。キマリス・ビダール出撃する。 着をつけるべきだ。やらせるものか。当たれ。援護を頼めるか。沈め。当てる。やらせるものか。援護を頼めるか。来い。こいつ当たれ。左か。そこか。支援してくれ。小賢しい。そう簡単に立ちふさがるなら容赦はしない。後ろからと支援してくれ。右。はい。当たれ。当てる。やらせるものか。捉えた。そこか。すぐ当てる。牽制する。奴らの味方をするつもりか。支援してくれ。うわっ。そこにいるのは分かっている。そこか。援護を頼めるか。今あの動き、私の本気ということか。クリテ。俺がこの戦いを終わらせる。今だ。このまま一気に蹴り。一体何が起こった。
人の中に入るな。
援護を頼めるか。足を止める。俺がこの戦いを終わらせる。今だ。その仮面、俺が暴いてみせるとしよう。導いてもらって。先が来て特別。一体何が起こった。まさかここまで追い込まれることになるとは。これで作戦終了だ。いえ、冗談ではない。作戦終了。これより起動する。隠したがる者が俺の他にもいるとは。正面だと。今だ。この距離だ。もう識別反応なし。アンノーン。少し昔のことを思い出しただけだ。教えてやる。叩き切る。戦いモビルスーツの意味を。戦うことを選ぶ。
援護を頼めるか。逃れられるか。うがて叩き切る。正面だ。剣気をつけてくれ。はい。剣直撃。やらせるか。まだ時間に余裕はある。落ち着いていこう。正面だ。当たれ。叩き切る。牽制する。うがて正面だ。やらせるものか。そんな攻撃すでに見切っている。足を止める。うわっその奴らの味方をするつもりか。捕捉した。無駄だ。今だ。使えばバカだ。そろそろ終わるのか。今度こそ決着をつけてやる。そこにいるのは分かっている。まだだ。こいつまだ分かっている。ここからが本番だ。止められるものなら止めてみろ。俺は突き進む。俺も後に続くとしよう。このまま終わらせるわけにはいかない。そうだろう。もらった。足を止め。あの動き天井を切り裂け。死なせたくない。こいつお前は何が起こった。この俺の足か。この叩きさせるか。行け。邪魔をするな。終わりにしよう。この戦いを叩き切る。これ以上は厳しいか。牽制する。足を止める。まだだ。人がここまで愚かになれるとは。援護。まさか俺はここまでということなのか。俺はあいつには届かないのか。ここまでということか。分かった。撤退しよう。 まあ せる。行け。わかりやすいな。よし、準備完了。行くよ。ここはやらせる。なんか当たりが弱くなったな。まだ大丈夫。まだ動ける。行くよ。こっからなら当ててみせる。まずいな。押されてる。これで終わらせようか、アルバトス。トランプ出動。蹴散らす。ああ、90度サポートはね。アルバトス、まだいけるだろう。させないよ。そここいつで終わりだ。だから俺の力では。まあこんなもんかな。死なない程度に頑張ってね。あれ？あんたのこと当てにしとくよ。行け。こっちは任せる。
俺たち兄弟の方が上だったこと証明してやんよ。
なんだこれ。行け。この距離ならいける。わかりやすいな。
こいつ
正面から来るんだ。行くよ。貫け。邪魔だね。後ろ落ちろ。バルバタス、まだいけるだろう。逃げるのか。絶対に落とす。いい的だね。行け。あれか。やってくれ。バルバタス、まだいけるだろう。結構使える。いい的だね。バルバタス、まだいけるだろう。味方、いい的だね。頼んだよ、タケヒロ。これはやばいな。逃げろ。
そろそろ終わりにしよう。
この意識。
弱えんだよ。
ああ、いたんだ。撃つ。逃げろ。行け。痛いよ。
分かり合う気はない。
ここ頼む。丸見え。出すか。まだダメだ。まだ戦えるだろう。当たれ。ちょっとやばいかも。行くよ。止まれない。俺もバルバトスも好きだ。俺らの邪魔をするやつ、どこの誰でも全力で潰す。バルバトス、まだいけるだろう。逃げろ。なんだこれは。つけようぜ。もう終わりかよ。終わった。じゃあ帰るか。変わらないのか。まあ たちの邪魔をするのは。
行くよみんな見えてます。そこですか。
何あれ。
人工的な手段まで使ってどうして戦う力を得ようとするんだ。
しつこい。こいつ当ててみせる。
優しい
ここ頼む。
得意じゃない。
あれも片付けるか。
あれや
絶対に落とす。行くよ。あれか。飛んでけ。いい的だね。これでどのくらいやればいいの。いい的だね。逃げるの何も問題ない。これはやばいな。面倒だな。まだ終わりじゃない。バルバトスまだ行くか。ここはお前に任す。やらせないよ。へえ、正面から来るんだ。出すか。絶対に落とす。このまま押し切る。いけ。これが使える。なんだ、このまま押し切る。やらせないよ。行くよ。終わらせようか。アルバトス。当たれ。大丈夫。まだ
戦争を根絶したい僕たちは戦う必要なんてないんですよ。
まずいな。
お前の相手はこの俺だ。行け。
止まれない。お前だって止まりたくないだろ。いいもんだ。
聞こえる。宇宙の心が。
ダーテにない突っ切る。俺はまだ死ぬ気はない。みんな捨てる作戦がってことだ。なんか不思議なんだ。今まで俺に尻尾がついてなかったのは信じられないから。次はどうすればいい？
今寂しさに震えてる愛しい人のその悲しみを胸に
これぐらい。何あれ？
涙よ
先行するから適当についてきて無理はしなくていいから。
本当に戦わなくちゃいけないのか。
行くよ。
君だって愛する人がいるのに。
当たれ。正面から来るんだ。
他人間の出来損ないが。
あれも片付けるか。まあ余裕。あれも片付けるか。
人工的な手段まで使ってどうして戦う力を得ようとするんだ。
結構使える。バルバトスまだいけるだろう。結構使える。いいかやらさないよ。これはやばいな。まだ大丈夫だ。狙う。逃げるんですよ。いいか行くよ。頼んだよアキヒロ。やらせないよ。あれも片付けるか。これはどう？絶対に落とす。なんか当たりがいい。
近づくやつはみんな灰にしてやる。
ごめん。俺が言ったんだ。死ぬまで生きて
私は自分の価値を他人に委ねはしません。
止まれない。お前だって止まりたくないだろう。彼はしない。バルバトスうっとうしいな。ごちゃごちゃうるさいよ。こちらからこれはどう？当ててみせる。もう終わりかよ。バルバトスまだいけるだろ。やってくれる？蹴散らすこのまま押し切る。
僕たちは負けられないんだ。
こいつだけは心ばしいぞ。炙り殺しにしてやる。
ラストでも思ってる。
変形する。
戦争しなく平和を信じる。
すっきり。
平和を望む心を信じる。
悪いです。まだ止まらない。作戦に
これ以上は無理か。
これじゃまだ後が泣いちゃうな。
っていません。大切な人来ないでください。当たっちゃってもいいですか？
人工的な手段まで使って
先輩と一緒なら
どうして戦う力を得ようとするんだ。
すいません。まっすぐ向かってください。ここからでも外しません。通すわけにはいきません。これくらい平気です。
やらせない。
このくらい大丈夫？まっすぐ私に合わせてくれたんですよね。動ける動ける。
そちらから狙うか。
外しません。ここからでも当たっちゃってもいいですか？動きがそんなエアリアル右から相手の見ていてください。ミュリネさん、ここでこうすれば決め手にここまで来たら絶対に勝ちます。こっちに見えてます。あと少し雰囲気が変わった。見えなくにはいかないんです。ここで突破強いだけなんじゃ約束守れない。もう一回
どうやら俺にも月が巡ってきたようだ。
次はこっち。
仕留めてみせる。
チュチュ先輩外しません。
消えろってんだよ。
当たった。
沈め。
エアリアル大丈夫？まだ向かってくる。取れる動けるよ。
戦争しなく平和を信じる。平和を望む
敵をやめなさい。私に合わせてくれたんですよね。エアリアルすみません、助けてもらっちゃって。まさか敵の勢いがここまでとは。ありがとうエアリアル。お母さんも見てるかな。
Welcome to Chinatown, a hotspot for tourists and foodies, historic and rich with culture, and a neighborhood that knows struggle all too well, especially right now, according to SFU's Andy Yan.
I mean, right now it's a community under clear challenges, but I think that it's also been one of a neighborhood of sanctuary, those that the rest of the city does not accept, that people have been able to find a certain level of sanctuary here.
Chinatown has always had to fight for its survival. But through it all, people here have persevered with resilience and resistance. This was downtown Vancouver in 1907, a busy place even then. Streetcars on Granville and Hastings, horse-drawn buggies sharing the road with bicycles as they swerved around what the horses left behind. The city was growing quickly, with tens of thousands of residents, a few thousand of them Chinese, who lived just down the street from here in Chinatown.
This was the ghetto where the Chinese were pretty much forced to live because they weren't allowed to live in other parts of Vancouver. The Chinese were really poor, although the majority of Vancouver was poor, right, back then. The Chinese were extra poor because most of the men, and they were mostly men, had to pay the head tax to come here.
The $500 head tax was aimed at curbing the flow of Chinese immigrants, just a few years after the nation had relied on thousands of Chinese men to build the railway. But the anti-Asian sentiment didn't stop there. The Asiatic Exclusion League, founded in San Francisco, quickly migrated north, says Vancouver artist and author Henry Chang.
The Vancouver local chapter was organized by the Vancouver Trades and Labor Council, which was a labor umbrella organization. So they set up their very first meeting in August 1907, and about 400 men came out, white men came out to sign up, including the mayor at the time, Alexander Bethune, city councilors, leaders of the Christian churches.
We let you both live. And you wasted it.
Border carry.
There is
no
Daisy,
sleep. Daisy, give me your answer due. I'm afraid all for the love.
Believe it or not, a lot of people looked forward to this game, but upon its less than favorable unoptimized launch, with a copious amount of bugs, a AAA price tag, controversy with Gearbox, and very mixed reviews, all the hard work in the nearly 5 years of development ultimately met a miserable conclusion. What happened to this game? How did it get to this point, and what is it like today? Well, we're gonna find out because this is What Went Wrong with We Happy Few. I'm Wicked Wiz, being a man of my word and standing inside a Reddit mod's basement for some reason. And before the FBI shows up, I'd like to say a massive thanks to all my new and existing Patreons. You guys help to make these videos sponsorless. We Happy Few is a game set in a fictional city called Wellington Wells, in England, and in the funky form over function 60s. You'll find yourself in a nightmarish dystopian police state where everyone is forced to be unnaturally upbeat and positive every waking moment of their lives, which can only be achieved / enforced via the constant consumption of happy pills called joy. These pills warp reality into a joyful utopia while hiding the famine, decay, plague, and the very regrettable, horrible history behind these townsfolk. If you fail to conform by not taking your joy, wearing tattered clothes, or even simply running about, then you'll be considered a wastrel downer, and if you're lucky, you'll be thrown out into what is known as the Garden District, or just die, because that's what actually happens when you play the game. Now, the Garden District is full of downers and disbelievers just like you. These people are either resistant to joy, know too much, or have gone absolutely insane. They hate people that come from the happy utopia because it reminds them of what they once had. They'll jump you on sight if you look too well dressed, and will label you a tourist. The game has a really cool concept which takes the idea of fitting in to the extreme. It doesn't matter if you're in the parade with all the pill poppers, or in the Garden District with all the downers. If you don't fit in with the crowd, you're an outcast, and you'll be punished for it. We Happy Few takes a lot of inspiration from films such as the 1985 dystopian classic Brazil, as well as A Clockwork Orange, Brave New World, Doctor Who, and even one of my most favorite films ever, Hot Fuzz. The humor in this game is of course largely inspired by Monty Python because it's great and British. In fact, this game, for all of its flaws, did give me a chuckle here and there.
How do I cross that platform without getting electrocuted?
Now make sure there isn't a short circuit Fucking apprentices. They never fucking listen.
The base game is the main focus of this video here, and I can only describe it as a wannabe roguelike survival with a sort of linear narrative story. If that sounds weird, that's because it is. In the campaign, you play through 3 acts, and with each act you play as 3 different characters. Act 1 has you playing as the pencil-pushing Arthur, who's more of a jack of all trades. Act 2 has you playing as the stealthy chemist with a baby called Sally. And Act 3 has you playing as the lovable Scottish tank Ollie, who I managed to beat the game as in a maid's outfit. Anyway, the goal is to escape, but each character uncovers the truth about what's really going on in Wellington Wells. Now, I won't spoil much of the game in this video, but I can tell you for a fact right now that the story is the main thing that got me through it. Not only do you find out what happened after the war, but you uncover the dark truth behind Joy. There are stealth mechanics with multiple ways to approach each quest, and combat that's not all too great, but at times is still quite satisfying. For each character, you have somewhat unique skill trees, with some skills being super OP, like this one here that essentially makes you invisible to all officers after curfew, and actually makes one of the end missions laughably easy. There are also crafting mechanics for chemicals, clothes, weapons, and throwables, somewhat redundant survival mechanics such as hunger, thirst, and sleep, which only gives you a debuff on stamina if you're ever low. Although starving was originally a concept in this game, you just can't starve, no matter how many days it's been. But when you eat food, depending on the quality, you can gain a buff, which is usually quite helpful. Then of course there's joy, which comes with its own side effects. If you take too much, you'll overdose. Once you run out, you'll have a come down. And if you take too much over a longer period of time, you get memory loss, which didn't seem to have any long-term effects, at least in my playthrough. And the quests are, well, we'll get into that a little bit later because I've got a lot to say about the questing system in this game. But to understand what went wrong, we first need to take a look at where it all started. Our story with this game begins with a small but passionate Canadian game development company called Compulsion Games, founded all the way back in 2009 by a man named Guillaume Provost. This company had a humble beginning, starting off in Guillaume's house, and from the very beginning they had plans to make their own games, but in order to achieve this they also worked on external projects such as Darksiders and D&D Daggerdale, but still they managed to work on and release their first ever game called Contrast. It was an interesting film noir style puzzle game set in Paris, where you play as either a little girl or her imaginary friend who can traverse between the Shadow Realm in a 2D platformer experience and 3D environments. But the reviews that came after its release weren't all too positive, rather mixed in fact. The style was loved, but the gameplay and repetitive puzzles didn't seem up to par, and this wouldn't be the only time Compulsion Games would experience a similar kind of response. All credit to the company though, as they took it on the chin and tried something else, because shortly after Contrast, they began work on We Happy Few, a concept that was fantasized by Guillaume and the team's interest for both British film and TV. From their experience with Contrast and the limitations as well as the lack of replayability that typically comes with puzzle games, Compulsion wanted to create something more roguelike, something that you could play multiple times, and something procedural but different to all the other survival games out there. They also didn't have much in the way of funding, so making a game like this would be more cost effective. There wasn't much of a story to the game at this point either, although it's clear that they've always wanted to add one, but they decided
人私の目指す名人がある。俺だってまだ俺は鉄火団の意地を見せてねえ。くらえよ、そこだな。4本あるんだよ。動きが鈍いぞ。まだ敵は撃ってねえんだぞ。高く舞い上がれ。このブレイドの国をついてこられるか。やってやるぞ。当たれ。また勝ち戦だ。手は抜かねえ。このままやるぞ。最大終わったのか。当てる。終わった。そこ。逃がすか。蹴散らしてやる。当てる。バラス。回り込め。かねえぜ。直撃した。かねえぜ。そこ。うまい。そこ。前を固めろ。ついに申し訳が立たねえ。どこまで任せられる。我慢くらい。やってやるぞ。そこ。俺を落とした終わりにするつもり。ガチ以来の勝負。手は抜かねえ。乗り越えてみ。このままやるぞ。動きが鈍いぞ。蹴散らしてやる。どうなっているか。私には共に戦ってくれる仲間がいる。朝ね、お前で最後死ぬまで生きて命令生きてみろ。いいこと。おいしいとか全部持ってかれんぞ。追い詰めたってのによ。違うといえば立ちが悪い。敵を撃つ。それも決闘。それだけだ。よかったな。
あんたは生きてる。
そうなんですか。ああ、近づきすぎんなよ。リアクターを感知されたら一発だからな。しょうがねえ。ライドを援護するぞ。ケツを叩いてこっちに注意を引きつけろ。ああ。ライドはどうなった。
三日月たちが向かったって。
がおとりになる。アキラ。団長に報告を入れろ。急げ。了解。お前らはアキショを頼む。
ダメっす。まだ意識が戻りません。展開にしたい。あ。
俺たち。
中ネズミともか。絶なものを失うぐらいなら俺はまともさなど捨てる。生まれ変わってまた出会えたら脳みその代わりに藁でも詰めてんじゃねえのか。女だろうが金だろうが思うがままだ。前の船はおとりだ。後方の船に攻撃を集中。来ます。あくまで時間稼ぎだ。なるべくゆっちり果たせ。さあまだ仕事は終わりじゃねえぞ。三日月担いで逃げてやんねえからな。ガンダムグシオンリメイクフルして行くぞ。そりゃあいねえ時点でなんだ。なんだよこいつ。生きてる。死に損ない。この意欲駆除の手でやれるとは違ってきた。
Gundam finally reunited with his brother, Masahiro, but it comes at a great price. I was so convinced that
ダメか。あいつを人質に後ろの白いやつを。マサヒロそのまま抑えてよ。命をかけてもただのおとりで
にすらなれない。煮ても焼いても揚げても食えないゴミクズだよ。こいつ走行の隙間を狙ってんのか。なんだよこいつはよ。
俺の使い方分かってきた。なんだ変だな。なんでこんな気分に。これは
ふざけんなよ。おい、お前楽しんでるだろ。人殺しをよ。はもう死んでほしいよ。
俺が楽しんでいる。まあいいか。こいつは死んでいいやつだから。
Oh yeah, I don't wanna do your dirty work no more.
Welcome back to the channel, folks. So I've been rewatching The Sopranos over the last few months, and just finished the series again a few weeks ago. It's a show I didn't get into until long after it finished airing, mostly because my family didn't have HBO for like the longest time. While I liked the serious storytelling and drama of the show, what really got me loving it was just how funny it could be. The antics of Tony Soprano, his family, and the rest of the North Jersey crew would always have me laughing my ass off. It wasn't the usual mob story or crime drama I was used to, and I kinda regretted missing out on the series back when it was airing. The Sopranos centers around North Jersey mob boss Tony Soprano, as he tries to balance running his criminal enterprises, his chaotic family life, while also dealing with his own personal grudges. Played by the late James Gandolfini, the series would explore Tony's character, his inner conflicts, moral ambiguity, and vulnerabilities, both through his actions and through his therapy sessions with his psychiatrist, Dr. Melfi. With excellent writing, one of the most groundbreaking lead characters ever put to screen, and a strong ensemble cast of memorable characters with their own storylines, is it any wonder so many consider The Sopranos one of the best series put to television? It's just too bad that its video game adaptation couldn't live up to that pedigree, as The Sopranos Road to Respect is a bland, uninspired, and boring-ass game. One that had me mentally checked out through most of my playthrough. As a heads up, I'm going to assume most of you watching have seen The Sopranos, so I'm not going to explain who every character is that shows up in the story. That also means if you've never seen the show, now's the time to leave the video, as I'm going to be spoiling quite a few things. The Sopranos Road to Respect is an action-adventure beat-em-up developed by 7 Studios and published by THQ. Released on the PS2 in November of 2006, the game's story is set in between seasons 5 and 6 of the show. In a similar vein to both of the Godfather games, instead of playing as a character from the show, you know, someone you'd want to play as, like Tony Soprano, or even Christopher Moltisanti, in Road to Respect, we're playing as original character, Joey LaRocca. While made up for the game, Joey does have ties to the TV series,
as he's the bastard son of Salvatore Bonpensiero, aka Big Pussy. Before discussing Joey, let's talk about his father. By the way, I'm mostly going to refer to him as Puss or Big Puss, as I'm not sure YouTube will let me say pussy too much without getting demonetized. Big Puss was a close friend of Tony Soprano, working as a soldier under his crew. During the first season, while attending a card game held by Jimmy Altieri, the feds would raid the building and Puss would get caught and arrested after throwing out his back. Bailed out of jail by his wife Angie, he'd be confined to his home on his doctor's orders, while also treating his back injury with painkillers. During this time, Tony would get word from his police informant Vin Malkazian that he's learned the FBI have an informant in his crew, pointing the finger at Big Puss. Tony was uneasy about making a move on his friend unless he had definitive proof, so he sent Paulie to confirm his loyalties and authorized him to take out Puss if he saw a wire.
Why don't you want to take your clothes off?
I got high blood pressure, you fucking idiot. I go in there, I can check the fuck out. My doctor mentioned steam and sauna specifically as no-nos. He said, stay the fuck away from heat.
The encounter at the spa failed to confirm if he was a rat, but Big Pussy's refusal to take off his clothes made him look even more suspicious. It's during that encounter that Tony is visited by Jimmy Altieri, who had also been arrested by the feds. Jimmy acts extremely suspicious and asks about the Colombian drug money his guys stole the episode before, with Tony quickly realizing he's fishing for information. Meeting up with Sil, he explains that Jimmy is the informant, and that Malkazian mistook him with Puss, since in Tony's words, they're both fat bucks with black hair. Tony is then thrown into a panic as he can't reach his friend or Paulie, and is worried that the hit has been carried out on the wrong person.
I can't find Pussy anywhere.
Paulie would show up and confirm he was still alive, but Big Puss would disappear right after, his own family unsure of where he was. After taking out Jimmy Altieri and the issue of the rat seemingly put to rest, Big Puss would resurface outside of Tony's house. He cooks up a story that he was in Puerto Rico getting treatment for his back, and explains that he didn't tell anyone because he caught on that the crew thought he was a rat, and was afraid that he'd be wrongly killed. This is enough for Tony to welcome him back into the family, but Big Pussy was indeed working with the FBI now, as during his initial arrest he was also busted for dealing heroin, so he was facing a long prison sentence unless he turned informant. Put into an impossible situation, as the season went on we'd see his struggles with staying loyal to his friends or ratting them out. When Tony returned from his trip to Italy with the others, he changed the power structure of their organization when he became acting boss of the family, promoting Paulie to capo and Sil to his consigliere. Despite his years of service, Puss was passed over for promotion, and newcomer Furio would be brought on board at the same rank and equal footing as him. Taking this as disrespect, he'd now make a more earnest effort working with the FBI and gathering information on his friends. Tony, after getting a bad case of food poisoning, would have a surreal, sorta prophetic dream, and realize that Big Pussy was working with the feds when talking to a fish.
You know I've been working with the government, right, Tone?
This whole dream thing felt so weird to me the first time I watched it, but it's supposed to be a manifestation of Tony's subconscious, and him accepting what he's long suspected about Big Puss. Searching his home, Tony would find a wire and confirm that his old friend was indeed an informant. Luring Big Pussy out to the ocean on his new boat, Tony, Sil, and Paulie would confront him and get him to admit what he did before executing him.
I'd eat her out when I was down there.
The trio would dump his body at sea and told anyone suspicious of his disappearance that he'd turned rat and was in witness protection. I skipped a few things like that whole mess with Christopher getting shot, but the reason I went over Big Pussy's role in this is he can't hide them when running around. During the same in Saints Row where the ghost of his elder since inside of Satrial was in witness protection. I skipped a few things like that whole mess with Christopher getting shot, but the reason I went over Big Pussy's role in the series is because it plays a big part in Joey's character and story. After he was killed, Tony and the crew would look after his wife and kids, though look after might be too generous a term, as Tony basically roped Angie into taking over Puss's body shop. Being an illegitimate child Puss had with his mistress, Joey wouldn't receive that help and was forced to fend for himself by stealing and robbing people. After trying to rob someone outside of Satriali's pork shop, he'd get stopped and confronted by Tony. Telling the kid to get his act together, Tony takes pity on him and brings him into the crew. While the reasons for doing it aren't really explored, I like to think this is Tony's way of trying to make amends with his old friend by helping his son. Actually, this is Tony Soprano we're talking about. It's less about being virtuous by helping Joey, and more to make himself look good and to feel better about killing Big Pussy. I'm not going to analyze his character, as there's dozens of videos by more articulate YouTubers who break down his character far better than I could ever hope to. So watch one of those instead. Now part of the Sopranos crew, Joey still has a big chip on his shoulder since it's well known his father was a rat. A sore point for him whenever it's brought up by other mobsters, or members of the crew like Christopher. Things get hazier for Joey as he begins to doubt that his father went into witness protection, and was actually killed by his former friends for being a rat. Joey LaRocca doesn't end up becoming this multifaceted character, but he has a solid foundation, and does struggle with some of the things he does in the game, often speaking to the ghost of his dad for reassurance. Yeah. I'll get to that during the story portion of the video. Road to Respect is a fairly by-the-numbers action beat-em-up, with Joey getting into fights with other mobsters, drug dealers, and random civilians who get in his way. Combat makes use of the usual light and heavy attacks, with Joey able to block incoming hits while also grappling his opponents to knock them down to the floor, into a wall or an object around him. While you do have some combo moves to use, they're all fairly basic in execution, and you're not going to pull off anything fancy like you'd see in a Yakuza game. Best the game has are some special moves you can use by pressing the directional button, and then pushing.
There's been hype surrounding the idea of a PUBG 2 for as long as I can remember. Rumors of it being built on a bigger and better engine with hyper-realistic gameplay that relaunched the PUBG name back into the spotlight as the best battle royale ever. But what if I said that PUBG 2 basically already happened, and that its release went so horribly that it's faded into internet obscurity ever since, with almost all mention of it online actively being wiped from the web? Releasing in 2021, PUBG New State was meant to revolutionize the gaming industry. Better graphics, better maps, better guns, better mechanics. And this one would even have its own fully fledged story, with its trailer reaching over 30 million views on YouTube, beating out entire franchises of that same year like Battlefield. And yet, despite gaining over 50 million pre-registers as one of the largest battle royale launches of all time, over 95% of its player base had abandoned the project within the first few months of its release. So what exactly went wrong? How did a game that serves as the direct sequel to the second most successful battle royale in the world go down as one of the worst ever released? And how could that same game be so good that requests for a video on it from remaining hardcore fans have flooded my comment sections for the past year? This is going to be an interesting one. It's March 2017. Brendan Green, known for his Arma mods, along with a gaggle of other developers, have just released PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds in early access for PCs all across the globe. And it has taken the world by storm. The concept was simple. 100 players drop into a war-torn island called Erangel, loot, shoot, and strategize their way to become the last man standing. Known for its gritty tactical gameplay and absurd glitches, PUBG quickly becomes one of the most played online shooters ever. And it was everywhere. YouTubers and streamers simply couldn't get enough of it, and a competitive scene immediately rose to dominate the esports market. PUBG was a hit success. Immediately, the internet was flooded with knockoffs, capitalizing on the success of the newly blooming genre. One of those knockoffs, being released just 6 months after PUBG's early access, was a little underground building simulator called Fortnite Battle Royale. The genre is booming. Battle Royales are the next big thing. Just a few months later, Fortnite and PUBG had entered a year-long rivalry spanning all platforms. PUBG maintaining its dark Splinter Cell gameplay, appealing to hardcore war fanatics who like their shooters like they like their horror games, and Fortnite showing off its lighter themes with more creative freedom, appealing to a broader audience and newer generations, eventually leading to Fortnite coming out victorious and PUBG fading out of the limelight. However, on mobile, PUBG had won by a landslide, heavily appealing to demographics in China and India, gaining tens of millions of players within months and dominating the charts, beating even Fortnite across all platforms. It's amongst this mobile hype that Krafton, through an interview with Bloomberg in January of 2021, announces their plans to expand the PUBG universe with a brand new installment to the franchise. That's right, franchise. PUBG was meant to have more games and maybe even a movie, releasing an entire in-world documentary laying the groundwork for the Battlegrounds lore. Which, don't get me wrong, sounds like a fantastic idea. I've been obsessed with PUBG ever since it released and have dreamed of getting a movie based in this dark atmospheric world. They've just handled it weirdly. Instead of mass-producing new game trailers with proper new lore in it, like League of Legends, which seems to be the vibe they're going for in terms of lore dropping and world building, PUBG has been a bit scatterbrained with its releases, prioritizing collaborating with KFC rather than building an actual cohesive story that would keep audiences engaged. Also, it certainly doesn't help with the whole Fortnite winning the Battle Royale of Battle Royales and kicking the original PUBG into oblivion. But a new spark of hope has ignited in the eyes of fans with this new announcement, and hype begins to build. PUBG has a chance to retake its PC throne, and a brand new installment to the franchise focused on lore and tension could be exactly what it needs. On February 24th, 2021, PUBG New State was officially announced, and a pre-registration trailer dropped. Fans were ecstatic. Futuristic guns, electric cars, drones, deployable shields, new map, new gameplay. It looked amazing. This is exactly what PUBG needed. It was new, it was fresh, it was another free-to-play mobile game. Wait, what? The community exploded. Let me clarify. The PC community exploded. Meanwhile, the mobile community was silently getting hyped. You see, PUBG Mobile wasn't developed by Krafton. Krafton had handed off the development of PUBG Mobile to a large Chinese tech company named Tencent, using one of their in-house studios to port the game to the mobile platform, while Krafton managed the PC and now console versions. And under Tencent's control, PUBG Mobile had begun to diverge. It had become full of absurd collaborations and special events, and colorful cosmetics and in-app purchases, all of which allowed it to thrive under a market dominated by games like Fortnite. But it left the die-hard PUBG fans starving. PUBG New State's biggest selling point was that the original PUBG team was returning. That's what made the mobile community hyped. PUBG, at its core, was back. And with PUBG Mobile predominantly profiting Tencent, it makes sense that Krafton was using New State to reclaim the PUBG name on the mobile front instead. Suddenly, New State wasn't exactly sounding so bad. In fact, this was looking good. And with PUBG Mobile recently being banned in India, New State was looking really good. And on May 19th, Krafton had yet another big announcement. Closed alpha testing was beginning in just a few days, open to the US. PUBG New State was slated to be the next big battle royale, and it was officially releasing November 11th of the same year. Over the next few months, several more teasers and trailers would release, including map walkthroughs, alpha highlights, feature announcements, and most importantly, more cinematics. The Fall of Troy released August 31st, and it was our first true look into the brand new world of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It was dark, brutal, full of anarchy and mayhem, focusing on a plot of corruption and destruction. Troy, a once epicenter for technological development, had been overtaken by factions constantly at war, now turned into Battlegrounds by a brand new mysterious organization, just like Erangel. There was something bigger here at play, and it left everyone wanting more. There were even promises of being able to play out the lore in-game by unlocking cosmetics and characters in each faction and completing in-match missions for more lore. PUBG New State had crossed 10 million pre-registrations within just its first 2 months, and gained another 7 million up until now. But there was one final event that solidified the hype of New State and guaranteed its title as the next-gen Battle Royale. On October 22nd, 2021, Krafton released the official launch trailer. It was perfect. The trailer gained 31 million views in the following months, surpassing the original PUBG Mobile trailer by an entire 12 million, becoming one of the most viewed mobile game trailers ever, and even surpassing mainstream game titles like Battlefield 2042's trailer. It even revealed brand new mechanics like cross-team recruiting when you downed an enemy, or bringing your teammates back from the dead. And at the very end of the trailer, the biggest reveal of them all. Erangel was back. And despite PUBG Mobile re-releasing in India at this point, PUBG New State had set the stage to be one of the most successful Battle Royales of all time, not only retaking the mobile throne from Tencent, but reclaiming PUBG as the dominant Battle Royale. All New State had to do was simply walk out on it. And on November 10th, over 50 million pre-registered people readied up to drop into the brand new Battlegrounds. But nothing could have prepared them for what followed. On November 11th, 2021, the next-gen Battle Royale released worldwide. Players who had stayed up all night eagerly downloaded the app, booted up the game, and geared up to launch into the new Battlegrounds. And it was loading. Oh boy. Krafton issued a statement. Due to a large inflow of users in a short time period, some users may be temporarily experiencing login issues. We're looking into resolving this issue swiftly. Thank you for your patience. You've got to be kidding me. It would be an entire 2 hours before players could finally log into the game. Some having to wait entire days. Some people literally could just never play. But for those who are fortunate enough to be able to log in, load into a match, and drop into the brand new Troy and Erangel, the game was full of bugs. Great. There were rendering errors, severe resolution and frame drops, freezing, disorienting audio bugs, XP wasn't showing up, the premium battle pass simply couldn't be purchased, crates had absurdly low odds of getting anything you wanted, and sensitivity was all over the place. It barely even worked on iOS devices. It was a mess. It also had higher tech requirements than PUBG or COD Mobile, requiring iOS 13 or later instead of iOS 9 or 11. The game hadn't differed enough from PUBG Mobile to warrant a massive switchover. Critics criticized the game for its lack of new features and bulky mechanics with slow response times. Sure, the map was different with more texture and detail, with new dynamic features like deployable shields and drones and post-death revives, and a shop with currency to buy new weapons and gear, but besides that, it was the same thing as PUBG Mobile. The feel of the guns, the way the armor systems worked, the style of the map, the intense gunplay and battles. It just felt like an overhaul of PUBG to make it fresh and new, while sticking to original core features of the PC version through its movement and graphics. It's almost like that was the point of it. But with all the glitches and server disconnects, it was simply another average Battle Royale game. Wait, there's ragdoll physics? Never mind! Best Battle Royale game ever! No, like, really. Krafton worked diligently to repair the server issues and graphic errors, making the game better day by day. And after a few weeks, the game was mostly playable for everyone still interested. In fact, it was fun now. The movement was slowed and it felt like you had to drag your character, making you feel the grit of the world and get engrossed within the battlegrounds. And unlike most players who value the immediate response times to allow quicker movement, I like it. Plus, with the graphical improvements, the battlegrounds felt realer than ever. The weapon upgrades made the game feel more tactical, and the new map of Troy was dense with new mechanics and battlegrounds locations. The revamped rundown version of Erangel was a refreshing new experience, giving the old Erangel a brand new context and feel that you just couldn't get in PUBG Mobile. Plus, the higher tech requirements allowed higher detailed features like glass shattering in windows, doors fracturing, and dynamic environments. and being able to recruit enemies that you had downed was such a new and interesting mechanic, leading to plenty of unexpected cross-teaming, which changed the dynamic of the game entirely. It was fun, it was dynamic, it was tactical, it was funny, it was PUBG, and it was everything that PUBG as a franchise could be. And after seeing it compared side by side with later releases like Apex or Warzone, which had to be shut down within a year of its release, New State's release felt like a miracle. I get that the first few days were rough, but that alone wouldn't have left a game this solid to fall off of all social relevance and practically every face of the earth within the matter of a single month, especially after this much hype. So what exactly killed PUBG New State? The demise of a game like PUBG New State is extremely hard to dissect. One, because it's a live service game, meaning it's constantly updating, or at least was, so all of the issues with the original release are no longer apparent and are only visible in older recordings or articles about the game. Two, because it's a mobile game, a lot of news outlets refuse to report on the development or state of the game, leaving almost all evidence of its progression within the old YouTube videos spread far and wide that actually feature the game. And three, because it's essentially dwarfed by the existence of PUBG Mobile, just confusing search results from PUBG Mobile in 2021 rather than New State. But from the little bits of information and articles that I could find, PUBG New State failed because of three distinct reasons. The first, a majority of existing mobile YouTubers had contracts specifically with Tencent, meaning the biggest mobile figureheads to represent the game were the ones actively saying it was bad. Which, yeah, having virtually zero prominent content creators make content on a game that already serves as the underdog in comparison to the original hit title that still dominates the market, that's certainly one way for your game to die. In fact, a lot of the community blamed New State's own small content creator program, the A Squad, for the game's death, saying that they ignored or brushed off criticism, saying it's not their job, and made the community feel unheard or silenced. A prominent member of this content creator group, going by the name of Stormy, released a really touching video back in April of 2024 discussing how he felt entirely ignored by Krafton whenever he brought the community's criticism to them in genuine efforts to make the game better. And he felt even more ignored when any cheater that he reported was simply never banned. Which explains why the game would see a large rise in hackers and cheaters just like Apex or PUBG. This is another reason these games die. Both the community and the content creators need to feel heard in order to justify them continuing to support a game. The final issue I saw most frequently is that the lowest graphics setting in PUBG New State looked awful, while the lowest graphics setting on PUBG Mobile was still fully playable, despite both games being built in Unreal Engine 4. Mobile games need to be optimized for a range of devices for them to be successful. A next-gen Battle Royale needs to be playable on more than next-gen devices. This is the same flaw that ultimately led to Warzone's demise as well. It's during the creation of the A Squad group that PUBG New State changes its name to New State Mobile, rekindling small ashes of hype as word gets around that they might be bringing the game to PC. A move that's never been acted upon. The game also, over time, noticed a shift from the passion of making a new lore-driven dynamic Battlegrounds experience to desperately trying to copy what other games were doing more successfully to attempt to stay afloat, like adding more and more cosmetics, where they may have spent a little more time adding physics rather than fixing all the bugs that still plague the game in lower-end or iOS devices. But it's within that final comment that the true reason why New State failed, and the most obvious at that. Mobile gaming is an extremely competitive market, especially with corporations like Tencent running it from behind the scenes. When New State was announced, PUBG Mobile was already 3 years old. By the time that New State had released, another entire year had passed. That's 4 years that PUBG Mobile had time to solidify itself within society and culture as the mobile Battle Royale icon, with over 1 billion downloads worldwide and billions of dollars in profit from in-game cosmetics. And with PUBG Mobile now being a soulless, fluid, all-consuming entity, anything that made New State new, with its own distinguishable personality,
We have no foundation. It's about time.
Yeah, it's fine.
If you say so!
Whoa.
Nick. Now this would count as intel, right?
Holy shit, that's a lot of
Have you
cocaine.
ever seen this much cocaine in your life? That's gotta be worth what, 10, 15,000? Oh, I blew it. I blew that, didn't I?
Don't inhale.
Grab the box and I'll scoop it in.
I really don't want to touch it. I don't have sleeve gloves.
Yeah, get something to... I'll scoop it in.
So bitter.
Empty the dust buster.
Go.
Thinking that on account of the dust. Get it.
Colin.
Picking. Get it.
Well, I've heard of butt floss, but this is ridiculous.
Get it.
Is that what you
You know, look how fast I'm picking out this scrap. Super.
Very good. Very, very good dump.
Take a quick dump and I'm gonna do push-ups. It's like Fred broke into.
You're doing a total waste of time.
So why do you have so many haters saying you're renting your car as cope, right? When I bought any car, people were saying rental. When I bought my first i8, they said rental. When I bought my first Lambo, they said rental. My first SVJ. No dealership in the fucking world is gonna let you rent a car that has 250 miles on the dash. They'd lose more money because the $3.5 million car with 250 miles, if they were to rent that to me and I were to drive it thousands of miles, they'd probably lose close to $1 million at least off of the value because it's no longer.
Shut up, bitch!
Welcome to the Bubba YouTube channel. Guys, we have another AMU Alpha Male Universe episode, so be sure to buckle up. Well, guys, we have Vincent Fisher, Burnt Ramen Head, and this character is a classic in the AMU. It's actually been a while, I think over a month since we last checked in with what he was doing, but recently he was utterly stretched out by Greg Doucette and John Bravo. These guys cooked the shit out of him really bad, so much so that he got in his feelings and made almost a 20-minute long video where he addresses all of the haters and tries to expose our lies. It's gonna be a wild one. We're gonna be reacting to it live, so it's gonna be my raw reaction to everything. If you want the AMU to spread, then be sure to smash that like button. So let's get in the flow. Stay together, let's get bubbly with it, and let's get this show on the fucking road.
So there's a new asshole in town, lying to all of his fans to try and scam them out of millions of dollars. The Russian Sharmuta, the penthouse, the cars, it's all based on a lie.
You see, the funniest thing about leveling up in life is this. The moment you start doing things other people can't imagine for themselves, they don't ask how you did it. Instead, they try to convince the world it isn't real. Recently, a couple YouTubers made some videos about me, Greg Doucette, and a couple others that needed a title and a thumbnail to stay relevant. They claim that I lie about my income, that I scam people, that my cars are rented, but that the entire thing is fake. And in this video, I'm gonna do something they never expected. I'm gonna show you the entire truth. Not only the real numbers, not only the real cars, but the business that makes me $700,000 every single month, and how I built it from absolutely nothing.
Alright, there's no way I just can't comment on that goofy ass cornball looking suit. It's just the strangest thing with Vincent Fisher, right? This is not the first time he's appeared in an outfit that just doesn't fit him, right? He says he's worth 10, 20, 30 million dollars, but bro literally never has outfits that fit him. They're always like too small in the arms, they look stretched out, they just look weird. It's just the strangest shit ever, right? I mean, I would think that you can find a fucking person to tailor your suit if you are worth that much money, but hey, I guess I'm not that alpha male life coach. I mean, the tie, okay, you know what? I'm done talking about the suit. It's already annoying the shit out of me, right? I just never trust anybody with broccoli head, right? Broccoli hair, broccoli head, same shit, right? But I don't think he's gonna actually show any bank statements, any type of like car payments that he owns all this bullshit. It's probably just gonna be like screenshots of his business that can probably be easily manipulated in terms of metrics. But let's just find out.
I want you guys to feel where I'm coming from, so I'm gonna take this back to where it all started. 17-year-old Vince. High school dropout. No money, no status, no game plan, just a dream. I knew I was meant for more than traditional education and working a 9-to-5. And I can't explain this, but I had a desire to inspire with absolutely nothing to show. I mean, look at me. I look like a string bean, right? And guys, the truth is at this level, absolutely everybody loved me. I was relatable, I was safe, I was non-threatening. And guys, my first year in the gym, I started making real progress fast. And the truth is, this is when everything started to shift. The people that loved me when I was small, the second my physique started taking off, the envy kicked in. The love became hate. The support became jealousy. And I remember being so confused. I was like, guys, I'm the same kid that you guys were cheering for, telling to keep going. Where did I lose you guys, right? And the truth is, they want you to do good, but they don't want you to do better than them. I remember when the discrediting came in. That's not natural, which I was at the time. He didn't do it in that time frame. I remember losing my mind to show these people proof, to show them dates. And my mom told me, Vincent, no matter what you do, these people have decided that they're gonna dislike you. And that was almost a freeing statement, that I couldn't change everybody's mind. That's not even what this video is for. I'm not here to change your mind. I'm here to give you another perspective. I'm here to tell you my real message, which is self-improvement, and that anything is possible if you put your mind to it. Now,
Anything is possible if you put your mind to it and pay me $10,000 a month and I'll show you the secrets to the universe. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit with like the righteousness, self-righteousness that you want to help people and that's why you're so much better than everybody. I just can't stand that bullshit, right? Sorry for the little rant, but let's move on. He wants to say that he was natty, right? I mean, how many times have we seen that, right? It's just like the whole fitness scene's a big ass scam. It's all ridiculous. ridiculous nonsense. This guy didn't make these gains in 1 year. That is just the dumbest shit I have ever heard. And I'm pretty certain that he did hop on gear because his like traps exploded in size if we want to take him for his word that this was all done in 1 year. There's a lot of fit ass people in the Bubba army, so I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna comment down below what their assessment is of that. I really think that he hopped on the gear and that his traps are like very evident of that. Well, let's continue on because the bullshit is just gonna keep stacking higher and smellier.
To name for myself through my transformation, documented absolutely everything about the process, and I grew an audience purely based off hard work. Every single day for a year, I hit 4,000 to 5,000 calories. I remember force feeding until I was about to puke. I mean, sometimes I did puke, I'd wash off and I'd go back to force feeding. I'm training my ass off in the gym for them to just discredit. And I remember it being the most uncomfortable feeling. But on the flip side of the hate and the discrediting, there were people that were curious to learn. You know, they'd go, Vince, hey, what's the routine, bro? What do you eat in a day? What's the diet like? Can you give me tips? And at first I used to give this information away for free. I was like, this is awesome. And then I thought, why not charge for it? Right? I'm a high school dropout. I'm splitting Jack in the Box burgers with my brother. I'm on a mattress on his floor. And that was exactly what I did. I saw big figures online like David Lade selling PDFs. Greg Doucette had the cookbooks. I remember backtracking and thinking, how much money are these people making? What if I do something similar? And guys, this was when I dropped my first PDF. Nothing crazy, but for me at the time, this was life-changing, making thousands of dollars every single month. It was a symbol that it was even possible. After all the failed business models everybody told me to try, the day trading, the reselling, the drop shipping, after failing, trying for months, failing, trying for months, I remember this was like a light bulb moment of like, oh shit, now I know it's possible. My first $20 was more important to me than making 8 figures online. I want you to put that into perspective and understand that. We're gonna show numbers later in the video, but it was just a symbol of hope.
All right, so what I can gather from this minute 43 clip of Vincent Fisher just yapping is that he sold his soul to begin his grift. I don't really have any idea what he's talking about when he says he was on the come up in the fitness scene. Like, I would say I'm pretty tuned in with the fitness community and all that jazz. I never heard this name. I never heard Vincent Fisher be like this megastar name that everybody was talking about. He really is just LARPing. I think he's just like a knockoff John Skywalker, and he's just really pretending that he's that guy. Now, I can believe that he probably did come up with some like bullshit fitness routine and then sold that to like some desperate, insecure men that wanted to make gains, but he wasn't telling anybody the truth that he was actually on gear. And I can't really make any sense of these numbers, right? Like $40,000 in like what, 30 days, right? I don't understand it, right? So if we look at the frequency of the PayPals, $20 every so often, right? Let's just be generous, right? Let's say that he got $500 every single day selling these $20 programs, okay? That would be $15,000 in 30 days. That still wouldn't even come fucking close to what he has on there. You know what? Let's be ultra generous. Let's say he made $1,000 a day, right? So in 30 days, he made 30,000. Still not even close. And that is being beyond, that's just being beyond like ridiculous in terms of maybe seeing how many programs he sold. It's just fucking bullshit right off the bat.
Now, guys, I didn't just take that money and blow it on designer or anything stupid. I took that money and I reinvested into mentors, because the truth is low ticket PDFs was only going to get me so far. I was at $5,000 a month or so, but I took all the money I made at the time and I paid people who were ahead of me. I did something called cutting the check for speed. We have Andy Elliott right here, who I ended up paying later on $100,000 for his Brotherhood. We have Mike Barron right here. I paid $50,000 to for his inner circle to teach me about sales and systems. Brandon Carter was my first mentor. He introduced me to the online coaching game. Boniface taught me about funnels. But I worked hard to get where I'm at. I sacrificed everything to get the knowledge I have. And it's a reverse flip of exactly what happened with the gym. When I wanted to show these people a symbol of what's possible, when I wanted to uplift them in an aggressive brotherhood type of way, all they did was discredit. And guys, around this time, I moved to Miami.
Oh, moving to Miami, right? That's the thing that all these grifter alfalfas do. But before we talk about that, before we delve into that video clip, let's talk about how he decided to pay Andy Elliott to ride his meat. That is just so delusional that Vincent Fisher would pay some gurus shit that you could get from fucking Chat GPT. It is just the weirdest shit ever, right? That these guys, they put on some Gucci glasses, some Gucci panties, and then they decide that they're like the toughest men in the world. Like, what have these guys actually accomplished other than finessing insecure men's money? It's just the weirdest shit. It's just the weirdest shit, man. Like, genuinely, I don't understand like what society we live in. I mean, a lot of it is due to the fact that like money is glorified, like money is king and it rules the world. That's a sad thing, you know, but it's kind of been like that since the beginning of time. But it is just the weirdest, cringiest, most pathetic bullshit I've ever seen in my life. Oh, wear some Gucci glasses and you're a badass. Get the fuck out of here.
Around this time, I moved to Miami, got out of the fitness scene, and you know, for reasons that I've explained on podcasts before, but I'll say here as well. You know, I knew I was no longer natural. What did he say? No, I knew I was no longer natural. I knew that fitness, I didn't have the same passion for it or desire. And I wanted more. I liked helping people. I made 6 figures with online coaching and fitness programs. And what really lit my eyes up was helping everybody else make 6 figures as well. And that was when I started Six Figure Fitness, the group, the community, and the exact company that I run. And everything took off from there, guys. This is my first $100,000 month. Everything changed when I stopped playing small. Now, this is nowhere near where I'm at now, but it's just a symbol of what's possible. I was that same kid, and I'll take you guys back. Skinny, loser, high school dropout, who just wanted to prove to himself what was possible. And I hope this video clears the air and does that for you guys. So the first rumor is that he fakes his lifestyle. Now, guys,
be sure to comment down below if you think bro snitched on himself, because earlier in the video he said he was natural and he made all these gains without the use of gear, but then he said that he can no longer do the fitness grift because he knew he was not natural. So what is it, right? These guys all want to claim they're like Harvard level intelligence, but will literally lose their train of thought and then not even realize that they say something that contradicts what they just said earlier. It's the funniest thing to see. I mean, Azuli does this, Vincent Fisher does this, and other AMU characters. But yeah, be sure to comment that down below. So he decided that it was too much work, you know, to hop on some more gear, try to look even more impressive to continue the fitness grift, because you got to be bigger, juicier, girthier. You get the idea, right? So he wanted to do the whole life coach thing and have the weirdest group of men I've ever seen. I mean, I'm not gonna trust any of those lames with my money. Those guys just look like shady car dealers, right? But you know what? Vincent Fisher, he's basically laid out the origin story, and I really think this is going to be a part 2, because honestly, I can't stomach listening to Broccoli Head anymore. It's going to be like, what, 14 minutes by the end of this video. I can't do it anymore. I'm going to split it up into a second part. I'm going to vomit if I have to hear a goddamn word from this broccoli burnt ramen head one more time about all these lies that we've already dunked on. I mean, he didn't even really show something. Well, he showed like a blurry screenshot, and then he just put some green numbers, green bullshit on the screen, right? Wow, anybody can do that. Wow, we literally live in the age of AI, right? You can just AI everything. That was the dumbest, stupidest, like most ridiculous evidence I've ever seen to support, oh, I'm like this massive millionaire, gazillionaire, guzzler of the crema, whatever. You know what? I'm losing my fucking mind now at this point. I'm just yapping. I'll catch you guys in a future video. Hopefully you enjoy it. If you're new, then be sure to smash that subscribe button and swing on by the Bubba Discord. Till the next AMU episode. Later.
When a troubled young man was awarded with a large inheritance, he decided to travel the world. However, his travels led him down a path that nobody would expect. A path that ended with live streaming an attack on an enormous scale for all to see. This is a story that often goes untold on YouTube, and that's for a couple of different reasons. One reason would have to be the sheer brutality of it. Another reason would be the political and racial elements of it. And a third reason would be that nobody wants to be accused of supporting this guy. So let's just approach this story from a pure documentary standpoint, no opinions really involved. And with that said, let's start at the beginning. Brenton Harrison Tarrant was born on October 27th of 1990. An Australian man, he grew up in Grafton, New South Wales. There he spent the majority of his life, attending school and living with his family. However, this family would come to fracture very quickly, with Brenton's parents, Rodney and Sharon, breaking up and separating while he was still very young. Brenton and his sister went on to move in with their mom at first. Sharon has since said that Brenton changed quite a bit after the separation, becoming much more anxious and clingy, failing to socialize well with his peers. Things were made much worse when Sharon started dating. Her new boyfriend was a man of Aboriginal ancestry who quickly grew violent with not only Sharon but the kids as well. After this continued for a while, Sharon finally took out an apprehended violence order against the man in order to protect the kids. The whole incident likely sparked a bit of hatred within Brenton that would only grow on to fester over time. After all of this happened, Brenton and his sister went on to move in with their father, where it seems things were much more stable for the most part. However, even with this stability, there were still problems outside the home. When Brenton was around 12 years old, he started gaining weight rapidly, which led to a lot of bullying at school. Given the fact that he already had very few friends and struggled to socialize, this more or less killed his drive for school. At some point, he lost his home in a house fire as well, with his grandfather passing away not too long after. It's said that all of this left him fairly traumatized at the most, or with quite a severe case of social anxiety disorder at the least. At school, Brenton's teachers remarked that he was a bit of a strange kid. While he seemed completely disinterested in school and barely completed his coursework, he still seemed very well read and quite smart for his age. They said that he was unusually well versed in historical events like World War II, even for an adult. While Brenton had always been into video games to a degree, it was around this time in middle school that he really started getting into MMOs, massively multiplayer online games, and first-person shooters. His parents were never really too strict with his game time or his internet access, so he spent quite a bit of his free time at home gaming with other people online. Even when it came to school, he spent almost all the time he could on library computers. Brenton started showing some signs of racism around this time as well, going on rants about immigration when he was only 12 or 13 years old. Once he turned 14, he started using 4chan pretty regularly. It was during this period of his life that he first revealed to his sister that he thought he was autistic, maybe even sociopathic, but that was only a personal hunch. He continued to rant about Aboriginals in particular, often referencing his mother's ex-boyfriend to justify his hatred towards them. He started bringing it up so much that one of the teachers at his school took him aside and talked to him on at least 2 occasions about his behavior. Eventually, Brenton moved on to graduate middle school and start attending the Grafton High School. Shortly after his life at this new school began, he was hit with some bad news. His father had been diagnosed with mesothelioma. He had previously worked closely with asbestos, and that had come back to bite him. Eventually, his father became part of a pretty large-scale settlement for victims of the disease, landing him well over $500,000 in damages. Brenton, wanting to forget about what was happening with his father and hopefully end his bullying, started hitting the gym. He quickly lost 52 kilograms, about 114 pounds, and gained quite a bit of muscle. After attending the Big River Squash Fitness Center in Grafton for quite some time, he even got a job there as a personal trainer. It seemed that he might have found his calling, but given what was happening with his father, it was inevitable that things wouldn't remain positive for too much longer. At some point, Brenton's father discussed with him that he would be ending his own life. It's apparent that he had decided to go out on his own terms. He made Brenton agree that he would be the one to find his body. One day in 2010, that plan came to fruition. After his father's death, Brenton inherited the remainder of his money, about $457,000, most of which came from the previous settlement. Brenton, unsure of what to do with himself, dove back into his love of video games to help cope with his father's death. He developed a small group of friends online that he would talk and game with pretty often, growing particularly close with one friend from New Zealand. Brenton, along with the other members of this group, would often speak about their ideologies together, bouncing off one another and only sending Brenton snowballing further down the rabbit hole. Brenton suffered an injury while working out in 2012 and decided it was time to stop working at the gym. Instead, he decided he would use the big chunk of money that he inherited to both invest and travel. He set out on a number of international solo trips, heading everywhere from Europe to Asia. Brenton even found himself traveling with a large tour group in North Korea, where he said that he had a pretty good time. In March of 2013, Brenton found himself traveling out to New Zealand for another trip, this time to stay with his gaming friend for a while. In contrast to his other trips abroad, this time he went with one of the few friends he managed to make in high school. He ended up staying in the country for a couple of months by the end. Brenton, his friend from high school, and his friend from gaming all stayed in Waikato with the gaming friend's parents. It was the first time that they had actually met in person, with those parents saying that Brenton was both polite and kind. That gaming friend and his parents were big into guns. They took Brenton out to a shooting club and allowed him to fire some of their guns. It was the first time that he really had such an experience, and it seemed to have awakened something within him. At the end of the trip, he decided that he would stay in New Zealand for a bit longer even after his friend had gone home. He traveled the country for a little while longer on his own. During that time, he visited Dunedin, a city that he would come to fancy. Then he headed back towards Australia at the end of May. Even after coming back to Australia, he really didn't want to be home. He drove a van around the country for the next 9 months. Not content to stay in Australia, he made his way out to Europe as well, visiting several different countries. One country that he seemed to like visiting was Turkey. However, it was during this trip that he would come to have his first run-ins with real white nationalist groups. He ended up supporting some of them financially, donating a few $1,000s to a few prominent groups in a few different countries, such as Generation Identity. He even talked to the leader of the group, Martin Sellner, and offered to meet him in Vienna. By 2016, Brenton was praising the leaders of many similar extremist groups in Australia as well, regularly commenting on a few of their web pages that have since been deleted. He was also much more active on 4chan at this point, getting more violent and threatening with his content over time. Many 4chan posts have surfaced that are said to be his, but it's hard to know for sure. What is known for certain is that a man in Melbourne filed a police report against Brenton after he wrote, "I hope one day you meet the rope," to him online. The police didn't find that comment worthy of action, given that it wasn't a direct threat, and told the man to just block him. Brenton started to frequent 8chan as well, often seen as a much more extreme version of 4chan, one that has birthed numerous mass killers in the past. Many of these killers posted their own manifestos and other content directly to 8chan, leading to the website becoming very controversial. Brenton was also active on YouTube, where most of the content he watched only reinforced his own beliefs. He created his own little personal echo chamber for himself, absorbing the content day in and day out. He later called YouTube a significant source of information and inspiration. Brenton went to many countries on the eastern side of Europe from 2016 onwards, wanting to see the sites of famous battles between Christian forces and the Ottoman Empire, ending up in Croatia, Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Turkey, and Bosnia. He grew very fond of the Balkans, posting a lot of Balkan nationalist material to social media in support. On social media, he also began to call for the United States to be weakened, saying that their support of Muslims over Christians in Serbia made them traitors. As his views grew darker, so did his demeanor. Even Brenton's own mom noticed a change in his personality around this time, saying that she was concerned for his mental health. On his personal Facebook page, he showed many different photos from his travels along with various different memes and propaganda interspersed between. He shared multiple memes featuring Dylan Roof, a white supremacist killer from the United States who attacked a historically black church in his area and killed numerous people. In one image, Obama is giving him a medal. In another, he is edited to have sunglasses and a smile. Eventually, Brenton decided that he would move out to New Zealand for a longer period of time than before. He arrived in August of 2017, first living in Andersons Bay and then in Dunedin. One of his neighbors there described him as being a bit of a loner, but still very friendly. Brenton had developed a fascination with Islamic terror attacks over the last couple of years. It was during his studies that he began to grow interested in committing a similar attack of his own, just carried out in the opposite direction. For the time being, though, he wasn't quite sure. It didn't take too long for Brenton to get a firearms license there, acquiring it in November of 2017. He started buying weapons shortly after. He bought 4 guns and a load of ammunition online almost immediately after. The shop that he used didn't notice anything unusual about him. However, what they didn't know was that he was illegally modifying the guns after the fact, replacing their standard magazines with much more high-capacity ones after the purchase, something that wasn't allowed under his specific license. He modified some of the triggers to require less pressure as well. In total, he spent over 30,000 New Zealand dollars on guns, attachment, and ammo. He started attending the South Otago Gun Club, practicing shooting there fairly often. At one point, he even landed himself in the hospital after sustaining injuries to his eye and to his leg, saying that he got them by trying to dislodge an improperly chambered bullet in his gun. The doctors also ended up treating him for steroid abuse at the time, and if they would have reported that to the police, then they might have had to reevaluate his right to his gun license, given the risk of roid rage and all. In the end, though, the doctors decided not to report it for whatever reason. Brenton remained unemployed for the entire time he was in New Zealand, disinterested in finding a job. He was content living off of his inheritance for as long as he could. He had invested some of the money, earning him a bit each month. He also bought a rental property with his sister that earned him a bit of income. When it came to long-term plans, though, he didn't really have any idea. He debated on either moving to Ukraine or just ending it all, but he hadn't decided. What he did know was that he would likely run out of his savings by August of 2019. He started to feel that his life would basically be over at that point, so he began to brainstorm what he would do before his time ran out. His mind kept coming back to one answer: committing an attack. After a period of a few years, Brenton couldn't see his life playing out in any other way. He felt solidified in his resolve. He wanted to commit some sort of attack and accepted that it would likely leave him in prison for the rest of his life. Still, though, he felt that it would be worth it. He started to buy more gear, like a bulletproof vest and a helmet. He started to decorate his guns and magazines as well, writing all over them in white paint. He wrote names, phrases, and code words related to all sorts of historical conflicts, mainly those between Muslims and Christians. He also wrote the names of more recent victims of Islamic terror attacks along with the names of killers he admired. Along with all of the other writings was the phrase "remove kebab," which was an anti-Muslim phrase that originated in Serbia. Also included was the number 14 in reference to what is called the 14 Words, a white supremacist mantra. On his vest was a black sun patch. Attached to it were 2 dog tags, one with a Celtic cross and another with a Slavic swastika. Brenton began to survey local targets for his attack. He knew from the beginning that he wanted to attack Muslim targets, mainly mosques, but he wasn't too sure which ones he wanted to target. He settled on a few places of interest, looking them up online. He even went to their social media to try to figure out their floor plans through their photos and look at their prayer schedules to find out when they would be the most busy. Eventually, he started to drive by each of the mosques in person on January 8th, 2019. It has been said that he even used a drone to further map out their grounds. Before Brenton were to carry on, he felt like he needed to do one more thing before he moved on, that being writing a manifesto. Like many other recent killers with similar ideologies, he felt that this would be a prime way to spread his message after the fact. He sat down at the computer at his Dunedin home and began to write. After a while, Brenton had written himself a very lengthy 240-page manifesto, but after a personal review, he just wasn't happy with it. It had been a few months since January, and he knew he wanted to commit an attack fairly soon, so he decided to scrap the whole thing and start over, this time trimming the fat and aiming to leave a shorter, much more concise message. Even then, this new document ended up being 74 pages long on its own. He called this new writing The Great Replacement, a reference to the conspiracy theory of the same name. In the introduction to the manifesto, Brenton talks about how birth rates need to change. He says that birth rates in the West need to reach replacement levels. He laments that no white countries are reaching this level on average. Because of this, he says mass immigration is taking place to fill the void. He says that this will destroy cultures, communities, and nations. He then describes himself, speaking of his childhood, of which he lies and says that he had no real issues. He then speaks of his disinterest in school, and even his investment with BitConnect, a cryptocurrency Ponzi scheme. Failing to mention his inheritance, it seems that he wanted people to think that he had made his money that way, saying that he used that money to travel the world. He wrote, "Just an ordinary white man, 28 years old, born in Australia to a working-class, low-income family. My parents are of Scottish, Irish, and English stock. I had a regular childhood, without any great issues. I had little interest in education during my schooling, barely achieving a passing grade. I did not attend university as I had no great interest in anything offered in the universities to study. I worked for a short time before making some money investing in BitConnect, then used the money from the investment to travel. More recently, I have been working part-time as a kebab removalist. I am just a regular white man from a regular family, who decided to take a stand and ensure a future for my people." He then explains why he is going to carry out an attack, and he lists his motivations very clearly. He says that he is doing it to show that white lands will never be conquered, as revenge for the foreign invaders of Europe throughout history, revenge for Europeans taken as slaves by the Muslims, revenge for those who died in terror attacks, to intimidate foreigners against immigration, to incite further violence, to create change, and to drive a wedge between Europeans and Turks, among others. Finally, he hopes to further increase the political divide in the United States. He hopes that doing so will kill the idea of the cultural melting pot and reduce the power of the US military, which he feels aids Muslims in the Middle East too much. In fact, he said that he chose to use guns in his attack in order to facilitate more debate about the Second Amendment in the US, hoping that more calls to abolish gun rights would cause even more upheaval. He says that he was first motivated to carry out an attack when he heard of the terror attack in Stockholm on the 7th of April 2017. He said that this attack somehow felt different to him. This was because of Ebba Ackerland, a young girl who was run over by a Muslim attacker. He said that witnessing towns in France, in which he said it seemed that white people were becoming the minority, only solidified his resolve. He admits that, while he wasn't a part of any sort of group, he had donated to several in the past. He says that he doesn't want fame, feeling that he will probably be forgotten fairly quickly. He says that he is choosing to target Muslims for a simple reason. They're a large group of immigrants with a strong culture and social bonds that he feels are a threat to his own culture. He said that he doesn't actually hate Muslims, but he does hate white people who convert to Islam. He said that he chose New Zealand for an attack mainly because it's a peaceful place and he wanted to show that nowhere is too safe. Brendan says that he originally planned to attack the Al-Huda Mosque in Dunedin after seeing that they listed their videos on Facebook as being, quote, only for Muslims. He thought that this represented their refusal to integrate into society perfectly. However, he soon found something that he felt symbolized his cause even more. He said that this was seeing a mosque that had been converted from a church, symbolizing the idea of the Great Replacement perfectly in his mind. Brenton was likely talking about the Linwood Islamic Center, although he wasn't quite correct. While the building did look a bit like a church, it had actually been converted from a Baha'i center. The news media very heavily portrayed Brenton as a right-wing conservative, but he claims very much the opposite in his writing. He says that he isn't conservative, saying that conservatism is only corporatism in disguise. He actually says that he could be a socialist, depending on what kind of people were in power. He actually devotes a whole section of the document to ranting about conservatives, writing, "Not a thing has been conserved other than corporate profits and the ever-increasing wealth of the 1% that exploit the people for their own benefit. Conservatism is dead, thank God. Now let us bury it and move on to something of worth." Many news outlets also claim that Brenton praised Donald Trump within his writing. While you could take it this way, Brenton didn't seem to like the man. He seemed to like the idea that Trump might unite white people, but not so much the guy personally. Feeling that people would question if he was a Trump supporter, he says, "As a symbol of renewed white identity and common purposes? Sure. As a policymaker and leader? Dear God, no." Predicting that the media would likely blame his love for video games on the attack, he answers the question, "Were you inspired by violent video games in advance?" sarcastically writing, "Yes, Spyro the Dragon 3 taught me ethno-nationalism. Fortnite trained me to be a killer and floss on the corpses of my enemies. No." He does admit that he developed his views by being on the internet and engaging with content that influenced him. He says that he has read the manifestos of other killers, naming Dylan Roof, but denies that Dylan influenced him too much. He incorporates many calls to action throughout his writing, and given their nature, they can't really be discussed on YouTube. What can be said is that he spends at least half the document trying to goad his readers into committing similar attacks of their own, guilt-tripping them for failing to act in a way that he feels is beneficial to the race. He says that he plans to survive his attack, something unusual for people in his position. He says that he plans to go to trial and plead not guilty, writing, "The attack was a partisan action against an occupying force, and I am a lawful, uniformed combatant." He says that he realizes he will remain in prison forever, or at least until someone kills him. He says that, in the event that the other races do take over, he will end it himself. He ends the document by writing, "Goodbye, God bless you all, and I will see you in Valhalla." The day was now the 15th of March, 2019. It was a couple of months before Brenton was all set to run out of cash. He decided that it was time to carry out the attack that he had been mulling around for a couple of years by this point. After a few weeks of planning, he felt that this would be the day. He loaded up his car and put on all of his gear. He had his armored vest with at least 7 fully loaded magazines in the pockets. He put on a helmet, which was actually an airsoft helmet with a mount for a GoPro camera. He threw several of his guns into the passenger seat of his car and a few more into the trunk. He also had several gas cans in order to use as a part of incendiary devices. Before setting out, Brenton decided that it was time to send out his manifesto. He sent it via email to at least 30 different people, including straight to the Prime Minister's office and to several different news media outlets. It was quickly forwarded to security in a few of these places, but it took them quite a long time to notify the police about what they had found. After emailing it to those parties, Brenton decided to post the whole thing to both Twitter and 8chan as well. On 8chan, he made a whole thread dedicated to his attack. This was because of what he planned to do next, start a full-on live stream of the entire massacre. Brenton started up his GoPro camera and began to film a live stream. He then posted a link to the stream on 8chan, one which led to his personal Facebook page. Posting to 8chan's poll board, he wrote, "Well lads, it's time to stop shitposting and time to make a real-life effort post. I will carry out and attack against the invaders, and will even live stream the attack via Facebook." More than 100 people tuned into the live stream, none of them making a complaint to Facebook or telling the police about what was happening. While others had attempted to live stream their attacks in the past, Brenton was the only one so far to successfully pull it off. The live stream started in his car, with Brenton looking down at the guns and the other gear in the passenger seat. Only a few seconds into the stream, he opened by urging his audience to subscribe to PewDiePie, which was a big meme at the time. This was in reference to PewDiePie's rivalry with an Indian YouTube channel, T-Series. It's likely that Brenton felt this meme acted as a good bit of symbolism for what he was about to do. He left the parking lot and set off on his journey towards a mosque in Christchurch. He began to play music from a Bluetooth speaker attached to his outfit. The first song to play was Serbia Strong, a Serb nationalist and anti-Muslim song. At one point during his drive, he pulled his car over to the side of the road. The audio cut out for a minute. During that time, Brenton took off his helmet and turned the camera around to show his face. Shortly after, he fixed the audio and prepared his gun by flipping on a strobe light attachment on the underside of the barrel. Then, another song, the British Grenadiers, a traditional British military marching song, started to play. Soon after the song began, he calmly parked his car in the driveway of his first target, the Al-Noor Mosque. At 1:39 p.m., he parked his car in the driveway next to Al-Noor. He stood up with his gun in hand and went around to the trunk of his car. He then armed himself with a Mossberg 930 shotgun and a WW-15 rifle before walking towards the mosque. A man on the sidewalk actually turned to look at him, surprisingly showing little to no reaction to his weaponry and tactical gear. At 1:40 p.m., Brenton made his way towards the front door of the small mosque. A man at the doorway turned to cheerfully greet him with an upbeat, "Hello, brother." However, immediately, less than 1 second after the greeting, Brenton pulled up his shotgun and fired 9 times toward the entrance, killing 4 innocent people in the process. It was now that people inside the mosque began to scream as Brenton made his way inside. He threw his shotgun to the ground just inside the entrance and pulled out his WW-15 instead. Then he began to fire towards the people in the hallway, killing 2 men in the process. As one man tried to crawl away, he shot him several more times in the back. With the chaos and the strobe light disorienting his victims, they were left far too stunned to fight back. Brenton moved straight through the hallway to the main prayer hall. On the way, he shot towards a few people who attempted to flee. He then entered into the prayer hall. This was where 2 crowds of people, one on the left and one on the right, were hiding in the corners out of view from the doorway. Helpless to defend themselves, there wasn't anything else they could do. Brenton began to fire at them indiscriminately as they lied on the ground. 1 minute into the attack at around 1:42 p.m., the police received their first phone calls of gunfire being heard in the area. It was nearly this exact time that the Parliament office that Brenton sent a copy of his manifesto to were reporting it to the police. Even so, the police couldn't possibly arrive fast enough to stop the attack. One man, a worshipper named Naeem Rashid, decided that he would do everything that he could do to end the attack. Completely unarmed with little options, he decided to do the only thing that he could. He charged towards Brenton, knocking him backwards in the process. This caused a magazine to fall out of his vest and onto the ground. Unfortunately, Brenton had laid on the trigger during the struggle, shooting Naeem in the process. Brenton then got up and shot him several more times at point-blank range. Brenton looked like he was about to leave the mosque before he heard the sounds of some moaning coming from across the prayer hall. He then turned around and returned to the room, firing into the small crowds of people many, many more times as they remained helpless, alternating between the left and right sides of the room. He picked up the magazine that Naeem had caused him to drop, loaded it into his gun, and headed back to the hall one more time. He then continued to empty his magazine into the crowds of people once again from the middle of the hall as they continued to scream. He He then loaded another magazine and continued to empty the gun into the crowds of people. Then he spotted a man get up and run towards the entrance. He moved towards the hallway and began to shoot at the man as he fled. After the man fell, he continued to shoot at other people within the prayer hall. With the screams growing quiet, he decided to leave. Out of breath, he ran back towards the sidewalk. There, he looked to his right and saw another man running. He opened fire on him as well. Seeing someone behind a car on the left, he also started to shoot towards them. Brenton returned to his car and threw his WW-15 onto the ground. There he picked up a Ruger AR-556 and went back towards the mosque's front entrance. However, this time he walked past the gate and towards the parking lot instead. There he began to shoot at people hiding behind their cars, killing 2 and injuring 1 other. Not content to leave the carnage here, he entered into the mosque one more time. He started to shoot at the people in the prayer hall once more. However, this time would be different. Not content to only shoot from the middle of the room, he wanted to get more up close and personal. He wanted to make sure that he had finished the job. He started to attack the victims at nearly point-blank range, aiming for the head. Hearing one man groaning, he went out of his way to shoot him in the head before moving on to others on the other side of the room. He once again left the mosque, this time running faster than before. Then again he went outside. He saw a woman on the sidewalk to his left from the entrance. He then shot towards her, sending her falling to the ground. He walked closer to her, and as she cried for help, he shot her in the back a few more times. He then returned to his car. Brenton got back into his car, started it, and drove right over the woman's body and back out onto the road. The whole attack lasted roughly 6 minutes, but to all of those involved it felt like hours. Speeding off down the street, he remarked that the attack did not go as planned before chuckling. He stopped the car, picked up another pump-action shotgun from the passenger seat, and started shooting at people as they fled while driving, breaking his windshield and the passenger side window of his car in the process. Out of breath, he started speeding towards his next destination, the Linwood Islamic Center. He drove erratically, honking at people crossing the street and weaving through traffic. It was clear that he didn't want to stop for long at all. He muttered to his audience, disappointed that the attack didn't go exactly as he had planned, but some of his voice was drowned out by the audio on the speaker. He said, "I left 1 full magazine back there I know for sure, possibly more. I had to run along in the middle of the firefight and pick up the mag that fell out pretty much fucking instantly. There wasn't even time to aim good at so many targets. And there's so many people. The car park was full, so there's no real chance." Brenton then heard ambulances rushing towards the scene of Al-Nur. He abruptly stopped talking and slammed on the accelerator. He muttered, "Oh shit," as police cars entered into the street as well. While he was speeding down the road, the live stream abruptly ended for unknown reasons. The police started to arrive at the Al-Nur Mosque just moments after Brenton had sped off. Given that no description had been given for the car he was driving,
From frozen to fresh and everything in between, today one and only orange chicken used to crush.
It needs a sauce or just some.
Literally means small taco in Spanish. The more you know.
Did you guys grow up eating taquitos?
I love taquitos. Our mom always had them. They were the best.
We used to eat these in college a lot. Some people don't know, me and Kyle were roommates for probably longer than I'd like to admit. I kind of like this. It doesn't taste very premium, but it tastes like a good taquito.
The middle honestly isn't that great.
It's not very flavorful.
It's very bland. It needs a sauce or just something to elevate it. I actually don't like the thickness. There's too much corn to inside ratio.
Not bad for what it is, but we'll give it an average C. It's time for the Mandarin Orange Chicken. This one is elite. The pinnacle of Chinese American food. Who is Trader Ming's?
Bruh.
Believe it or not, orange chicken was invented by the executive chef at Panda Express at one of their restaurants in Hawaii. The one and only orange chicken used to crush this back in the day. Let's see if it's as good as I remember it.
I really like it.
For some reason, I'm not loving this. Flavor's good, but there's too much coating.
I love that sticky outside.
There was way too much breading on there.
I love this one. The problem is there's only a few good pieces in the whole batch.
Yeah.
I can see this being a B.
I'd go with a strong A.
All right, let's just vote on 3. 1, 2, 3, B. Wow. I respect it. I mean, people love this. It's an A today. And it's time for the pork pot stickers. These are a Trader Joe's frozen food section staple, and I have to say, once cooked up, they look extremely legit. Got some pot stickers, first meal over $1 a serving. This is great. Really authentic flavor, good texture. I love this.
That's what I was gonna say. These actually taste like pretty legit Chinese dumplings.
The textures are also on point. You get that crispy bottom, you get those nice textures on the inside. I love this.
This one is definitely worth buying. It's an A. And we've made it to Kung Pao chicken. Unlike orange chicken, which technically isn't real Chinese food, Kung Pao is a legit Southwestern Chinese dish, so let's see how it stacks up. Kung Pao chicken.
We're on a Chinese grind right now.
We are. This is incredible.
I also love the textures of this one. You get those peanuts, the vegetables, the chicken, and that saucy sauce.
To me, this is 10 times better than the orange chicken.
I don't love chicken thighs, and this is all chicken thigh. I prefer it with chicken breast.
Kyle.
That's the best part.
Just to be so publicly wrong. Guys, please let us know down in the comments. Chicken breasts or chicken thighs, let's settle this debate once and for all. We will compile the list, let you guys know who won. I think this is S tier.
To be a B for me.
What? Well, I guess we're meeting in the middle, another solid A. Next up, barbecue teriyaki chicken. Hopes are high for this one. This is one of those that is relatively simple, but easy to get wrong if they make it way too sweet or salty, but I have to say it looks very appetizing. I know Kyle's gonna say it's too sweet, but I freaking love it. It's so good.
Best of the day.
This is better than the one we just ate. It needs rice because it's so saucy. What I love is the chicken got a nice crispy exterior and that texture of the thighs, even though I'm not a huge thigh fan.
That crispy char tastes like it's from a grill, so it feels just yummier.
I would give it an A, but I could be averaged up to an S.
Guys, I think this is an S tier.
That's an S for me.
Next up, chicken karaj. I'd put it at about a 5% chance I pronounced that right, but it appears to be heavily breaded with some sort of creamy sauce on the side. What is this exactly?
Japanese karaj.
The sauce situation's sketching me out.
Yeah, I don't like the color of these. Oh.
Nope.
The best part of this was the sauce. It had like a nice citrus in it.
It was tangy, yeah.
These taste like flour that is a little bit soggy.
I kind of like the flavor of it. It tastes like a cheap chicken nugget.
Yeah, but I want it to be more premium.
It tastes like the chicken nuggets that you got at a Chinese restaurant. Texturally, also, the chicken is just meh.
Is it a D?
I was gonna give it a D.
I'd give this a D.
Sadly, it's a D. Be gone. Next up, the chicken chili verde burritos. It's an authentic product of Mexico, so it should be good. I'm actually impressed Trader Joe's imports fully assembled burritos from the source. I mean, it must taste above average, though visually, I'm not convinced.
It's great.
I don't hate it.
It tastes a lot better than it looks. But I had such low expectations based on how it looked visually that I'm not too mad about this.
It really just tastes like flour tortillas with sauce on it. There's no substance to the burrito.
I agree with Sophia. You need more chicken in there if it's a chicken burrito, but the flavor is phenomenal.
I would give it a C.
The flavor's good, but it is missing something. It's getting a C. This one is a bit of a mouthful, but it's the Chow Tom savory and sweet sugarcane skewered fried shrimp and vegetables. It appears to literally be a piece of sugarcane that's skewering the rest of it. Whether this tastes good or not, I'm thoroughly impressed with the creativity of this one. This is easily one of the coolest looking of the day.
It's adorable.
What's this stick made of?
It's sugarcane.
Are you supposed to eat a stick?
This is insane.
This is awesome.
There's so many amazing flavors in here, like lemongrass.
It's pretty average for me, but the flavor is nice.
What do you think?
I was gonna give it a B.
I would have to give it like a B, B+.
B it is, and it's definitely not basic. Next up, Southwest style chicken quesadillas. Unlike the burritos that were specifically imported from Mexico, these do not appear to be, so we'll have to see how they compare.
Way nicer cross section.
Yeah, this is what that burrito was lacking. It's cheesy, way more texture, great flavor.
The beans give it a slightly mushy texture, but I can get past that because the flavor is so good.
I love all the textures in here. The beans, even though they're a little mushy, the corn contrasts it, and you actually get some sustenance in this quesadilla.
I'd give it an A.
I think I'm closer to a B.
I gotta go with an A.
I can live with that. A it is. Next up, the beef tamales. Steamed corn dough wrapped in corn husks. Tamales are one of those things I've always wanted to like. I mean, they're such a fun food to eat, but there's just something about them that's just never been for me. I don't think I've ever had a tamale that I actually enjoy.
Probably also never had a good one. Another example of never having a good one.
It's not the worst tamale I've ever had, but it's that exterior. I can't get behind this one.
I think the texture is kind of satisfying. It's like cornbread. I'm dying to try a really good tamale because I know I'll love it. This isn't it though.
I kind of feel like it's a D.
I personally wouldn't get this one again. I think it's a C. Staying on the Mexican theme, we have chicken mole. It can be bitter, but it certainly has a deep...
For me,
I go B.
I think it's very solid, better than others. They're gonna be a C. We've slight kick to it. It's definitely not like spicy sausage.
I wish it had more of a kick to it.
It's another major potential when done right. I mean, that was a juicy looking snap. I'm excited.
Nice color.
It smells incredible.
Now we're freaking getting somewhere.
Holy cow.
This is a whole different ballgame.
I'm glad we didn't give any other sausage an A or an S, because this is way better than any other sausage we've eaten so far.
I mean, it literally explodes in your mouth.
It was so juicy.
So juicy.
So you take a bite and it just bursts of juice.
Great flavor, cheesy.
1000% the best sausage at Trader Joe's. I don't think you're getting a sausage better than this, especially pre-cooked.
I think this has to be S tier.
This is insane.
Bavarian brats. Well, we've finally arrived at a pork sausage, but these do look highly unique with a very pale color. I actually like this one.
I like it, but I don't love it. I feel like it's a C.
Every other sausage today was better than this. This was by far the worst. I'd probably give it a D.
It's not that bad. I think we'll meet at a C. Chicken soup. It's taken me 32 years to realize I am not a soup guy. Nothing wrong with it, but I would never actively choose to eat it. I like my food solid, but I'll try to keep an open mind. I'm surprised how much I like that.
I really like it. The broth is so nice. It's a little sweet, but also the perfect amount of salty.
It's not too salty.
Super clean broth. I don't like thick, rich soups. This one's great. That's an A for me.
But in terms of soups, I agree. I think this is an A. This one actually looks pretty cool. We have fully cooked pork belly, and it looks like it has crispy skin. I mean, doesn't look pretty right out of the package, but cooked up, I am surprised by how good this looks. Nice caramelization, juicy, and actually seems very tender. I have to say, it is looking significantly better now that it's cooked.
Fantastic.
Super tender.
It's a little salty for me.
A little salty, but pretty well seasoned.
It looked a lot worse in the package, but it tastes pretty good.
I think it's an A.
I think it's an A.
I'd give it an A too.
A very surprising A. Next up, we got 4 types of grilled chicken. So full disclosure, I basically survived off the balsamic and rosemary flavor of these for a solid year back in college. However, I haven't really tried the other massive improvement. Looks very
Get any chicken, and I wish a C.
On with some Cajun style chicken fettuccine Alfredo. I would never think to combine Cajun
sauce on there. I will say the chicken kind of reminds me of the pre-cut strips of chicken, which I don't love.
I love this one. This is probably my new favorite of this section. That's an S dish for me.
I think I agree. It's not healthy. Flavor-wise, that's an S.
I think I gotta go with an A. It wasn't like top for me.
2 S's and an A, make it an S. Got some high expectations on this one. We have the pulled pork, and it claims to be smoked with hardwood. Unlike the sirloin that I was surprised to see in packaged form, I actually feel like pulled pork is one of those things that does reheat well, and it even has a smoke ring. Strangely though, there are some nice big chunks, while the rest looks like pre-chewed ground meat, so let's see.
Very porky.
Try a pre-chewed part. Seriously.
The pre-chewed part is pretty good.
It's great.
Yeah, it's great.
Like if you put a sweet barbecue sauce on this, I think it'd be top tier.
It's like honestly making me feel sick.
I think this is an A.
I'm gonna try to be fair, it's a D for me.
I think it's a solid B.
Can we meet at a B?
A, B, D probably averages out to a B.
Some extremely mixed reviews on this one, but what it means is it's a B. Next up, we have the Greek-style chicken, and this one appears to be a full-on meal. Not the biggest fan of the presentation, but what matters most is the taste.
That's really nice.
Yeah, it's so different. It tastes fresh.
Feels more like it should be put on a cracker versus like eaten as a full, like a.
And we'll save for a different day. Here's what I'm talking about. Literally 10 times better.
It's way better.
It's like incomparably better.
I still like the turkey bacon, but having this right after shows how much better real bacon is.
Flavor is off the chart.
For almost 75 up or have a very lengthy record of one male and one female walking towards the shop's back room at around 9:30 p.m. before disappearing from view. A few seconds later, the man comes back into the camera's view, and it seems as if nothing out of the ordinary took place in the minute that went down between the two clips. A few minutes later, customers alerted the police when they didn't see any employees in the shop, and that's when the cops discovered something horrifying. Lying on the floor of the shop's back room was an Indian woman named Palak, lifeless, who had been pummeled to death by the man in the footage. As it was later revealed, the man who took Palak's life was her husband, Bhadresh Kumar. As the authorities later learned, the couple had been through a series of major arguments in the months leading up to that day. According to court documents, the two of their visas were about to expire in a few weeks. Palak wanted to go back to India, but Bhadresh Kumar wanted to stay in the US, and it looks like he couldn't find a better way to communicate his frustration with the situation than to brutally take his wife's life. After the crime, Bhadresh Kumar was last seen taking a taxi from a hotel in New Jersey to a train station in Newark, but what he did after that is really anyone's guess. To bring more attention to a suspect who might otherwise walk away scot-free, the FBI placed him on the most wanted list. As of today, there's a $250,000 reward to bring the suspect into custody, but almost 10 years after the crime, it looks like that won't happen anytime soon. Alejandro Rosales Castillo. The youngest suspect on the most wanted list, 26-year-old Alejandro Rosales Castillo, has been on the FBI's radar for more than 8 years. In 2016, he shot his female co-worker Sandy Lee in a wooded area in Cabarrus County, North Carolina. A few days later, the female victim's car was located at a bus station in Phoenix, Arizona. As the authorities later found out, there were multiple people involved in the case, with the main ones being the victim, a woman named Amia Pfister, and Alejandro himself, all of whom worked together at a restaurant in Charlotte. During the investigation, the cops learned that Sandy Lee and Alejandro had briefly dated, and after their breakup, Castillo started dating his other co-worker, Amia Pfister. According to court documents, Sandy Lee had apparently lent some money to Alejandro, and on August 9th of that year, he texted her to meet up with him at a Quick Trip located on Eastway Drive in Charlotte, claiming that he was going to pay her back. Disturbingly, that's when Castillo decided to rob her at gunpoint, take her life, and flee to Mexico. In an eerie clip of CCTV footage that was later released by the authorities, the suspect can be seen crossing the Mexican border through Nogales, Arizona, along with his girlfriend Amia. A couple of months later that same year, Amia turned herself into the authorities in Mexico and was charged with accessory after the fact of felony murder and larceny of a motor vehicle. Based on her testimony, she and Alejandro had been staying with the killer's cousin. At some point, Castillo had once again disappeared with no explanation, and that's when she decided to turn herself in. As of 2024, the FBI has no further clues that could lead to Castillo's arrest. Right now, all they know is that he's probably still living in Mexico. The last time he was seen, he wore his hair short and shaved on the sides, but that's pretty much all they have to go on. As of today, there's still a $250,000 reward out for his arrest, but there have been no further updates on his case. Before we move on, I wanted to take some time to talk about this video's sponsor, Ruja Ignatova. In 2016, the Bulgarian entrepreneur Ruja Ignatova stepped on stage in a beautiful red dress, and the investors learned when they out what became of Ruja 24 days. When it struck out what became a four-door Mazda after Arnaldo Jimenez. On May 12, 2012, Arnaldo Jimenez and his wife Estrella went out to celebrate their wedding in a black 2006 four-door Maserati. Less than 24 hours after the couple had said their vows, Arnaldo knifed his wife to death in the car, dragged her into the bathroom tub of her apartment in Burbank, Illinois, and disappeared without a trace. When Estrella didn't come back to pick up her kids at school the next day, her family called the cops, who ended up finding Estrella's remains still in her wedding dress in her bathtub. Immediately, a nationwide search for Arnaldo was launched. but by that time the suspect was long gone. During the investigation, it was revealed that Jimenez had reached out to a friend before fleeing and told him, "If anyone asks where I am, tell them I went to Mexico." Since then, the authorities have received multiple tips that Jimenez may have fled to Durango or Tamaulipas, Mexico, where he's believed to be hiding out with family members. Initially, a $100,000 reward was issued for anyone with information that could lead to his arrest, but 4 years after he was placed on the most wanted list, the FBI increased the reward to $250,000. Burbank police have stated that in the past 12 years they've received hundreds of tips about Arnaldo's whereabouts, but none of them had led to anything significant. After the crime, investigators traced his phone and determined that he had traveled from Chicago to Tennessee, then to Arkansas, and from there to Hidalgo, Texas, very close to the Mexican border. They were unfortunately unable to determine where he went after that. Police have also revealed that the car in which Arnaldo carried out his heinous crime was never found. If the suspect is ever caught, he'll be spending the rest of his life in prison for first-degree murder and unlawful flight to avoid prosecution. But based on how things have played out since the last time he was seen, it's unlikely Arnaldo will ever pay for his atrocious crime. Vatel Ominison. As the leader of one of Haiti's largest and most violent criminal gangs, Craze Barry, Vatel Ominison, which do not let his name fool you, he is indeed not innocent, has terrorized the region for years, earning a spot on the FBI's most wanted list for his role in a string of brutal kidnappings and murders. In October 2021, he collaborated with the notorious 400 Mawozo gang to carry out the high-profile kidnapping of 17 Christian missionaries in Haiti. Disturbingly, 5 of the kidnapping victims were children, one as young as 8 months old. Held at gunpoint, the hostages were reportedly kept captive for 2 months while the gangs demanded a ransom of $1 million per hostage. It was only after an anonymous donor paid an undisclosed sum to Craze Barry and 400 Mawozo that the missionaries were finally released. Based on court documents, Innocent and his crew ended up spending the ransom money on weapons. That same year, the Haitian president was assassinated, which caused Innocent's influence to grow exponentially in the chaos that engulfed the country. In the aftermath of the assassination, Craze Barry claimed new territories and expanded their ranks quicker than the cops could even keep track of. In 2023, Craze Barry boasted an estimated 600 members, many of whom were young children who were involuntarily recruited to serve Innocent's criminal organization. Almost exactly 1 year after the kidnapping of the Christian missionaries, Craze Barry kidnapped 2 US citizens under Innocent's orders, Marie Odette Franklin and Jean Franklin. Unfortunately, one of the victims did not survive.
はいどうもブラモンです。本日はイニブのデッサイセル各公演のレストランツバーになります。一緒に喋っていくのはゲータです。お願いします。お願いします。というわけで本日は視聴いただきました。乗ってきてもらったのは BJ。ありがとうございます。ということで、BJ のデッセルでございますけども、もうすごい乗ってるからね今。すごい仕上がりに仕上がってるね。まあ最初の方に動画は出した。だいぶ最初に出しますね。そうそう思うんですけども、それよりもさらに仕上がったちょっと彼の動きを今回見ていこうじゃないかということで。最近ちょっとなんか帝国持ってる時デッセル使おうかなと思うんだけど、どういう動きしたらいいのかちょっといまいちわかんないから、それの確認というのもあるね。勉強も兼ねて。さあというわけで見ていきましょう。スクワイトはプレッシャーこれ釣ってんだよなこれな。ジャマークロークでな。さあ横で差し込んでいきの。これは大ダメージですね。これマジ減るな。いいね。ナイス。いいね。ナイスコンボ。さあアシストも繰り出していきながら、強力なアシストだからねこれマジで。中距離の距離感が前よりもさらに完璧になってるんじゃないですかこれ。スクワイトとかね俺どうやって勝ってんだと思うけど、やっぱこうやってクロークがうめえな。うまい人はそうだね。クロークの立ち回りすごい大事だからね。すごい大事だね。本当に次元強化みたいな感じだから。もうクロークなくなったら確かに言ってるもんいつもちょっと攻めれねえよみたいな。なるほどね。プレッシャー広かった。当たってしまいますが、まあまあ言うて安いでしょう。相手の結構減ってるんだよね。全然減っていいと思います。ナイス前得。ちょっと煙突が出てしまいましたが。出てしまいました。出てしまいました。しょうがない。さあここは一旦やめようしっかりしていこうと思ったら相方の横サブが当たっちゃったけども、なんか504で覚醒溜まっている。すごいこんだけ仕事している話。冷静にメインがなんと結構ねちゃんと着地取れるわって言ってた。なんか今のもねしっかりメインで取るみたいな場面が504で覚醒溜まっている。すごいこんだけ仕事している話。冷静にね。
は単品で技として出せるようになりましたよというところで、そんでこの技がね、まあ優秀で、弾の性能だけ見ると弾速そこそこ、誘導そこそこで、まあそれだけだとね別に弱かねえんだけど、そんな武装ありふれてるなってとこなんですけど、そこにさらにもともとねトライブレードという武装が
You know him, do you? No, no. Look, I was in out there. They called me Mad Dog. So you watch your.
Do you miss it?
What?
The country. You know, the wet, the heat, the bugs. Do you miss it?
God, no.
It's just quiet. I can't get used to this frozen winter.
Yeah, well, can't argue with you.
Do you work the tunnels? Send the Indian, they'd say. Who cares about booby traps? You give Hansi a flashlight and a knife and send him down into the Black Echo. Moving through the earth like a rat. Killing off Charlie.
Is there a problem here, Sonny?
I don't know.
Of course you don't. Friend, is there a problem?
He's got a knife, Carl.
Yeah, Sonny, I got eyes. I said, do we got a problem?
He seemed real angry.
Yeah, I got that part.
An Indian, I think.
Get the phone, kid.
You know him, do you?
No, no. Look, I was in out there. They called me Mad Dog. So you watch your.
Do you miss it?
What?
The country. You know, the wet, the heat, the bugs. Do you miss it?
God, no.
Did you spit in this?
What?
Tequila. Poured in front of me.
Here you go, Chief.
You're welcome.
Me, oh my, oh. Where are you going, Geronimo? Huh?
You gonna grab your bow and arrow there?
I don't think his teepee's here.
No. We're talking to you, shipbird.
Is that a teepee?
Just want a glass of water.
Oh, shipbird's thirsty. Get a load of that.
Is he crying, Earl? I think he's crying. Huh?
Oh, now hold on.
No, look, I called the cops.
Did you spit in this?
What?
Tequila. Poured in front of me.
Here you go, Chief.
You're welcome.
Me, oh my, oh.
Let's upgrade this iMac for 100 euros. Okay, bro, here we go. Whoa, heavy. Okay, here we go. He's gonna protect it now.
My tolerance level low. I'm sick of kids. Are you sick of the son bitches too? You're scared to say it. I'm in the airport today. I saw a lady with a leash on.
Looking for a redhead.
Well, not sure it can help you there.
Redhead. Heavy set.
Okay, well, there's a bar a mile or so up the road. You could potentially meet a fat type girl there.
I'm not looking for a girl. I'm looking for a man. Heavy set. He parts his hair in the middle. He's driving a blue Lincoln.
Look, if you're not going to buy something, well, I think you should leave.
Yeah, you know him.
No. Look, all I know is fella comes in here 2-3 times, uses the phone outside.
Redhead.
Yeah. Heavy set, like you said. One time comes in and says something like, we're going crazy down there at the lake.
Okay. Looking for a redhead.
So, I'm out. You were out from the moment you sat down, so you're no loss.
What is your problem? Why would you say a comment like that to Mark? You call me insane?
No, your valuations were insane.
Robert made you an offer. He said, bundle them together, it'll give you $500K for 15%. I'll go in with him on that deal and go 50-50, or I'll offer you $1 million if he wants to come in with me. We'll double it for 30%.
Kevin, you're out. You're out. I don't need you.
Wow. You had $1 million sitting here.
Will your wife represent me in suing you for wasting my time? Because that's what you're doing right now. You didn't come to make a deal. I didn't waste your time. Don't waste ours.
Thanks, God. You know what? Seriously, what the hell? You point at me and you tell me I'm out?
Bye-bye. So, I'm out. You were out from the moment you sat down, so
I'm a lieutenant for the tribal police, and I'm not sure.
So North Korea just played against Japan in the Under-17s World Cup, and this footage has been going viral of the pre-game handshakes, where as you can see, the North Korean side is quite aggressive. It's not even really a handshake. They did not seem too friendly, I'm not surprised, but luckily they did get their karma. Japan ended up winning the match in penalties and knocking North Korea off, but I will say in North Korea, that's probably a different story. They probably won like 99-0 in a record-shattering, legendary, never-seen-before performance. So North Korea just...
I'm involved already.
I'm not.
It's Nacho Varga.
What about him?
He broke into my house. He was inside waiting for me. Somehow, he got past my security system. I have no idea how.
All he had to do was unplug your phone lines.
Oh, that's it?
What do you want?
Pills. Well, not exactly. Empty Lydrostel capsules.
Lydrostel?
Yeah, they're like nitroglycerin. And he offered me money. I mean, lots of money. Way more than they're even worth. But I'm afraid if I don't do it, or even if I do it, I don't know.
Tell him you can't get what he needs.
I already ordered them. I mean, the shipment gets here in 2 days. He knows.
A $25 griddle versus a $200.
Is there anything I can do to help? What? What are you talking about?
I wanted you for months, Rachel. I flirted, I made up some scheme where we were married, and you made it clear.
Okay, you're delusional.
Why did you bring Kyle on that date?
If you see a huge guy squatting in front of you, don't panic.
I nominate.
Sega.
Listen up, fellas. Advance to contact. Snap to it. Let's secure that ground. Listen up. Here's the deal. Steady up, fellas. I got orders coming. All right. We're moving. Let's go.
Order crew, standing by for orders.
I got orders, boy. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Tear it down. We gotta move.
Listen up. Here's the deal.
Yeah, go ahead. Troops, make ready to...
Get your gear. We're moving out.
Frag grenades are on their way up to the lines. Rifle squad ready for action.
Shake a leg. Let's go.
Sherman, ready for action. Rifle squad now equipped to lay mines, sandbags, and build fighting positions. We now have parachute flares to scout enemy positions. Frag grenades now available for action. Heavy truck, ready for orders.
Heavy MG! Got out! Run, god dang it! Move! Get to that point! Cut those crap MG! Your ass! Go! Move your ass! Go! Weapon secured! Run! Move the old promotion! There! Orders! Stand by! Go! 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 Run, god dang it! Move! Get to that...
Let's move out of here.
Move your ass! Go! Hurry! Put it right there! Listen up! Run! Move it!
Fucking drag! One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Rotate your asses over there! And get ready! Run, god dang it!
Ready.
It's done! Get cover!
Prepare traversing fire.
Move, god damn it! Get moving! Move! Get to that point! Distance! Under fire over there! Nail them with grenades! Get moving! Move, god damn it! Stand by orders! Move your ass! Go! Run! Get over there! Hold up! Stand ready! Run! Move it! Orders! Get your asses over there! Go, go, go! Get moving! I want that position secure! Orders! Run! Move your ass!
A capture point is under attack. Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
We just got promoted! Hit him with frags! Grenades! Move your ass! Go! Run! Get over there!
Send orders.
Squad, get ready! Run! Move it! Man that thing! Move it! Move, goddammit!
Damn Krauts just wasted some of our riflemen.
Get over to that position! Reload!
We have a lieutenant reporting in for duty.
Get out of there! Move it! Get ready! Pull out of there! Run, god dang it!
Rifle Squad, waiting for orders.
Infantry! Lock it down! Hurry! Get out of there!
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire.
Okay, ready yourself! Pull out of there! Go! Get your asses over there!
Our fighting position now has some ordnance behind it. Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements. The enemy has destroyed an emplacement.
Let's haul ass! Move your ass! Go! German, let's take out position! Get cover! Move! We're getting blasted over here! Lock it down! Hurry! Relocate!
Get out and look for wounded.
Get out of there! Move it! Get in! Cover your sector! Get moving! Definitely ready to move. Ready! Fire mission. Tear it apart. We gotta move. Okay, move it along. Orders in move! Just get to that point! Move, goddammit!
A capture point is being overrun.
Orders! Someone get us out here! Get over to that position! Pull out of there! Relocate!
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Pilot! Pilot! They found us! Retreat to the CP! Retreat to the CP! Get it going! Run! Get over there! Get moving!
Drive up the mountain.
Incoming orders! Move your ass! Go!
Hit it! Go! 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 Easy on the transmission this time. Let's take a fire! Move it! Go! Floor it! Drive! 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 Take a lick! Get us the fuck out of here! Let's hit! Go! Get out of their strike zone! Display for fuck's sake! Move! 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 We're out. Get it moving! Ready! Go ahead! Drive! Get us the hell out of here! Incoming! Hit it! Go! 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 There they are! Get us the fuck out of here!
Gather round. Might get hot. Keep pushing forward.
Bail out! Light vehicle just got destroyed.
Okay, let's pack it up. We're all move out of there! Get your asses out of there! Move ready! Reversing fire! Ready, move! Get to that point! Taking fire! Get there! Goddammit! Taking fire! Get move your ass! Go! Let's get her going! Order! Set off once that area is secure! Advance to that position! And run! Get over there! Haul ass! Out they go! Hot shots at us! Get ready to move out of there! Send order!
The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Pull out of there! Reinforcements get back to the line! Coming up on the flank! Order! Move, goddammit! I got it! Lock down! Loaded! Getting plastered over here! Or run! Get over there! Target! Sustain fire! All ass! We are taking effective fire! Advance to that position! Move your ass! Go!
There's a major reporting for action. We can now deploy a smoke screen to blind the enemy. Gun crew just got wiped out. Rifle, let's get our boys some covering smoke.
Stand ready! Veterans ready now! Haul ass! Go! Haul! This place! Come on! Dismount! Bound up! Bound up! Under fire! Let's go! Go! Hustle! Get moving! Don't let them bound up! Hold down the metal, George! Promotion! Let's go! We gotta hold this position! Get the hell out of here! Move! Fall back! Fall back! Orders complete! All right, take a leg. Go now! Grab your gear. We're on the move. Soldiers, listen up. We're on the move. Move! Move! Run! Move it! Good move! Go, goddammit! Any attack. We gotta get to the enemy. Run over here! Ammo up and move! Get out of there! Hold back! Back to the HQ! Run! Try to outflank them! All ass! Go! Move! Get to that point! Is that ground secure? Send orders! Get your asses over there! Get on it! Ready! Step on it! Hit it! Go! Ready those medical bags! Get the bazooka up front! Men, secure that rudder!
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire. We've lost a fighting position.
Steady up!
Unlock to weapon rack initiated.
Positions! Let's get her going! Get onto that point! Hustle! Get onto that point! Hustle! Stand behind enemy lines. We're taking land over here!
Light vehicle just got destroyed.
Lock! Haul ass! Go! We're coming! Order! Let's advance to that position! Too heavy! Pull back! Fall back! Promotion's in! All right, lock it down. We're moving. Knock it off.
We got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
Gather round. Once you secure that point, check your ammo and cover the approaches. I want that area secured and
a capture point. Sherman ready. Armor here. Driver forward. The rest of you stay alert. Driver forward. Gunner, engage all three.
Get the bazooka up front. Cease movement.
Place. Driver over. The capture point is being overrun. Set. Go. Driver incoming. Give it all she's got. Go. 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 Cease action. Go. Get out of their strike zone. Ready. Set. Move it. They're moving on. Ambulance taking the field. Go. Floor it. Location marked. Move us out. Points are down to 300.
I got the button alive.
Waiting on, ready to go.
Make sure that bazooka's good to go.
Driver, let's get this show on the road.
Get out of there!
The weapon rack is now accessible.
Warning orders. Through that armor. Move. All done here.
All right, get us over there.
They got a COE here.
Driver, forward. The rest of you stay alert.
Fall back. Fall back. Go, go, go.
Stop! Go! Drive! Drive! Stop! Stop the goddamn minute! Go! 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 G-42! Crowds are sniffing around our asses! Tactical point being captured! Get it moving! Get it going! Get us the fuck... Move us out. Got him! Give it all she's got! Go! 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 Get us the fuck out of here!
All ass. Moving out. Let's go. Cock and lock. Okay, moving along. Soldiers, listen up. Moving out. Let's go.
All right, get us in.
Shit!
Driver,
Fire! Fire! Go! Get the hell out of here! Move! Get back to CB! Capture, get back to CB!
get it moving!
Retreat to the CB!
Let's play on the PK! Move! Stupid bastard! Move it! Dial in my end. Go! Get out of their strike zone!
All right.
Hit it! Go! Go! Go!
Up, get your gear.
Move us out. Stop us here.
Come on, fellas, let's go. And listen up.
Get to it! All done over here!
Driver, and ready to
get
go.
her moving.
Stay together. Move out. Listen up. Here's the deal. Get ready. Break her down. We're in this place. Listen up, fellas.
Crew, get on it.
Mike.
Let's knock this off.
Form up. Clear out. They got zero.
Incoming fire! We just lost a unit! Get us the fuck out of here! extraction point is under attack. What's out?
Bust out the metal! Promotion time! Enemy fire! Keep low!
Stop this goddamn thing! Under fire!
Out of here! Move!
Oh! Swing the gun! They're on the flank! Drive! We've been promoted!
Get over there! Move! Get back to CP! Get back to CP! Move! Get to that right, god dang it! Promotion just came down! Get ready! Well, prepare anything critical!
Snap! Give it all she's got! Go! Go! Go!
Fall back! Get out of here! Fall back!
Sherman, driver. Driver, hold. Put us out. Right, get us over there. Driver, hold. Let's use the Stabler. Move out. Get on the damn round. Get this thing moving.
Bring it down. Make ready and move. We're redeploying. Squad's back.
This place. Get us over to that location.
Shake the leg. Let's go. What the hell am I meant to do with these fools?
Driver, hold position.
All right. Break out your tools and grab your shit and follow me. Okay, move it along. Make sure that's stand fucking down. Organize the men. New set of orders.
Tank support is here. Sherman ready.
Let's back it up. We're moving out. Go, go, hustle!
Buster down. Contact. What's out? Send your work crew. Get on it. Right, get us over there. Upgrade completed. Clear breach block. Get moving! We're at 200 points. Ready, set. Gunner, hit him with key. Driver, let's use Stabler. Drive, get us the hell out of here. Stop this goddamn tank. Hit it, go, go, go. Get it moving. Oh, hit it, go, go, go. Just got a report of an infantry unit being wiped out. Engage on the drive!
One of my favorite things about Steam are the games with small and tight-knit communities. This is truly incredible. He's not saying a single word.
Dang it!
Alright, I have to do something here. Oh.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. I just TK'd me in the spawn. Not very nice.
So today, I'm spending $100 on some of the most requested dead games on Steam to see how many, if any, people still frequent these lobbies in 2024. War Trigger Classic was suggested to me by one of you guys, and I was told that the only time you can find other people online is at nighttime. So I spent the $20 and launched the game at roughly 8 PM. I found a few players online in one server together, and spent 15 minutes just getting to grips with the game. Really? There's just one game? With one player? Oh no, these... Okay, there's a couple players. Oh, finally. I don't care. I don't care. I actually got a kill. The game mode was Team Deathmatch, and the controls were pretty reminiscent of your average Roblox FPS game. But as with most dead games, the majority of the players were incredibly good. And I have a feeling these guys have been playing for a very, very long time. But even with everyone else having hundreds of hours, it still felt like they could see me before I even peeked an angle. But after I figured out that the red dots on the radar were actually enemies, and that's how they were seeing me before I peeked an angle, things got significantly easier. What's kind of strange is you can literally see where the enemy is on the minimap, which confused me at first, how people knew where I was. I genuinely have more chance of winning the lottery than hitting that shot. In between deaths, I took a look at the in-game leaderboard where you can actually see some of the highest leveled players in the game. One of them being a fella in my lobby. Jesus. Oh look, Polo Baby, he's in this game. So I took the opportunity and asked Poyo how long he'd been playing War Trigger for, and his answer was 9 years. Here he is, Polo Baby. 4 kills, 4 deaths, and I have... Anyway. Oh, you can look at how many wins they've got. What about this Polo guy, or Poyo? Team wins, 2,950. I think he misunderstood when I asked him if this game used to be more popular, because he told me that people play more often at nighttime. Meio dia do horário de Brazil. Wait, he's speaking Portuguese. Weekends between noon Brazilian time, afternoons at 3 o'clock and the night. During the week plus at night. Oh, okay, so he's telling me when people play the game often. But I asked the question in Spanish before I realized the guy actually speaks Portuguese. So that might have been why he misunderstood. Good afternoon. Thank bro. Poyo Baby, you're a legend, man. Oh, I ranked up. Let's go, man. Let's go. When Poyo said he'd been playing for 9 years, though, that confused me. Because War Trigger Classic has barely been out for 6 years. And the other War Trigger games are completely separate. So I took a look around Google and realized that War Trigger Classic used to be called Red Crucible 2. Red Crucible 2 was initially released in 2012 and then later rebranded and re-released in 2019 as War Trigger Classic. There have been some changes between the rebrand, but a large part of the game has remained unchanged from the 2012 version, which means most people aren't
yeah.
Look at Carrot Tank. You're a beast.
Go Carrot, get some hits here.
Yep.
Real got the D.
Sega.
Steady up, fella. We got orders, boys. Follow me. All right. Here's the thing. Will you stop that already? Listen up, fella.
Sherman, ready for action. Rifle squad now equipped to lay mines, sandbags, and build fighting positions. We now have parachute flares to scout enemy positions. Mortar crew standing by for orders.
Tube ready!
Let's get it done, boys.
Get ready. You got it, buddy.
All right. Let's get that point buttoned up.
All right, you guys, make ready.
I got orders, boys. Point out. We're moving to secure a position. Steady.
We got a rifle squad waiting for orders.
Fresh mags in.
Moving out, let's go.
All right, we gotta capture and hold that patch. Listen up.
Tube ready! Let's get it done, boys. Get on it, fellas. Shake it up. Let's get it done. Grab the bipod. Let's go.
Steady up, fellas.
Ground's
Get
on.
the lead out. We've got orders. Okay, move it along. I got orders. Get your gear. We're moving out.
Moving out. Let's go.
Okay,
That's
move it
it.
along.
It's secured. Get ready for action.
They're wide to us.
Let's go.
Okay, move it along.
Moving out. Let's go. Crew, make ready. Get the legs. Let's go.
Take that damn ground!
Rifle squad ready for action.
MG-42! Move, goddammit! Move your ass! Go!
A capture point is under attack.
Secure and hold that damn position!
Ready. Move out of there. Contact. Infantry. Set.
Gather. Okay, move it along.
Lock it down to move. Run. Move.
Get to that point! That position's flanking! Squad, get ready! Get moving! They're hitting our head ready! Cut that infantry down! We're on the hook over here! Move, goddammit! Orders! Move! Get to that point! Whoa! Get over there! Move your ass! Go! Move! Get to that point! Get moving! Run! Get over there! Move, goddammit! Move your ass! Go! MG-42! Stand up! Get moving! Orders! Stand ready! Run! Get over there! Kill that machine! Ready to move! Move, goddammit! Orders incoming!
You've got a captain hitting the field.
Come on, let's move it out. Let's go. Knock it off. And listen, push through any... We're moving. Grab the sight post.
All right, man, let's move out. We're on the move. Okay, move it along. All right, we're moving. Let's go.
Ambulance ready for action.
Gather around and start working. All right, ladies. Come on, fellas, let's go. Driver, get her moving. Let's go. Get the lead out. We've got orders. Get your gear. Moving out.
Set up a firing point in that emplacement.
And point man out. Let's
Shake a leg. Let's go.
moving out. Let's watch your spacing. Follow me. Watch your spacing. Follow me.
Driver, move us forward.
Okay, moving out. Let's go. Okay.
Fighting position machine gun is in place.
Point man,
Reinforcements
halt.
in.
Point man, halt.
Welcome to the Death Factory, boys.
Steady.
Okay,
Stick with
move
me.
it along.
You
Might just make it. Shake a leg, boys.
Square the troops away. We're moving.
Steady up, fellas.
I want to come in fast.
Moving out. Let's go. No, it ain't gonna get done by itself.
Mark your maps. I don't want any mistakes on what area needs to be taken and held.
No, that's knocked off. Okay.
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
What?
Get to that position!
Get your asses over there! Swing that back! Swing the ground! Sustain! Run! Move it!
Fall back!
Stand ready! Run over there! Get to that point! Squad, get ready! Order! Get moving!
Gun crew just got wiped out. One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire. Light vehicle just got destroyed.
Steady up, fellas. Moving out. Let's
Half track, waiting for orders.
Steady up. All right, get that thing ready to move. Fall back. Get everything back to battalion line. Backing for travel. And fall back to the CP.
Ambulance taking the field.
All right, we're moving. Let's go. Shake it up. Let's get it done.
Tear it down.
Let's get moving.
Pay attention this
Get out.
Grab the site. I got the two. Pack it up. Move it. Ready.
Enemies are swarming one of our emplacements.
Here it comes. Through that half track.
Long haul ahead of us.
Move it out. Let's move it back on the double. All right, ladies. God damn it. Tube's still hot.
Driver, move us forward. Good to go. Roll us out. What the hell am I meant to do? Boys, we're ready to go. Secure the ambulance and get out of here. Driver, get her moving. Let's go. Awaiting orders.
Point man out. Let's move.
Task complete. Roll us out. Crew ready.
Get out of there. Go!
Steady up, fellas. Ready. Let's get a move on. Ready. Send orders.
All right. Here's the thing. Well, that's knocked off. Get moving out. Let's go.
Unlock to weapon rack initiated.
Listen
Good to go.
All right, you dopes. Listen up. Listen up.
Boys, you ready to roll out?
Come on, fellas. Let's go.
Awaiting orders. Good to go. Let's move out of here. Gear up and move
All
out.
right, men. Let's move out.
We're ready to go.
You got your order. Square the troops away. We're moving. We're pushing into enemy.
One of our fighting positions is sustaining fire. Weapon rack is... The enemy has destroyed an emplacement. Battalion just released a major for action. Gear up and move out.
Square the troops away. Well, that's knocked off. Knock it off. Listen up. Hey, it. We're on the move. Grab your gear.
Okay, move it along. Get your gear.
They got us zeroed in here. Gather round. Get ready. Get ready. Well, that's moving out. Let's go.
We're losing a capture point. Ready. Send orders. All done over here. Let's move out of here.
Order. Move, goddammit.
Move us out. Get us out of here. Shit. Get out. Good.
Moving out. Let's go. Okay.
Go ahead.
Move it. Get the hell out of here.
Send over. Shit. Step on it.
Move, move, move.
Go now. Get guns on. Go. Under fire. Ready. Drive. This place. Come on.
Move it. Move. Go, goddammit. Orders. Move.
Move us out. Move us out. We can now deploy a smoke screen to blind the enemy.
I want that position secured. Get on the zone. Move it. Area secure. Get over there. Ammo up and roll back.
Let's get our boys some covering smoke. The enemy is overrunning one of our capture points.
Be ready. What? Through the half.
Let's get moving.
We're on the move. Grab your gear. Square the good eyes on the shooter.
Roll us out. Get ammo. Get out of here. Light vehicle just got destroyed. Move us out. Driver, get eyes on target. Flanking fire. Go. Stop. Get us out of here. Driver, move us forward.
Go. Run, god dang it.
Let's move out of here. Stop it here.
Shake the leg. Let's go. Moving out. Let's go. Get the lead out. Got orders.
Let's get a move on.
Gather round.
Secure the ammo so we can get out of here. Driver, let's get this show on the road. Shit, step on it. Getting hit. Got it. Adjust fire. Move us out.
We're on the hook over here. Goddamn.
Hit it. Go.
Orders incoming.
Be advised, dropping smoke. Move us out. Boys, you must pay attention. Gear up and move out. Ready. We're ready to go. Tank support is here. Sherman ready.
Here, let's get this over with. You're starting to get unsteady up, fellas. Listen, on your feet, get moving.
Sherman, driver forward. The rest of you
Contact!
stay
Heavy
alert.
infantry force! All right. Get down!
is under attack.
Tube ready! All right, you moving out. Let's go.
All right, get us over there. Driver, hold position.
Moving out. Let's go. Okay, move it along. It's gonna take us into crowd lines, so stay alert. God damn it! Someone get us out of here! Field
London,
promotion!
move us out. Stop us here.
Stand ready!
Clear breeze block, firing. Ambulance, ready for action.
Orders incoming! Run!
All right, get us over there. Boys, you ready to roll out?
God damn it! Get on that fucking truck! Get moving!
Let's get this show on the road. March down.
Move, goddammit! Come on, let's prove your ass! Go! Area's ours. Get moving! I want that position secured! Moving out, let's go. Here it comes. All right, right. Keep on. Come on, fellas, let's go.
Move us out. We're losing a capture point. That's it. The battle is ours.
Project complete! MG42 team is ready for action. We have a fresh Grenadier squad. The new Grenadier squad is ready. Our opponents are seizing a sector. We have a fresh Grenadier squad. The enemy is taking our territory. Enemy forces are securing our territory. Scout car has arrived. Panzer Grenadiers standing by. Enemy destroyed.
dealt us a blow. We are suffering losses. We have been assigned fresh Panzer Grenadiers. A fresh mortar crew has arrived. The bunker is now a field hospital. HQ has been upgraded. Medium armor and rocket artillery is now available. Under attack. Under attack! Panzer Grenadiers standing by. Reconnaissance Stuka, fueled and
In the mission Clean Getaway, the game tells you that you can perform what's called a stun punch, a special one-hit knockout move on unsuspecting targets. Except this feature doesn't actually exist anywhere else in the game outside of this mission. You can't do it to any NPCs or police officers, but there is one person you can do it to, which is this doorman outside this club. So yeah, a very early gameplay mechanic which I guess got forgotten about. During the cutscene for the mission No Love Lost inside of Mikhail Faustin's house, there's an extremely important exchange between Nico and Faustin's bodyguard. Now, what's so important about these two people meeting face to face? Well, unbeknownst to Nico, he's staring straight into the face of the man who would end up becoming the wedding assassin at Roman's wedding if you choose the deal ending. The wedding to Nico, he's staring about these two people meeting face to face. Well, unbeknownst to Nico, he's staring straight into the face of the man who would end up becoming the wedding assassin at Roman's wedding if you choose the deal ending.
Yes? Okay, thank you. A gift from Dmitry Raskolov.
During the mission The Holland Play, Nico is given a decision: kill Playboy X or kill Dwayne. The right thing to do, as many would agree, is to kill Playboy. But Nico obviously agrees with this as well, because if you do choose the option to execute Dwayne, Nico will look away from him when he pulls the trigger. No matter how many lives Nico has taken, he cannot face the fact that he's selling himself out for money just like the man he's searching for. In Blood Brothers, when you're given the choice to either assassinate Francis or Derek McReary, you can ring Francis while on the rooftop, and a secret exchange will occur where Nico negotiates more money to take out Derek.
Just a second here, Derek. I gotta speak to one of the sergeants. Hey, what's the problem? I thought you were gonna make something happen for me.
I'm not so sure about it.
What's gonna make you sure? You want me to give you a raise?
That might help.
All right then, call it a bonus. Make this happen.
Ultimately, though, the choice still remains yours. There's a bloody footprint in the game files which features the Rockstar Games logo. Sadly, no matter what shoes you put on, the footprint is never actually present in the game. In the Weasel news video uploaded by Rockstar Games themselves, the date says 2009, meaning GTA 4 might actually not be set in 2008 where the game was released, which means that GTA 4, aside from GTA 2, is the only Grand Theft Auto game which technically takes place in the future. As you can see here, it confirms that the bank robbery also happened in 2009. In GTA 4's trailer, we saw this scene outside the ferry depot, and in the skies we can see it's populated with seagulls. In the final game, the only birds to exist are pigeons, and they serve as hidden packages, unable to fly and pretty much serving no purpose. However, this is really interesting because what you might not know is that there are birds in GTA 4, and you can get these exact birds to spawn. You have to come to the ferry depot at a very specific time. If you just wait here all day, eventually you'll see the seagulls appear, and once a certain time has been reached, the seagulls will then disappear. Very, very odd. A strange sound effect will play occasionally before you receive a phone call or a text when driving in certain vehicles.